Field Atomizer is the world's fastest racing injector and is proudly designed and manufactured with 100% American-made materials and labor in-house. Custom sizes can be made to target specific base pressures and duty cycle. Top Pro Mods, Outlaw 10.5, and drag radio teams rely on Atomizer injectors. Turbocharged, nitrous injected, Procharged, and coming soon screw-in root-style supercharger injectors. And as we introduce our new 700-pound injectors. Check us out at www.dragracinginjectors.com or give us a call at 757-303-4364.
So here comes Top Junior Dragster. This is round number 1 eliminations. We're going to start off with Gianni Capano and Tucker Brown. Tucker's dialed in with an 890. Gianni an 1190. So what's going to happen is Gianni's going to get a little bit of a head go. A handicap start, as we call it here in the business. Looks to be about 3 seconds worth. Alfian Cardiology, Emily Motor Oil, and Jerry and Heather Capano, mom and dad, on board with Gianni. A very passionate family. They love drag racing, top to bottom. And Tucker Brown with Cross Racing, the JR race cars. Barry Brown in charge of the tune-up there. So we need Magna Fuel, Top Sportsman, Top 16 to the lanes now. Drivers, to your cars. If you're in the staging lane, we need you to get to your car now, please. Drivers, to your cars.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we have begun round number 1 of eliminations here at the PDRA Spring Nationals. The junior dragsters have taken the racetrack with round at number 1 of their category. Top dragster is getting ready to go. Dart top dragster drivers should be suiting up. But ladies and gentlemen, you should make your way back to the stands as we will go into round number 1 of top dragster right after juniors. And we'll do a little t-shirt throwing in the stands. We got some stuff to give away. We're going to kick this thing off big. And we want to say thank you to each and every one of you that came out and supported our Saturday here at Rockingham. So I know that you're grabbing drinks and you're grabbing food and you're seeing the vendors and you're out and about. But make your way back to the stands as we are hot and heavy in round number 1 of eliminations here today. It starts with Junior Dragster, the Huddleston Performance Top Junior Dragsters, and it'll only get quicker. Top Dragster is directly to follow. They are in the staging lanes, getting suited up. So Brooke Miller and Caleb Russell. The matchup here side by side. 790 to the 897. This is bracket racing. Dial it in, cut the light, drive the finish line, and turn on the dub. Brooke Miller right side. Hartsville, South Carolina, the 2014 Huddleston chassis, dragster right side. And Caleb Russell will give the head start at 7.90 seconds. ET prediction for that 2012 half scale out of Alabama. The Russell Specialty Sales Team, left-hand side. Out of the gate, a little rip of the gas, top end of the racetrack. It's going to be a win light on the left side. 796 and 045 here at the starting line. That's good enough for the win for Caleb Russell. He goes to round 2, which is going to be tomorrow. And now it's going to be the matchup. Going into the water box between Erlen Gardner and Maximus Butcher. 893 the dial in for Butcher. Left-hand side of the Doylestown, Ohio. The Butcher and Son Racing Team at Erlen Gardner's, Harvest, Alabama. 820 ET prediction, so Gardner's going to be chasing down Maximus Butcher's Red Junior over there on the left-hand side. So I see quite a few of you making your way back to the stands. We are ready to kick these things off tonight in a big way here at the PDRA Spring National Drags at Rockingham. All kinds of great stuff. We're going to be launching out into the stands and the crowd, and it's a way to say thank you. It's a way to have a little bit of fun, and we are going to have some fun, to say the least. Erlen Gardner, right side. Maximus out of the gate, left side. Better reaction time going to Butcher. Top end, win lights. Going to go to Maximus Butcher. 9.113. He took 5/10 down there, but still got the dub. 0.26 up front. Erlen Gardner's going to be 0.84 and 8.85, way off the 8.20 ET prediction. For Gardner at 71.74 miles an hour. David Roloff and Lexus Tanner. Lightning Lexi, left-hand side. This is going to be a head start going to Tanner's, Rensselaer, Indiana-based, Tauber Manufacturing Dragster. And David Roloff's going to give chase down that right-hand side for Don's Vinyl Graphics. The Willowbrook, Illinois, entry at 8.00 seconds on the ET prediction. So we'll have our T-shirt launcher. We'll have Miss PDRA throwing out Frisbees into the stands. We have Top Dragster getting suited up. Ladies and gentlemen, find a seat because it's going to get wild here this evening in round number 1. The thing that I like about round number 1, and when we start eliminations, is drivers will drive the wheels off these race cars to get to the finish line first. It's all about that win light and whatever it takes. It's not like qualifying when that car goes out there and shakes the tires a little bit and they take their foot right off the gas. They stand on it, and whatever happens, they get it to the finish line.
Got to get it to the stripe if you're going to take the dub. Like you said, you got to win. You got to get there first.
They use every inch of this racetrack, wall to wall, center line. Does not matter. You will see some wild rides here tonight as the sun's starting to peek away from the racetrack.
Things are going to tighten up, I can tell you that for sure. We've been working on this racetrack all day. So David Roloff, Alexis Tanner, the win goes to Alexis Tanner. Goes 8.96 with a 9 on an 890 dial. Takes the win by 0.08 over David Roloff. Coming up now, Samuel Peterson, the VP Lane grandson of our good friend Steve Earwood. Coming to you from Richland, Michigan. Alongside Connor Glasser. Connor just took on another sponsorship. We just talked to him a little while ago. The Warriors on the Water. Military Appreciation Day on the lake. You can check it out at warriorsonthewater.org. $8.90 the dollar for Connor Glasser. He's going to get a 1 second head start, a handicap start over Samuel Peterson. Dial in a 790. The numbers are on the board there. That is their dial in. The idea is to cut the tree down and run a 790 or an 890, not go quicker. So Connor, off and running, the 1 second head start. And at the stripe, it's going to be Samuel Peterson. He was 0.32. Connor's 1.03. Not going to cut it here today. And Samuel goes on to the round number 2. So your number 1 qualifier is on the way home. Coming up now, Holt Strickland and Mia Schultz. Got an 898 dial in for Holt and an 873 dial in for Mia. So Holt's going to get a tick, but almost a blink of an eye. Handicap start in the VP lane. Holt, the son of John, running here for a boost. This weekend, Gallant Motorsports Park on board Right Care, taking care of business there for the young Holt Strickland. Mia Schultz comes to you from Schultz Performance, Sparkplugs.com, Pit Posse, Jags, and Bonbon Plumbing. So I'll tell you what. A red light start for Holt Strickland's going to hand the win directly to Mia Schultz, and she'll take the win coming back for the round number 2. I got to tell you, if you're out there and you've met our beautiful Miss PDRA Jessica, if you can get your photo made with her and post it on your Facebook, we think that was awesome. So Miss PDRA is going to be throwing out Frisbees in the grandstands here in just a minute. And so see if you can talk her into taking a picture and get it on the Facebook. The beautiful Miss PDRA on the O'Reilly grandstand side right now. Hey, Jessica. How you doing, sweetie? He's good, let me tell you. A great young lady. So next up here in eliminations, round number 1, Amber Franklin and Braden Davis, the Douglas, Georgia runner, with an 11:45 dial. Now Braden, he's a 9-year-old. He's going to get out there and dial 11:45, so he's going to have a one big old head start. Now the challenge for Amber is called patience. She's going to have to sit there and watch Braden head down the racetrack. Check it out. And Braden red lights. So he threw that one out by 17 one-thousandths of a second. So for Braden, Mom and Dad, that's the end of his day. But Dad's racing in motorcycles, so they got to get back to the pits and get that bike warmed up. Amber Franklin takes the win for Franklin Electric and Smart Home Technologies. Missouri. And alongside Ryan Snell from Somerville, South Carolina, Doug Herbert's brakes program on board there, the 2013 S&W Dragster, and Mock Schnell Racing. Number 14 in the qualified field, went 486. So we got a couple dial-ins. I'm telling you what, Ryan's stepping out of the gate here. He's going to dial a 413, and he ain't seen a 14 nothing. But he's betting on the come here. He thinks the car can do it, so he's throwing it up there. Sagovich has been a 414. He's going to dial a 414. Playing a realistic game. So you got the gambler, and Schnell, you got the realistic man, the 17-year-old Jimmy Sagovich in the VP lane. With a W over his run, the 420 on a 414 takes the win. So 007 red for Ryan, just on the money. Guess what? He ran a 414 with a 5, 170 the speed. He knows the car. Sagovich 168 miles an hour, getting the handle on that car. So your next pair coming up now, Russ Whitlock and Derek Scholler. Scholler with drag 965. Elite Custom Golf Carts and Holly Ridge Tire Pros on board, number 6. Dialing a 421, he softened her up. He went 414 earlier today. Russ Whitlock in the dial up just a tick, 8th thou from his 453 with a 2 qualifying run in the number 13 spot. So this is 2 go down and 1 come back. That's right, they'll come back tomorrow. This is round number 1 of eliminations for Dark Cylinder Heads Top Dragster. Attention in the pits, we need Huddleston Pro Junior to the lanes now, please. Huddleston Performance Pro Junior Dragsters to the lanes now, please. So the handicap start going to Russ Whitlock. The 54 against the 21. Little over 0.3 of a second. Head start going to the VP lane. Clean and green on both sides. Whitlock out in front. The win goes to Whitlock. He goes 003 on the tree. Takes a 200th. margin of victory. Russ takes that win on a 54 with a 4. So that's a pretty nice package, a 7-thou package for Russ Whitlock. Derek Scholar, 419, went under by about 2 numbers. So Kyle Dvorak coming up next, down a 411. He's taking the right road. He's been 407. He's got a little bit of insurance in the bag. Gonna run the car down there and let it happen. Robert Houston, number 10 in the qualified field. He went a 25. He's gonna dial it up to a 33. So Newland, North Carolina zone has a strategy here. So he will leave first by about 0.2 of a second. The 0.3 was pretty obvious. 0.2 gets less obvious. So it's going to be just a blink of an eye, 0.2 of a second head start for for Robert Houston. Nothing. The win going to Kyle Dvorak, goes 27 on 11, margin of victory about 1.1 seconds. And Robert Houston, mechanical problems holding him back. And Bob McKinney's got some work when they get home. So next pair up's going to be Bob Sheridan Jr., your number 1 qualifier against Bo Upton. 395 on the board for Sheridan, 433 for Upton. Upton gets a big old head start. Well, I tell you got to love that throttle control for Bo Upton. He didn't have to hammer the gas. He just feathered it right into the burnout, drove it out, and let her have it. That's the way to do it, boy. Southern Rods, 2012 undercover car. And 632 inches tucked in the rails for Bo Upton. He's run 420, 429, 433, and he, too, will dial up to 433. The 395 is kind of a tweener for Sheridan. He's been a 99 and a 92 in the last 2 qualifying sessions, so he's right in the middle. So the head start will go to Bo Upton. He's the first one that has a chance to make a mistake. That's the only bad thing. Way out front goes 014 on the tree, 36 on a 33. That's a 17 package. Takes the win by 700ths. Going to the Pepsi Lane in Bo Upton. Next up, Justin Kirk and Denver Malta. Well, I don't know about that 2-step burnout deal. That just looks awful hard on parts. The whole car is about to shake apart. He's like his daddy. He would just roll under the throttle real nice and even. Doug Kirk, one of the best drivers I've ever known. Car control extraordinaire. Number 5 in the qualified field for the young Justin Kirk. Carl, if you're listening, sending all my love your way, boss. 412 on the dial for Justin Kirk. Denver Malta, the 2012 Race Tech, running 2 categories this weekend. The youngster from, well, not that young, 20 years old. He's a youngster to me. My son's twice as old. How about Newland, North Carolina, the home for Denver Malta? He's going to put up a 452 on the board, which is dialing up for him as well. A pedal job for Justin Kirk might cost him, but it didn't. Both of them go under. 410 with a 6 on a 412. He has a margin of victory of 1/1000th of a second, or to be more exact, 16/10,000ths. So the win goes to Justin Kirk. Continuing on, first round eliminations, Laramie Reed alongside Sullivan. That's right, what's what we call him. How about Craig Sullivan? Number 2 in the qualified field, a fast race car, 3.94 on the dial. He's dialing tight. He's not holding. He's got everything on the line. the 2015 American 706. Anthony Bischoff, VES Racing Engines. Mickey Thompson and Renegade on board there. Laramie from Iowa Park, Texas. The Reed Co-Enterprises Dragster LAT Lubricants on board there. The dial, a 420. He's right on the money, too. He's picking up some. He's dialing way tight. And Sullivan is on the mark. This is going to be a drag race, folks. Keep an eye on the car in the Pepsi lane. The front end's going to carry out 100 feet or better. Clean and green both sides. They're neck and neck. Sullivan takes the win. 414. Excuse me, 4 flat on a 394, 6 thou over, 14 on the tree. Laramie goes under by just about 7 thousandths of a second, handing the win to Craig Sullivan. So Angie Travis coming in from Hickory, North Carolina, Racing Performance Coaches on board the 2007 Cheryl Dragster alongside downtown Barry Brown. All them people in the Brown family are downtown. M&M Race Cars on board there, 409 the dial. He's a tweener. He's been 07, 10, 13. 428 the dial for Angie. They're about on the same strategy here. So somebody's going to take it. Angie will lead first. She's got about 2/10 of handicap start coming to her. And we're going blind up here in the tower. Two real good starting line hits, but there's something wrong with Barry Brown's hot rod, and he is just unbelievable. She broke out 426 on a 28, and Angie drove herself right out of the race. Barry Brown, mechanical problems, parts falling out of the car everywhere you went. Not sure what the problem is there. I'm sure we'll hear. So tough luck for Angie, who needs just a turnaround every once in a while as you're approaching the finish line. You got to watch. You got to play offense all the way down here. You got to know where your competitor is. And unfortunately for her, she handed the win to Barry Brown, who potentially may not make it back. I mean, there's parts on the racetrack, like hard parts, bouncing. So he's got till tomorrow to get her fixed, and we'll find out then. Coming up now, Bob Galletti and John Lasseter. Round number 1. Magnafuel, Top Sportsman. This is your top 16 group, okay? We're going to have 2 segments in Top Sportsman. We had such a great showing in this category that we wanted to let everybody have a chance to win. Sometimes it's not possible. The way the computer's set up and whatnot, we have a 16-car field. So this is your top 16. We also have a secondary field. We'll call it the second chance group. They're the top 8 beyond the 16th qualifier. So we'll see those folks right after this. But for now, Galetti's got his 412 up on the board. He's being a little bit confident because the car's not gone that yet this week. But they feel like they can do it, or they wouldn't put it on the car. So we call that dialing tight, like maybe over tight. John Lasseter, the 08 on the board. He's been 408 with it too, so he's a proven race car. The 43-year-old engine builder from Nesbitt Performance Racing Engines. Race Tech. Advanced powder coatings at Goodrich on board. Handicap start by 400ths. Going to Galetti. You can just barely see it. Galetti continued to have problems with his car. Lasseter's going to drive it down there. Goes a 12 with a 5 on an 8. Takes the margin of victory by an astounding 2.07 seconds. And we'll continue on to round number 2 tomorrow. Your next pair. Will be Don Rudd. And your 2014 Magnafuel Top Sportsman Champion, Dan Ferguson. excited for Don Rudd. Ferguson having an up and down weekend. We've had nitrous explosions, bad runs. He's been 412, 410, 407, and he's going to pick the middle. He's going to throw up a 410 on the dial in. Rudd's going to go 422. He's dialing down also. He's been an 18, a 21, and a 23. So he's going to hold a little bit going down through there, and if he can stick a nose out there and take the win, that's what he'll do. But it's not going to be easy because he's operating against the champ, Dan Ferguson from Harrisburg, North Carolina. So he's probably holding 3 numbers or so, maybe a little bit more now that the conditions are coming in to play. It's cool. The sun is rolling over, and that long angle lets the track cool down a little bit as I continue to go blind here in the sun.
Yeah, that sun is very, very blinding. I'll tell you that. Wow. So Dan Ferguson right, Don Wood left. But I'll help you out a little bit here.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need drag 965 Pro Extreme Motorcycle to the lanes. And the win to Dan Ferguson. A double breakout scenario. Ferguson breaks out by 1 thou. A little bit more, 5 thou for Rudd, and that's a margin of victory of 4 thousandths of a second going to Dan Ferguson.
And Dan Ferguson was 0-0-0. Perfect reaction time on the tree.
Trip zip.
Trip zip.
How about it?
Defending Actafield World Champ. Now here's a good matchup between Lester Johnson and the team out of Indiana, Kentucky, and Ryan Hill. Valparaiso, Indiana comes at Pontiac Firebird right-hand side. 410 the dial for Ryan Hill. 416 the ET prediction for Lester Johnson's 540 cubic inch 1955 Chevrolet Pro Charged monster over there.
So Lester has been a 16 twice. He's dialing tight. He's not leaving any room for error.
No.
And that's one of the strategies you can take. On the other side, Ryan Hill has been an 07, a 17, and a 21. He shot for a 10. So he could be holding 2.5, 2.2, something like that, if the conditions remain the same, which in my opinion, the conditions are coming to us, not going away. The sun's dropping down, the long angle, the track's cooling down, tightening up, the air's better, cooler. It's a crapshoot right now.
You know, Ryan's dad, Dave Hill, a former A-Fuel dragster driver. Very good. A lot of years of experience behind the wheel and messing with combinations that he has in his son's race car right there. They made their career best ET in qualifying in 4:07.8 180. They dial up 300ths of a second. And remember, the last run of qualifying, he went hard right in that very lane that he's in right now. We'll see what happens. They're set. Red lane, right side. Oh, and Lester Johnson blows the tires off. Oh, my goodness. Lester Johnson was dead in the water. Even though he was 008, it did not matter because Ryan Hill, he went 15 red, but if he would not have went red, Ryan Hill, one above the number. Now they're getting that car consistent, but it's drag racing, it's race on the racetrack, and Lester Johnson prevails there.
Attention in the pits, drag 965 Pro Extreme Motorcycle. We need y'all to the staging lanes for round number 1. Now, please. So, these guys playing the game. The strategies keep coming at us. All different ways to get this deal done. So, Tony's going to dial up and it comes a heads-up race. You got to cut the tree down and get to the stripe first, not go quicker than a 413, and you get to come back tomorrow.
Well, what is very tough from a bracket racing standpoint, if you're a bracket racer, I'm going to try to break it down for the non-bracket racers out there. These cars are hard to see out of. They're hard to judge the finish line. You have a long front end. You just can't see the nose of it like you can a dragster or something like that. So when you're rolling down there at 150 or 170 miles an hour, whatever it may be, you're trying to look over through a funny car cage. You got a hood scoop and a long front end, and you don't exactly know right pinpointed on the racetrack where your car is, and you're trying to judge the finish line. It's very tough. So some people will dial down, give themselves a few hundredths of a second cushion so they can just put a dead to the wood, cut the light, and hold on to the finish line. Now, some people get very aggressive when they want to dial up, and they're going to give themselves a little bit of room down there to take their foot off the gas or scrub the brake if they get into a situation where they're a little bit behind on the starting line. So a couple different scenarios there, but they are not easy cars to bracket race in, bottom line.
Couple of good lights. Wilson out of the gas, couldn't get it done. Tim Lawrence, your winner, 4:17 on a 13. Margin of victory, 35/100ths of a second for Tim Lawrence.
Yeah, Timmy Lawrence did his job as a driver on the tree at 010 green, 4:17. He was off the number at 174 miles an hour, but hey, he got the finish line first, and that was all that mattered. Now it's going to be Randy Promozic and Ronnie Proctor. Ronnie Proctor, the Warriors on the Water. That is the Military Appreciation Bass Fishing Tournament for 10 years strong. You can check them out at www.warriorsonthewater.org. That's that Ford Mustang at 421 right side. Randy Promozic out of Ohio. Over on the left-hand side at 416. These are two drivers that, right back in my neck of the woods, are big Division III runners. See them each and every divisional that we have. And Randy Promozic is one of the fastest cars in the North Central Division Top Sportsman Series.
Well, he's dialing her pretty tight. He's been a 4:15 with a 6/4 thou up. He goes 4:16 on the dial. 4:21 for Proctor. He's dialing it real tight. He's planning on that car being able to run about a 20 because he don't want to go there with his whole game showing. So here we go. 4:16. Proctor gets the start by just a blink of an eye, and Promozic will give chase.
So Ronnie Proctor right, Randy Promozic left. Oh, Proctor goes towards the center line. He brings it back, wind light right side. 423, 2 above an 18 green. Randy Promozic was 043 late at the starting line. Took 2 thou at the finish line strike and breaks out by 1 thou. Man, very tight racing, but it was at the starting line that cost Randy Promozic the race. Being behind. Now, Patricia Musey and Glenn Butcher. Let's find out this. As soon as Glenn Butcher will complete his burnout, I kind of want to find something out real quick. Now, who in the stands, raise your hand if you are a Chevy fan. Let's hear you, Rockingham. Raise your hand if you are a Dodge fan and want Patricia Musey to take the dub. The young lady dialed 3.90. Yes, 390 in Top Sportsman. Somebody that is, I think, backed up or close to the new ET record in the category, running 3.909 to qualify number 1, and Glenn Butcher's beautiful 69 Chevrolet Camaro at 414. So now if we just went back, if you raised your hand and made noise, and if you're a Chevy fan, if Glenn Butcher turns on the wind light, you're going to make some noise. Now, if Patricia Musey and you're a Dodge fan turns on the wind light and rooting for the lady, you're going to make some noise for her. We're going to do a little bit of rivalry here. It's old school, new school. Glenn Butcher, been around the sport for many, many years. Patricia grew up with the sport. Her dad is Pat Musey, the world-renowned engine builder. Two very good drivers. So Glenn, the Doylestown Butcher, the demolition contractor, right side. Oh, wind light, left side, wind light, right the Chevy fans takes the win of the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro.
So coming up now, Dane Wood. And Ronnie Davis. Dane Wood coming to us from Chesapeake, Virginia. The affordable transmission 2006 Escort from Structural Mechanical Incorporated. Precision powder coating. Jordan, LJ, Denny, Stan. Those are my boys down there from Chesapeake. Taking care of business, going up against the king, Ronnie Davis. He's going to dial a 3.98. Number 2 in the qualified field. Dane's going to throw a 14 up there. He's been a 13 with a 4. He's going to have a little cushion, but not much, because you can't leave nothing on the table when you're running against Ronnie Davis. The 63 Corvette coming to you from Kazi Racing Engines, VP Fuel Rock Battery, Hoosier Tire, Magna Fuel, and RPM Coaches.
Yeah, Ronnie Davis down exactly what he ran last night in that qualifying session at 398. He set out session 3. He ran session 4. Dane Wood left side. He's going to try to take him down. It's Ford. It's versus Chevrolet. It's Corvette, Escort, Ronnie the King Davis, and Dane Wood squaring off right now.
Ronnie in first, Dane right behind. Pre-staged. Pretty good lights on both sides, but Ronnie Davis is taking the lead now. Dane's out of the gas, goes 4:49 on a 14. Ronnie Davis, 4.05 on a 398 for the win. Margin of victory, 31/100ths of a second.
Ronnie Davis went down there and killed over 15 miles per hour. 155 when he usually runs a $181. He had the starting line advantage. He rolled down there and just took his right foot off the gas and let him through by about a wheel. So Ronnie Davis goes to the next round.
Okay, the last session meant a whole lot to this one fellow. That would be the one and only Bruce Thrift. Spent a lot of time on the outside looking in this weekend and finally got a run in. Billy Albert Racing Engines on board. Speed Tech and Thrift Roofing alongside Aaron Glasser. Glasser dialing it tight. He's only been an 07 with a 9. He's going to throw an 06 on the board. He's dependent on that car to pick up some. The 33-year-old COO, that's Chief Operating Officer of Glasser's Collision Center, right there in Shepherdsville, Kentucky. So the number 6 car, again, dialing it tight. Bruce is throwing a Hail Mary at it. This should be interesting. Three-stage bulbs lit. Thrift will make the first move. The car takes the tires off. The win goes to Bruce Thrift. He goes a 15 on a 14. Margin of victory, 3.6 seconds. So the Bickle chassis of Aaron Glasser, the beautiful 69 Camaro, will get loaded up in the trailer and head back to Shepherdsville. And Bruce Thrift will be here tomorrow morning, ready to compete in round number 2.
Very surprising to see that 69 Chevrolet Camaro of Aaron Glasser blow the tires on the starting line. I'll just say that right now. I mean, that's unlike them to have that problem.
I got a message from one of my favorite ladies in the tower, Miss Renee. If you have money coming to you, if you're racing eliminations today, bring your W9 and come to the second floor of the tower to collect your money.
And remember, if you are going to be here tomorrow on the grounds, get your smartphone out log on to Instagram, take a picture of wherever you may be or whatever you want to take a picture of being here at the racetrack, hashtag NAS Racing Team with your contact information, and tomorrow we will pick a $500 winner that they will pay you here tomorrow. You've got to be present to win, though. That's the way cool. The team's 7 up because they love the PDRA fans.
And here we go with the strategy. Zach Hauser has been 433 at 166 miles an hour. He has chosen to dial down to 428. So the young Zach Hauser at 17 years of age, just making early runs on this brand new car from Teddy Hauser Race Cars, 800 inches of big block Chevy on board, your number 2 qualifier. Has a lot of confidence in the car because, like I said, he's dialing it somewhere he's never been. Danny Angel, a beautiful example of rolling race car art here in the VP Racing lane. 63 years of age, Angel's instrumentation on board. So Danny Angel, Zach Hauser. Zach going to sit around for a couple, waiting on Danny Angel because he's going to go 41. Southeast Gassers, round number 2. We need you to the staging lanes now, please. Southeast Gassers, round 2, to the lanes, please. So Danny Angel, Race City Steel, on board with Zach Hauser. And they're about dead even leaving. But I'll tell you what, Zach had to do some driving there to take the win. A 390 light for Danny Angel. Hugely uncharacteristic there. And Zach, he was dead late at 159. I'll tell you what, his first round win in a career of a 17-year-old, that's big. So, WB3, Chad Morrison, on the starting line now. 435 the dial for William, 431 for Chad. I'll tell you what, it seems to me like William's playing it safe. He hasn't had any luck this weekend with the hot rod. Not tuned up right, something going wrong. He's going to dial up. He's going to leave himself a little bit of insulation, but not a ton. If he don't make a good run, he's toast. Chad Morrison, a 31 or a 30 with a 7. I mean, he's dialing tight right there.
Pretty much exactly what he ran in qualifying.
So WB3, William Brown III, Chad Morrison doing battle here. Round number 1. Magnafuel, top sportsman. I'll tell you what. I got beat. 4.329 on a 31. The 020 light, William could not run the number. That's what it comes down to. I'm down 5 now. We're going to come up with a $10 bet next.
Better at the starting line by 8,000ths of a second went to William Brown, but he went down there and ran 39 out of 35, 400ths of a second over, which then Chad Morrison being 100th of a second over the dial-in, virtually almost 200ths. There's your margin of victory, 200ths. It's all equals out in marathon. To me, it makes sense. Now, to somebody out there, I just explained it to them, said, no, that we don't understand what you're saying.
We got to write that down and catch up with you later.
I don't know what you're talking about.
How about Jeff Brown? Is he downtown? Might as well be. Downtown Raleigh, North Carolina. 520 on the dial. The back half car. Now, what we mean by back half car is this is pretty much an original Camaro, a 520 dial. Probably not the fastest car here on the property. But let me say this. He's dialing it right. He's dialing it down to a 20. 433. For Weiss, he's going to dial a 32. And so Jeff Brown, the handicap start, VP lane. He's mean and green. Goes to Wise, 036 on a tree, 32 and a 32 on a 5. That's a 36-5 package for the win. Your number 3 qualifier, Tim Weiss, and I'm glad I didn't bet that time. Oh man, each one of those young folks had to get, they were allowed to bring 3 people along with them. So they're probably having them a big time out there tonight, and we hope so anyway. Coming up now, Huddleston Performance, Pro Junior Dragster, and Kirsten Boyd and Isaac Evans. The 790 Performance Index for this category is very simple. You run a 790 or slower, take the stripe, you get the win. Pretty simple.
It is. You're right. So Isaac Evans, right side, Athens, Alabama. You're fine. I can see it. Got mom and sister listening in live back home. The dad and son weekend. It's the boys at the racetrack. Kristen Bird alongside. Flash go, yeah. Flash and a go. They're out of the gate. Isaac Evans has the advantage off the starting line, but 9,000 of a second. Win line's going to go to Kristen Bird. 791.9 to the 796.1. Looks like Isaac Evans went down there and might have gave the stripe of 82 miles an hour to the 82.72 of Kristen Bird. Isaac was holding 400 here at the starting line, but reversed it down there at the other end by 9,000. Kimberly Messer and Blake Denton.
For a long time this weekend, Kimberly was in your number 1 qualified position, but that last session did some damage. Everybody moving up, pushed her down to number 3. But that 790, she's been a 008 and made some pretty good runs. So we'll see how all this turns out between Blake Denton and Kimberly Messer.
North Carolina Bobcats, the right-hand side. Kimberly Messer going to turn that 3-stage bomb here in just a moment.
Once again, can't thank Huddleston Performance enough for the support of both of our junior dragster categories, both in the low qualifier money and sponsorship of the category. A great, great move for Huddleston Performance.
And Bowen Thomas is again live back over. We'll say good evening to you. Thank you for all you do for the junior dragsters in the sport of PDRA. Top of the racetrack, win line right side. 034 on the tree and 792.0. Needs 78.01 miles an hour. And Kimberly Messer goes to the next round. Now Preston Tanner and Marissa Bickford. Preston, right-hand side of the racetrack, giving his dad Andy. Mom in the house who's having a birthday today, which is 20, doesn't look a day over 21.
Boy, your numbers are all over the board, pal. Good thing you're not dialing in today.
Yeah, you should see me try to bracket race. I used to be good at it, actually, one time. And Marissa Bickford, left-hand side, the Concord, North Carolina, hometown race. In the left-hand lane. Preston right, Marissa left. They're going to roll into 3-stage B. You see Preston more in the middle of the groove of the racetrack than anything. And Marissa hooks that inside groove over on the left lane, closer to the tree. .793.4, 80 miles an hour. Preston Tanner goes to the round next. Gets the dub for him and his mom and dad and sister. 16 green. Good run overall as Marissa Bickford was 0.44 and 792, 2 above. Preston, even though he's above the index by more, it was the reaction time advantage near the starting line, and he just played at the other end. Noah Johnson and Carson Brown. Here comes downtown Carson, the Bluntville, Tennessee. PDRA race car left-hand side. Qualified number 12 in the category, 791. And Noah Johnson, the True Cut Landscaping race car, number 4 qualified overall. Right inside for Redline Speed Shop, Lucas Oil, Speed Pro Fuels. Easy for me to say. Three-stage bulbs are lit for both. They flicker it in left side. Green left side, green right. Oh boy. Green light right side, wind light right side. There we go, Derek. 6th thou, margin of victory. Noah Johnson's going to be 0.52 at 792. On the 90 index at 80.1 at 9 miles an hour. 792.0, closer by 8 thou to the index, but Carson Brown was 0.66. So better off the starting line by a few thou is Noah Johnson. Next up, going to be Nicholas Brown and Abby Molex. Snyder transmission. 2010 Mike Boss, chassis director, left-hand side out of Pennsylvania. And in South Carolina comes the Stingray Boats. 2010 half scale for Nicholas Raven, the 16-year-old getting ready to age out of the junior driver category here soon. So Nick Raven, Abby Molik, head-to-head here. You're listening in live back home on MotorManiaTV.com. Good evening. Glad everybody's listening in. Rolling deep, and that cost her the race. Cannot do that. Nicholas Raven is going to go to the top of the racetrack. 792, 82.18 miles per hour. Goes to round next. Now I stole your mic, by the way. I traded mics out. So, with round number 1 being tonight, we still have Pro Extreme and Pro Boost and everything. You'll have to get Mark Walter to text you the numbers so see where we compare to Dallas. I mean, no rain, good weather, Saturday night. There's going to be tons of viewers on MotorManiaTV.com. Our Jumbotron deal down there, that's a way cool. Thank you for coming in for that. That's just an added bonus here to PDRA, to all of our spectators. We have a great camera staff, multiple different angles, and to see all the racing action. Left-hand side, the Georgia-based dragster over there for straight line chassis in Rockingham, South Carolina. Comes Haley Hawkins. The 06 half scale, right-hand side, top end of the racetrack. 1 go here for Haley Hawkins. 1:54 left the starting line second by about 0.02 of a second, and then got to the finish line first. Corey Blackman gave up the stripes, 795 on the 790 at 80 miles an hour. Haley Hawkins left that thing on deck, went 791.6, closer to the index. Got to the finish line first by a hun. Ray Barber right side, and Cole Isbell. Cole Isbell's junior dragster from Texas. The Woodlands, Texas, comes at 22.5 scale on the left-hand side, and the farmer from Georgia for Ridge Barber. CNR Farms team, they got cars in competition outside of junior dragsters here this weekend. Campaign had 2 or 3 rides. The CNR Farms crew. The sun is finally starting to set down. I won't be mad about that. It has blinded us all day long. When it drops down in front of that racetrack and hits us directly on the tower, there is nothing you can do about it. I know Carl Robinson thought we were going to have to use some fire in his eyes. They'll burn them things out. But you know, if fire is environmentally safe, you can eat it. When I worked for Roy Hill, I had to literally taste a little bit of it to show people that you can eat it. The things that you have to do. No, he ate it too. I'm like, you sure this is fine? Yep. Why not? 795, win line right side with a 1:56 reaction time. Cole Isbell went down there and drove that baby to Charlotte and back. Took over a 10th at the stripe. 788, under by 200ths. 40 to a 1:56 on the reaction timer. Wow. Next up, it's going to be Connor. It's Samuel. Connor Colder out of St. Paul's, North Carolina. 2004 model, junior dragster on the right side for the Warriors on the water. Him and Ronnie Proctor, they're kind of doing a deal this weekend with Ronnie. He won in first round in the right lane with the Warriors on the water on the front of that Ford Mustang. Now let's see what Connor Colder can do right side with Warriors on the water. Side of that junior dragster, Samuel Peterson, is going to be the competition out of Richland, Michigan. The Blossom Racing Engines, H Chassis Dragster, Power Shield Coatings, and VP Racing Fuel sponsored driver. Left-hand side. So we get through this category of Huddleston Performance Pro Junior Dragster. And then it'll be time for Drag 965 Pro Extreme Motorcycle round number 1. Which will be way cool. 2 wheels and a whole lot of horsepower. Oh, somebody started to two-step it. Thought I heard that. And I see the reaction time difference. Connor way out in front. 14 green plays the number, and look at that. For teammate Ronnie Proctor. Went down that right lane and took the dub. Connor does the same thing, and they're both in round number 2 tomorrow for Warriors on the water. 7.918, 82.12 miles an hour to the 093 reaction time and 788 breakout for Samuel Peterson. Was behind at the start. Behind at the finish line. Still got there second, even though he broke out. And now here comes the Drag 965 Pro Extreme Motorcycle.
Travis Davis coming to you from Douglas, Georgia, the 40-year-old trucking magnate, and his 2010 Suzuki. Representing Drag 965 Timberland Chassis, Cycle Masters, and Nettles Cabinets. Coming to you from the number 9 qualified position has been 420, 422, and 427 at 171 miles an hour. That's in 660 feet, folks. Pretty awesome acceleration there. Burke Forster, Fort St. John, British Columbia. Dan the Man Performance on the 2015 Timberland chassis. Elite Technologies and Dan the Man Wagner, the crew chief there. Pepsi Lane. This is Heads Up Racing, number 9 versus number 8. We send 2 down, we get 1 back. So Travis Davis, VP Racing Lane, alongside Burke Forster. and Dan the Man. Tell you what, if Dan the Man wasn't here, half of these bikes wouldn't have a crew chief. I'm just saying. He's got the combination. Also the crew chief for the world record holding and setting motorcycles that have been raced all over the country, including out in the Far East. The Arabian Drag Racing Leagues, Terry Schweigert is the champion there, and Dan the Man has had something to do with that.
So two of the most evenly matched riders on the property, number 8 and 9 qualifiers, head-to-head in round 1 for Street Motorcycle.
The win goes to Travis Davis, 0.66. On a reaction time goes 4.18 with a 5/170. Margin of victory, 1/10 of a second, going to the one and only Travis Davis. Burke Forster, for the sake of reporting, 4.23, 169 the speed there. Things going awry. His bike has gone as much as 100. That was good for the mile an hour, but the ET wasn't there. He went a 19 earlier today. So I'll quit stuttering and get down to business. Bay Yarborough, Eatonton, Georgia, representing Huntsville Dragway. Huntsville, Alabama, number 7 has been 4.16. Lining up against Monty Campbell, the Dallas, Georgia plumber, riding his one-of-a-kind motorcycle with the old camo wrap for this week. Number 10 has been 4.21 at 167. Left side, working on the motorcycle. T.T. Jones, Angie, the whole crew from the Huntsville area trying to make that bike go. They're all huddled with the starter right there. So Monty Campbell not on the starting line. So the win to Bay Yarborough. All he had to do in an uncontested run is break the beam, and he did that. So that'll give him time to get back to the pits and sort out whatever dilemma they got going. So that was uneventful, but it was real. Brad McCoy coming up against Ricardo Knights. Ricardo right here in the Pepsi lane. Beach Island, South Carolina. The firefighter coming from the number 11 qualifying spot has been 4.22. McCoy, number 6 in the qualified field. Let's watch a burnout. So the tires are lit up. Brad McCoy ready to go. On paper, looks like a favorite. Number 6 versus number 11, but we wrote race on paper. We race on the track. And that's about what we're going to do right now. The record in this category, not threatened this weekend due to the weather and conditions, 3.998 at 179 miles an hour. An amazing run by the one and only Eric McKinney. So Ricardo Knights got the top bulb lit. He's crouched over his motorcycle ready to pull back that throttle. Brad McCoy right there with him. Up on the two-step. Both sides. Loads the engine at 422. Yes. 164.99 the speed. Maybe not. Might have just been some extra fuel accumulated when he let off the throttle, but it looked like a boomer to me.
Fireball out of the exhaust of that bike.
Yeah.
But
so let's face it, that was one on the reaction time. 0.74 for Ricardo, a 1.04 for Brad McCoy, a 4.20 quicker than the 4.22. Margin of victory, 6.66 ten-thousandths of a second. So they were neck and neck, folks. I don't know if you can measure that with a yardstick or an inch ruler.
6,000, just a few inches there, and that was a very close race. If Ricardo Knight did not have the whole shot that he had on the starting line, he would not have won that race. 0.74 to a 1-something. Next up, Ashley Owens and Chuck Wilburn. Ashley Owens right side, Decatur, Alabama comes the Hayabusa for McKinney Motorsports, qualified number 5. Hit quick as 4.13 at 170. And Chuck Wilburn over there to the left-hand lane, number 12 qualifier at 4.22.
Of course, we got to give the shout out to Drag 965 for the sponsorship of the category, and Vance and Hines, the low qualifier award. Chuck Wilbur, VP Racing Lane, in the top ball. Two-step, roll the throttle in, wide open. Ashley Owens doing the same. Reaction time for Ashley Owens sends him home. Chuck Wilbur in 077, which ain't that great, runs a 4:14 again. The whole shot victory going to Chuck Wilburn by 0.5 of a second. 0.05 of a second. So Ashley Owens gone. Not the norm. Next up, David Norris in the VP lane. The 52-year-old chassis builder, Dan the Man on board, a 2014 DNR Suzuki. DTM, Worldwide Bearing Atlantic Cycle. And Tracy Norris, the crew chief. Chris Gardner coming to you from the Pepsi lane from Harvest, Alabama. That's T.T. Jones and Angie on the line. These folks have been racing motorcycles since Moby Dick was a minnow. And that's a long time. Harvest, Alabama, the home. Huntsville Dragway, their home strip. And Angie and T.T. Jones in the Pepsi lane. Chris could not run the number. A 4:10 with a 1:36 reaction time combines for a 36 thousandths of a second win going to David Norris. So that was something. I'll tell you what, the action keeps coming. Ronald Procopio, VP Racing Lane, the home builder from Raleigh, alongside Kim Morrell. These two are not strangers. They have raced for years. Kim Morrell, past world champion in this category, coming to you from West Palm Beach. The Drag 965 2010 Hayabusa. The crew chief, John Sachs. We need Precision Turbo Pro Boost. Pro Boost, we need you to the lanes. Now, please. On a tree. I don't know where these motorcycles are getting their lights from this week, but a 409 takes out the 424 of Kimberly Morrell. I want to make a little bit of an announcement here. We're going to have a little bit of a quick 5-minute chit-chat and a little bit of time taking to extend some memories. But before I do that, I have to give a quick shout-out to Eric McKinney and a happy belated birthday to you. Terry Schweigert is not available for this run. So the red light on the VP lane represents his absence. Casey Stemper throws the green, takes the win, and will roll into round number 2 tomorrow. So Schweigert broke, not available. And the birthday boy, McKinney, right there in the VP lane, coming up next. Your world champion from 2014 in Drag 965 Extreme Pro Bike. So what I was going to say a little while ago, and we want to let everybody know, especially those that are in the nitrous category, the Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous, we're going to have a quick ceremony in honor of some very, very special people that we have lost in the very recent months. Our good friend Wormy, our friends Bill Taylor, Jim Beatty, and Mo D, and a lot of you folks here that have been to the races at the Big Dog and everything at Piedmont know about Mo D. So right before the Pro Nitrous cars, we're going to have a little bit of a ceremony, a quick give honor to those who passed on. Anyway, Eric McKinney on the line now. West Coast route is with McKinney. one goes to Aaron McKinney, who still couldn't cut a light. 079, characteristically late, a crazy deal. All the lights are out of control. Don't know where they're going. They better tighten it up next round.
404, a lot of horsepower right there at 177 miles an hour.
Schweitzer Dynamic, Pro Nitrous, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Schweitzer Dynamics, Pro Nitrous to the lanes. All right, we have the candles lit. Pro, open, outlaw,
Wow. Eddie Mauricio did his burnout way outside of the groove on the right-hand side.
So Eddie Caraccia and Jody Stroud doing battle first round.
Look how far out of the, you know, they really moved to the outside groove, right side for Eddie Caraccia. Van Horten chassis.
Attention in the pit. We need Southeast Gassers back around for your round number 3, and we need Schweitzer Dynamic Pro Nitrous 2 lanes now. Goes 374, 198 for the win. Eddie Caraccia, a valiant 378 at 194. Not enough when you're 143 on the tree to an 052. Jody Stroud will come back for the round number 2.
So that's going to bring up 2 more here in pro, or 1 more, I should say. No, 3 more. How many we got? Yeah.
How many you got?
Help me.
I think there's 4 more back here, maybe 5.
I was on the right path. I was going to bring up 2 more. Bubba Turner and Eddie Likens. The new Carlisle, Ohio. I'm sorry I stepped on your cord. Thing hangs down there.
That's what I get for wandering around.
12 model Ironman chassis dragster. Number 2 qualifier at 376. And Bubba Turner, the number 7. At 407. Burlington, North Carolina. Right down the road, or right up the road, I should say, for Bubba Turner. Right-hand side. 407, 175 is where he qualified at, but Eddie Likens of the team, they are a 370 player at a $191. One of the quicker cars on the property, to say the least, over there, the left-hand side. Back here to the starting line they come. Burnout's complete. Continuing on here at Pro Open Outlaw. Wow. You know, I'm going to be stopping by Walmart tonight because they're open 24 hours. And probably bring some cough drops in tomorrow. My throat's going to need them.
You might as well buy me a bag while you're there.
Yeah, well, I'll buy you a big bag. I'll buy you a family-size bag.
Family size, that's right.
If they got one of them things.
Do you want fries with that? Anyway, Eddie Likens, Bubba Turner. 192.71, and that's going to be good enough for the win because Bubba Turner is just coasting down there, out of power, down the right-hand side of the racetrack. So we'll have to roll him down there. It'll take just a couple of minutes. Yeah, you probably just let her roll.
Oh, she was rolling. Rolling hot. Rolling too hot. Sheriff Deputy loved me that day.
Well, you know, you got to make your donation.
Oh, I made it.
So once again, the Power Shield coatings. Mark McElwee, Artie Buzz McElwee on board as crew chief, taking care of his brother from Port St. Lucie, Florida. Gassers, we need you to the lanes, please. Southeast Gassers to the lanes. So Andrew Johnson, Mark McElwee.
supercharged combination taking on the Pro Charger. Andrew Johnson at 26 years old, the engineer. For him and his dad, Lester, who competes in our top sportsman category. They have both 540 cubic inch Pro Charged combinations. So obviously they can switch parts between one car and another and pull the brake.
Yeah, if they run the 540 combination, all the hardware, I mean, you got Pro Charger out front. That's a disposable beast in a lot of sense. They wear out. They break an impeller, a gearbox on the supercharger. We need Schweitzer Dynamic. Pro Nitrous to the lanes now, please. Schweitzer Dynamics. Pro Nitrous to the lanes. Once again, there's parts on there that are unique just to those two cars. The bracketry, all the stuff, the belts, you know, and they sometimes can hurt a belt. So there's all kinds of stuff going on there in that Pro Charger car.
So can the Pro Charger take down the blown combination right side? Quicker car on paper is in the right lane, but they're there in qualifying only 337. So the Pro Charger, big time problems for Andrew Johnson, and Mark McElway is going to go 3.798. 192 miles an hour. All kinds of sparks out of the Spencer race car of Andrew Johnson, and he's going to stop short down there at the top of the racetrack.
Sparks means metal parts hitting each other. You never know what's going on there, but hopefully, you know, he's not going to have to worry about getting it fixed tonight, but hopefully there's not a lot of damage, and Andrew and Lester Johnson can come back with that dragster at our next race.
So Phil Wise is going to pull to the water box right-hand side. And it's going to be a single run as
Latchman Nitra will not make the call here for round number 1 in Pro Open Outlaw. So Phil has a competition by run, and I guess he'll probably have to check it out because that 8-channel timer didn't work last time because it was all smushed. So wisely, Phil chooses to break the beam. That is an official win. Why do we do it that way? Well, because the computer timing system has to acknowledge the win. And once it does that, it moves Phil down on the ladder and everything falls right happy into line.
Schweitzer Dynamics Pro and Nitrous. Attention in the pit area. Schweitzer Dynamics Pro and Nitrous. We need you into the staging lanes now, please. So Chris Klein and Brian Hicks will be our first pair here in round number 1 at Precision Turbo Pro Boost. It's that Duster taking on the Fury. Christine, right side for Chris Klein. And the Southeast Tool, Hot Rod qualified at number 12 at 394.5, 189.66. All those numbers right there for Chris Klein and the team out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Some sparks out underneath of that 1958 Fury. And Brian Hicks's 1970 Orange Duster, left-hand side. And of Illinois comes the Performance Transmission team. Him and Dave Philpott, whole crew.
So, Pro Charge power not here. We're going to talk about Precision Turbo, as found on the Brian Hicks machine. Big shout out to the folks at Precision Engine and Turbo, one of our great marketing partners and sponsors found here at the PDRA. And look who showed up. How about that? Got us a fluffy. Good deal. Chris Klein right there in the Pepsi lane from Southeast Tools. Their number 12 qualifier. So we got Brian Hicks, VP lane, turbocharger. Chris Klein, supercharger. Doing battle round 1. Pro Boost.
At 203 miles an hour for Brian Hicks and the team out of Illinois. Hats off to them. They left the starting line first and never looked back. 395, 190 miles an hour for Chris Klein and the team down that right-hand side. But they were not in the game when they left the starting line there. Brian Hicks brought the A game, and he strut the muscle for sure. And he goes into round 2, which will be tomorrow.
So, the plot thickens. Coming up next, Motorsports in the VP Racing lane. Alongside Paulo Giuste from Osgood, Ontario, Canada. That's an Italian name. Chew That Pet Foods on board the G-Force Race Car Corvette number 15 in the field spin 396. He's going to have to step on it pretty hard. Rivenbark spin 384. A little trouble trying to get the Rivenbark car fired up. Randy Connor out in front, taking care of business. No panic there, buddy. He's been on the tour. Big time. Former crew member for Tony Pedregon Racing is Randy Connor right there next to him.
Well, the burnouts are complete for the 1967 Mustang left-hand side for the Kevin Rivenbark team in Gallant Motorsports. Paulo Giuste on the right-hand side, that 2015 D7 Corvette. 396.1 is what got Paulo into the show, the number 15 spot, and Kevin Rivenbark. And that old girl on the left-hand side for the baddest race cars on the property, 384.1, 196. That is a big performance advantage that Kevin Rivenbark in qualifying and on paper has over Paulo on the right-hand side. But when we roll up here round number one, it is an even playing field. It does not matter where you're qualified because you had enough horsepower and enough beans in the bag to get to round number one, and you got to prove yourself from there. It does not matter, like I said, what position you come from.
And there are no gimmies, there's no mulligans, there's no nonsense and no shenanigans. Kevin Rivenbark has to take out Paulo Giuste. He's not going to give up easy. The 67 Mustang, Brad Anderson, under the hood. The supercharged Gallant Motorsports 67 Mustang, and the whole family from Gallant on the starting line.
For the weekend for Kevin Rivenbark at 197 miles an hour to the 394. Best for the weekend for Paulo, also at 188.02 on speed. He left the starting line first at 0.42 to the 0.68, but drove around to the 60-foot for Kevin Rivenbark. That is one mean Ford Mustang.
947 to 60 foot for Rivenbark, 977 for Paulo. A long way apart right there at 60 feet. And we've got another pair coming up. That's going to be Jim Bell and Anthony DeSoma, the Desert Demon Racing, your past champion from Texas.
Versus number 16, the underdog on the left-hand side with that blue Chevrolet Camaro.
Jim Bell coming in from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. JB's Power Center. Pete Johnson, the crew chief on the car. The tune coming from the one and only Steve Petty. Proline Power under the hood there. Partnership with Kevin Fiskus for Jim Bell.
If Jim Bell upsets the number one qualifier here in Precision Turbo Pro Boost, that is going to be a monster run.
I'll tell you what, it's not going to be the first time we've seen number 16 against number 1 and have an unusual result.
No, and I know Jim Bell and the team with the JRS Power Center and the JB's, or I should say the JB's Power Center team on the left-hand side. They can do it. They've just been struggling a little bit on the tune-up. They got the horsepower, they got the race car, it's all there. Just putting it together as we talked about all weekend long. And Anthony DeSoma, that thing has been on a string. 384, 381, 380. Virtually a bracket right over there on the right-hand side. Low ET of the weekend at 213, and he's on big on speed. 2.133, 0.55 on the tree, and Anthony DeSoma owned that race from the starting line all the way to 660-foot cone. Hats off to the team out of Kuwait.
Congratulations, Sal Al-Zaben, the owner for the Desert Dog, Anthony DeSoma. Soma-driven 67 Mustang. Coming up now, Joe Baker and John Strickland. Strickland, the Gallant Motorsports car, right here in the VP lane, getting ready to do his burnout. Alongside Strickland, Joe Baker.
Okay. Joe Baker, as you just talked about, you do whatever you got to do there. Get all hemmed up. And John Strickland. What is the record in the category? And I usually have to always that printed to myself. Did not have that paper out. Looking 3802 is the record in the category set by Anthony So in Texas. This year. Wow, John Strickland let the starting line second, drove around for the dub, and takes out Joe Baker's Studebaker. How about that? 387 to a 383. Joe Baker was ready for anything on the starting line, but he just didn't have enough beans in the back of the end. Man, oh man. When I seen that Studebaker jump out of the gate first, I thought it was all over, and John Strickland applied the horsepower down track and said, not so fast. Jeremy Ray and Colby Barber now. Colby Barber, left-hand side. That is the Georgia-based 2000-model Corvette. Number 11 qualifier and a 393 Ford. Jeremy Ray brings that beautiful blue 2015 Corvette up to play right side as your number 6 qualifier. For Southern Lubricants and Justin Jeffers and Jerry Ray Construction, the team out of South Carolina is going to roll through the waterbox first. Here he goes. Now Colby Barber's turn down that VP side of the racetrack. Played his burnout here. The Outlaw Racing Fuel Team, CNR Farms. They always do a short burnout, but I don't know if something's broke on that race car or not. Could be a planned deal. It could be a deal. Well, that definitely doesn't look planned to have a bunch of people. Well, they might have went up there knowing that they did not have reverse on that race car, but they're just going to go ahead and push it all the way up the racetrack. So it was not a deal where we'll just do a short burnout, roll up there and see what happens. They got a serious problem with they're not making the run. So Jeremy Ray gets a comp single here in round 1. 35-year-old. Of South Carolina based construction company owner. For the weekend for the team there at 191.10 miles an hour. They had a very good tune-up on that Chevrolet Corvette. For Jeremy Ray and the whole team, you'll see them back tomorrow in round number 2 of the Precision Turbo Pro Boost category. I'll talk about the matchup setting back here on the Waterbox area. Number 8 and 9 qualifiers. Two of the most evenly matched cars on paper going head-to-head here in round number 1 for Hamley Motor Oil. The Greenville, Delaware. Derek Capano. That 1963 split window black Corvette coming out of the stables for H.E.M. Saul and Tyler Millers, Hartsville, South Carolina, Eddie McCoy race cars, all carbon fiber bodied, 69 Chevrolet here at the PDRA Spring National Drag at Rockingham. We are continuing on in round number 1 of Precision Turbo Pro Boost. I have a feeling things are going to get good tonight. We're going to see some very quick race cars. I've seen a lot of drivers go quicker than their best rubber weekend in qualifying on a 4-run. Capano right, Miller left. Is over 3.876. 193.38, and Tyler Miller takes that 69. Andy McCoy Race Cars built Chevelle into round number 2 of the Precision Turbo Pro Boost category, and you'll see him tomorrow. 964 to the 60-foot, and Capano's Corvette was 955 in the 60. Better 60-foot overall, 388, 188, but very anticipated the green. Missed the tree by 79, and he throws him out in round number 1. James Linton and Rick Fleck. Lexington, South Carolina, comes the 1941 Willys, the 49-year-old Rick Fleck for Cameron Stort Converters. The number 4 qualifier rolls to the water box left side. He will start his burnout right now. Well, James Lynn's going to make some noise. That Chevrolet Camaro going into Goose Creek, South Carolina. It's the battle of the South Carolina residents here in round number 1 for Allstate Crane. Your number 13 qualifier right side. 394.7, 185 is James Linton Jr.'s best running qualifying for the 62-year-old mechanic. So the upset would be James Linton taking down a higher qualified 41 rows of Rick Fleck here in round number 1. Ryan Reinhardt to the tower, listening in live. Good to see him. Famous words are, here we go. James Linton, right side. Rick Fleck left. They're pre-staged. Let me tell you something cool. 386.5, 191, and yet that race car left on the right-hand side. It was going nowhere. So it's
picks up his first ever round on with us. How about that?
So it is cooling off outside.
It is, man.
Yep.
A lot of folks down in the sweatshirts right now. Kevin Visca's got a defending champion, our most recent championship station from Dallas. I apologize for my voice, too.
Yeah, I was wondering where that went.
No, it's appalling, man. It's killing me.
Oh, it's all hemmed up in that throat of yours.
Doug Winters gets in as an alternate. First alternate. So both the Andy McCoy race car machines get in.
Doug Winters winning that last session went 4:04.3, 188. It was not good enough to qualify in the field, so he has to come in as an alternate with somebody breaking. The Pleasant Garden, North Carolina team. It never has had a brand new race car in his life until now.
Yep.
And he absolutely loves it. For Team Meritor and Minimizer and Timken, some great marketing partners they brought on board here in 2015. Absolutely a gorgeous race car to protect the harvest and Lucas Oil on, also on the side of that race car on the left-hand side. Kevin Fiskus has the Ford. The Mustang is qualified 3 at 384. Kevin Fiskus, one of the big players in the category of Precision Turbo Pro Boost.
And look at the numbers. I mean, he went 384 a couple of times. Jim Bell's already made his way back up the starting line. His partner. This could be a good run here. Oh,
yeah. Not going to happen. 3.821, 207 for Kevin Fiskus, and they were both tardy on the tree.
I was going to say.
And none of them want to leave the starting line first, but they got to the finish line, and Kevin Fiskus takes the dub right down the right-hand side.
So if we want to have the nitrous category folks that want to be part of this, please make your way up here to the starting line around here. And first of all, I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you who have made your way here tonight to Rockingham Dragway for the second PDRA event here, the Spring Nationals in Rockingham. So let me say this. Sometimes life is tough, but as a family, we all get together and we have support for each other. And what this is all about is loss. It's a loss of a life, not just one life. We've actually lost 4 very important people that are involved deeply in motorsports and the performance aftermarket world that we all live in. I'll start out with Jim Beatty from ATI, a legendary innovator in the sport. He's gone, but he's upstairs looking down on us right now. Mo D, one of the best announcers in the business, coming to you from the Piedmont Dragway, years and years behind the microphone, a man I admire deeply, gone upstairs to be with the Lord. I got a couple other names. Bill Taylor from BTE down in Mississippi, another great innovator in our sport today, gone to be with the Lord. But what this group is about right here, all these people, are about one very special guy, a guy that we called Wormy. Now, that's not his name. His name, Steve Helkin. Grew up on Long Island, right where I grew up. Somebody very, very special to me. Mike Castellano's team, all the folks, Shannon Jenkins, the people with Speed Tech, are experiencing a severe and dramatic loss because that guy was here at every race, behind his cars. He drove the rigs. He made everybody a happy thing and always left a positive impression behind. Each and every one of us can learn from that. So one of his very close compatriots right here, we call him Flip, has some words to say, and I would appreciate it if you would all just take a moment to stand up and give some respect to my friends here.
First of all, like Mr. Carl said, I want to thank everybody for coming out. The PDRA has put on a great show that you cannot witness anywhere else in the United States unless they're there. Wormy was the type of person that thought of everybody else before he thought of himself. You never seen him unhappy. Most times, all he was worried about was if he got the rig to the racetrack, when he got it home, and if it was clean and Mike and Shannon was happy. That's what made him the happiest. He loved being here. He considered all y'all his family. He loved being able to come up, speak to everybody in their pits, and play with everybody's dogs, see everybody's kids. Most of all, he loved the sport of drag racing. That was his life. And if he was here today, he would tell you, enjoy every minute you have with your family, and enjoy every minute you have to be at a racetrack, because that's what he loved doing. What I just want to say to everybody that's standing here, speak multitudes what you thought of Wormy. I'm telling you right now, I considered him a brother. And I know all of y'all consider him to be family too. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. God bless. Everybody have good luck. Let's have a good race.
Thank you, Flip. One last final mention and one more thing that we got to say. We had another individual that's been involved with us for many years. His name is Steve Crowder. We definitely miss them. All 5 of these special people. Flip, what you got, buddy?
I want to add one more thing, too. There's one person that wasn't mentioned that was very crucial to us, too. That's Luther Johnson. Everywhere we went, Luther would take off work. He'd either fly or drive, and he'd be there. That man thought the world of Shannon and Mike. He loved the sport of drag racing. He loved nitrous racing. He also considered this to be a second family. So I also want you to say a prayer for his family also.
So in honor of these 5 individuals, now 6, let's just give them a brief moment of silence and pray up. Take your hats off and bow your heads. Just take a minute of silence, please. Rockingham, put your hands together for those that are up above watching us tonight, and let's get some drag racing done. Thank you, each and every one of you. Let's go drag racing, people. That's what Wormy would want.
All right, let's go. Fire in the hole. Chris Reedy and Ron Minks is going to go head-to-head. First pair is going to come to the line here in Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous category, number 8 and 17. And that guy on the right-hand side is going to be an alternate in the category.
Wow. That is never easy, man. Never easy. I will tell you a wild story because I shared this with her today. The first time I ever announced an event, so Ron Manning gets in as an alternate. Will be the right-hand side, the Dave's RV machine. Dave Claremore RV and his son, Jeff Pierce, the masterful tuner behind the wrenches there. And Chris Rennie comes up alongside. Rear Morrison Power Plant up there for Mannix, who just got done telling me a little bit earlier in an interview that they are fixing to take that Rear Morrison Power Plant and put some fuel injection on it. And get some power, get some more power into this thing.
And Chris Reedy, that Charlie Buck racing engine. 69 Chevrolet ATI Performance Products Camaro left-hand side. And Ron Minks, 386.9 190 was his best run in qualifying. They are 600ths of a second apart on paper.
Let me tell you something that I didn't think was going to be possible here this weekend. That Bryant Crane and Industrial $5,000 bonus that I didn't think was possible. I'm going to tell you something. I've been out this weather all day long. It has cooled off substantially.
You go in the 360s.
But there may be a shot out of here tonight.
You go 369.9 or quicker, and you get the $5,000. This pair, first on the line, they're set. 3.814, 195, and Chris Reedy struts his muzzle and goes to the next round right there. Man. You know, and Ron Minks made his best run of the weekend, 385.5, 193. It was a little tardy here on the starting line at 144 green. Chris was out of the gate first and just never looked back. 951 to the short number. Takes that Chevrolet to the left-hand side for the dub.
First time out with that car, with that Sonny's competition power plant, the Boone Racing team. Last Thursday night, not just the other night, but a week ago Thursday night, went to Piedmont and ran Chris Klein, right, in the Christine Mobile in the final round. And Travis Harvey crushed them all.
Not to cut you off, real quick. NAS Racing Pro Extreme. NAS Racing Pro Extreme cars to lanes, please. Pro Extreme. The station lanes, please. Go ahead.
Well, I did have a nice long conversation a little bit ago with Robert Hayes and Jason Harris. And, well, it was the first time I felt safe walking into their pits, to be honest with you, because they've had a tough weekend. Well, along with this car right here, this great team, and Mr. James D. Boone, and everyone involved, Travis Harvey comes to the line here, qualified number 10. And Lizzie Busey comes in, rolls in number 7 overall. Now, for those of you that may not know, Lizzie had an incident with the retaining wall in Dallas and is in this car for the very first time. It's owned by the Bankston boys, Mike Bankston, the gang, and, of course, the Busey power plant. And that is a Sonny's competition engine there at the right-hand side.
Now the Chevrolet Camaro on the left. Chevrolet Camaro on the right. It's old school, new school. 7 and 10 in the qualifying order. Let's see what the young lady can do. He goes towards the center line in 377. 201.91. Oh, man. Big time speed out of Travis Harvey's Boone Racing 2014 Chevrolet Camaro. Hats off to them. They are still down there clapping and fist pumping each other because they loved what they see on that top end scoreboard. Once again, Pro Extreme to the lanes, please. Pro Extreme.
Quickest and fastest ET mile per hour for Travis Harvey, that brand new Boone Racing Team machine. I got to tell you what, that's a happy group, and that is a fun group down there. And the Sonny and Todd and all the gang over there, great job. That was big right there. Real big.
So here comes 2 more. Ricky Smith and it's going to be Jim Sakovich. Just a moment. Jim welcomes the Nitrous Outlet folks on board here this weekend. Brand new marketing partner they got here in 2015 at race number 2 of the 10-race tour of the PDRA season. Of course, for Flying A and the folks listening in for Straight Line Media back home, the Pat Busey Power 903. Big cubic inch displacement team, or motor, I should say, for the team out of Missouri. And Ricky Smith over there. Team IDG out of King, North Carolina. Jim Sakovich and Ricky Smith. Ricky Smith, as you were talking about, this is the first time that he has switched to a automatic transmission. First time he has switched to an automatic transmission there, Brian.
I said right there to ask him earlier yesterday, I said, let me ask you a question. One of the very few guys that was still one of the last dogs to drop, I should say, that took that left clutch pedal out. I said, how long has that been in there? He said 4 days. But frankly, I thought that this was not his second car. This is truly the car that he runs on the quarter mile all the time. I didn't think it was, because my boss told me it wasn't. But either way it goes, Ricky is doing a whale of a job on that. They qualified number 6. And Jim Sakovich up alongside for Jim and Lisa. Jim Jr.
Jimmy, so they got that first round win in Dart Heads, the top drags earlier today. That was a good deal for them. Let's see if Dad can advance here in the Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous category. But he's going to take down a 9-time champion, Ricky Smith. Ricky left. Jim Sakovich right. You go into the 360s, you get $5,000.
Ricky Smith goes in first. That's kind of unusual.
Yes, 377, 199, and Ricky Smith drove the wheels off the IDG Chevrolet.
382 alongside, 198 for Sack. And I will tell you, man, that was a pretty good side-by-side run. But Ricky,
man,
dragging himself along that retaining wall. But you remember me saying here yesterday, Probably, if anybody on the property this weekend, he probably had as many laps here as about anybody.
Knows the track better than anybody.
I mean, I would say so.
Was not scared, and he did not take his foot off the gas.
He's been on every bit of it. You can tell he did it right there.
3.773, and he ran quicker than his qualifying time.
Absolutely. We've seen that 3 times in a row, actually.
Yep, wouldn't lie to you.
No, I don't. To tell you the truth.
So Pat Stogan and Jason Harris.
There it goes.
There it comes.
So Stogan and the Schweitzer Dynamics. Rear Morrison power plant.
Yeah, Pat Stogan, a 903 cubic inch rear Morrison. Monster of the Schweitzer Dynamics with a 14 model Chevrolet Camaro taking on your rating. Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous World Champ Jason Harris running number 1 on the side of that Pittsboro, North Carolina-based Pontiac. Number 12 in the field at 381.6, and Pat Stogan went 3.7 and 9 to 6. Within 200 of a second of each other there. That far apart in the qualifying order.
Your defending champion waits to the very last run this afternoon in Q4, qualifying session number 4, to put this thing in the show. Just have had some growing pains with the thing, and when it came right down to it, when it ran Q3 and shook the tires so bad at about the 300-foot mark, Robert Hayes looked right at me and said, it's got the power.
It's got the power.
So they just need to make a good, clean run here, and that's exactly what you got to do, man. You got to manage the horsepower, especially right now, because I'm telling you, as I mentioned a moment ago, it has gotten cooler out there. I didn't think it would get this cool, and it's going to be fast.
This is a tree.
Best run of the weekend. 377. 199.29. And the old man said here, kicking and a grinning.
He doesn't know what to do.
He ain't saying much, is he? Good job for that team. Your defending champion wins round number 1. Jason Harris, 377.9. 199.29. Pat Stogan's light. 013 red.
And
They
Jason
made a move off to the center stripe. He very wisely shut it off.
Yeah, that Chevrolet on the left-hand side made a hard move towards that center line.
Castellano, Jeff Cummings up next. Cummings with the final round in Dallas. Mike with us for the first time here this season. Speed Tech, Western Beef. Sunny competition taking on Cummins and Rhea Morrison power plant. Okay, well, everybody know down there, by that started, we are moving the ambulance right there. Kenny Leverett, who spins the wrenches on this car for NTG and the fine family of the Cummins Group. We also have a great car that's involved with the top sports category, Mike Castellana. Western Beef, Speed Tech, and the Ice Band.
They're going to make a hole in the horse on the left-hand side. Let's see who's going to go to the round number 2.
201. That is 3 377s this session.
And 2 201.
201.
On on speed.
On speed.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Mike Castellano and the Team Western Beef and Speed Tech made a very nice run on the left-hand side.
All three of the 377s
Have been out of Sonny Leonard Motors.
Yep. Telling you, the nitrous wars, which is why I'm up here.
It's getting good.
It's getting real good. We did that previous qualifying session all live from the starting line.
Yes.
I'll tell you something. It's really cool. Let me also say this. Charlie Buck's power plant's on the top of the pack here today.
That is indeed. So right now, Stevie Jackson.
And the fastest car ever in the category. 203, what, 49?
Yes.
And 204 twice.
Now, Stevie Jackson.
Power plant, and that thing is really, really
We have seen 377. Steve Jackson qualified at 377. So I'm going to say about 300s he's going to pick up. So there's a 74 in the bag. And Chris Patrick on the right-hand side, he might be right at the knocking on the door of a 79 run.
Like I say, if you figure out all the math of what's happened so far, you know, today earlier, for all these great fans that have been with us throughout the course of the day, you saw a lot of tires shake, and that was primarily because the sun was beating down the track.
Totally different racing.
Conditions are so perfect right now, you can hardly ask for more. Other than the fact that if you want to be 60 or 600 feet below sea level, you're not going to see your...
You ain't getting that tonight. Now, the SCI oil field team and Schweitzer Dynamics.
Chris Patrick, by the way, I want to talk about that Jerry Pickle race car. It's got the new Fuel Tech logo on there. Now there's going to be a real cool thing coming out about Fuel Tech real soon. And I'll tell you, it's way, way, way cool. It involves the one and only great Eric Dillard.
Eric Dillard, very, very well diverse in what he does. And one of the best.
Jeff Seton, the SCI oil field machine for Stevie Fast. Rear boards and power
Patrick, he blows a scoop off the 69 Camaro. Wow. You heard that Chevrolet mixing the cylinders up, and he blew it sky high. Good golly.
Both of them had issues, but Chris Patrick's machine, wow, parts and pieces flying everywhere. That wasn't just a hood scoop. I think that was the whole hood.
But I'll tell you what, Stevie Jackson rolled in deep. It threw them both off.
Yep.
Well, then when Chris Patrick card leave, you see that thing mixing Megan, and boom, there it went. And he would just not let off the gas. He was trying to get there to the finish line first. It didn't matter what it took.
I'll tell you exactly why, because Stevie's car had trouble at 60 foot and to the 330 mark, or as you guys would call it, the split. But right there from that point on, they were both in deep, deep trouble.
Oh, I mean,
look at the actual numbers.
429.2 blowing the scoop off the thing.
Blowing the whole, no, that looked like a whole hood to me. I don't know, but 429.2 in the interest of numbers.
The whole hood
to me.
Okay, so everything went on.
430 for Stevie, who was 017 to react to the green light. Stevie was still going 194 miles an hour. Man, that was bizarre. 430 to a 429 for Chris Patrick. And both of them blowing it up.
And I guarantee we're going to see a replay here in just a moment on MotorManiaTV.com, streaming live, and we just missed the replay.
I'd say that Mark's liable to show it again. I would probably say. I hope he will if he's listening in to us there.
We'd definitely like to see that, but
I'd like to see it from his perspective down there. It was pretty wild from here.
Body damage on that white 69 Chevrolet Camaro. Stevie Jackson grabs a round dub right there at 4.303. Well, neither one was pretty, by all means, but hey, a win light's a win light.
Yep.
And they're into tomorrow on race day.
And again, I got much to tell you that they.
Here we go.
Here we go. Yeah, you guys can't see it, unfortunately, but you folks at home can.
Look
Watch
at that
the
thing.
left side, right side. Oh, man. It sure was not
just the scoop. Wouldn't lie to you.
Wow.
And look how close it was right at the stripe.
It was nowhere near close. A 30 to a 29. But a 17 to a 78 on the tree makes the difference.
They were close. That's what I'm saying. Was the scoop was already in the air.
Oh, okay. I got
And just at the end, Stevie Jackson got around for the win.
Brian's looked to me like it was quite a bit far away.
Brian's at the Pro-Am race in Piedmont right now. He's not at the same race with us. So
Where
we're
you going with that?
nowhere.
Nowhere.
Trying to reel you back in.
Wow.
Man.
So Stevie fast.
So, as soon as we got all the parts and pieces and cleaned up on the racetrack, we'll bring up two more. Now, Johnny Camp and Tommy Franklin. And Tommy Franklin, number 2 qualifier, 375.7201 early on the weekend. He definitely has the potential to be at 370 flat to a 360 run. They're picking up the 300 to 400, so he's going to be really, really close, I would think.
He goes 369.
Taking a look at the averages, I'm telling you, man, I'm not going to. The more you talk about it, the more I feel like I'm hexing somebody, so I'm not going to say much more, but there is a possibility without question.
And I think by far, if we seen a 360 run tonight, I think it would be a fight to see who would jump out of the tower window first. I mean, it would be a fight. You, me, and Bob, and I think I'd get in the middle of it all.
Oh, I'm telling you, man.
It'd be like a sandwich. So Tommy Franklin brings that Jerry Bickle race car, SmartCom Home Technology, and Franklin Electric Chevrolet Camaro Live left-hand side, 957 cubic inches of bad music power for the 47-year-old, and the number 2 finisher overall in the category last year. Left side.
That is a bad race car. Johnny Camp now, no one to take lightly. On a Christmas tree, and really, really good with consistency here. Chris Murray has got that thing tuned up.
That's been a bracket car. Literally.
Very much so, as Johnny Camp, 86, 85, and 84, picking up on every run. Oh, music power plant's on board.
So Tommy,
Jerry Bickle, if you're watching and listening at home, you and your wife, and Pete's probably watching The Office.
that's the cat.
Pete the cat.
That cat's got famous off of
I'm
PDRA
not
TV.
kidding you.
And you're watching PDRA TV. How do you do that? Is that how you do it?
You're watching PDRA TV.
Oh, man.
Nationals in Rockingham.
Well, too bad you can't do that right now.
I can't.
Well, no, your TV stuff's down right now. But we're going to get that back up and running.
Franklin and Camp, RJ Race Cars here at the right-hand side on the RJ Race Cars starting line, and of course the quarterbacks. Top end zone, we'll be seeing a lot of that tomorrow.
It'll be a lot of fun down there.
It'll be cool.
You did a great job in Dallas, and that was a big party down there. Had everybody together.
Good time.
So right now, Tommy Franklin, Johnny Camp. Let's watch these scoreboards at the top of the racetrack. If they're going to appear at 370 and 369, that's going to be a huge run for one of these drivers.
Wow, way Jose in an upset. Wow.
Johnny Camp
wins it. 379.3, 199. 379.7.
That was a
Tommy Franklin.
side-by-side race. Watch this.
That is a thing of beauty right there.
Oh, my gosh. Johnny Camp did his job as a driver on the starting line, 063 to a 77. 379.3 to a 379.7. And right at the 330-foot mark, they were 100 apart exactly. 2.556 to a 2.66. Johnny Camp pulled it off of the finish line, 100th of a second ahead.
Wow.
Big upset here. And Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous. Now, Jay Cox, that is a very fast race car on the left-hand side. Your number 1 qualifier, 374 at 200 miles an hour for the Bryan Industrial Crane. Speaking of that team, Bryan has put up the $5,000. If you go into the 60s, you get $5,000. And he's taking on Billy Harper's bet over there on the right
And
side.
Brian's throwing that $5,000 around with him everywhere he goes. Right in his
Every
hip
race.
pocket.
Every race. It's right in his pocket.
Right in his hip pocket.
Because he stands on the starting line for everybody. When he sees it, he's going to hand it right to you. Here you go.
And if you ever get a conversation with him, you better plan on spending a few minutes with him. He will talk to you. He will play jokes on you. He will play tricks on you.
Chicken's a hero.
He will put stuff on for sale on Craigslist that you have.
And then I've had a Craigslist done to me. It's horrible.
Really? Wilson was a semi-load of baby diapers and baby wipes. So Harper and Cox, I tell you what, number 1 and 16. But it happened a few weeks ago. We had a car win the whole drag race from the number 16 spot.
So Jay Cox at Buck Racing Engines, Cox Repair, One Alliance. Team left-hand side. Number 1 versus number 16. We're going to have 2 upsets in a row. We're about to find out. Best one of the weekend for your number 1 qualifier.
He threw it down. They were side by side at 200. Cox goes 372.3, 202.55 to Billy Harper's 388, and Billy goes 200 for man.
But look at that 60-foot, 944 for Jay Cox to the 60-foot. As soon as that car left, that team knew it was on a run. So your number 1 qualifier advances in Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous to end the category out. That was a very good matchup, and hats off to that team. Now, Brian Olson, we're going to move in to the NAS Pro Extreme category here in round at number 1.
I'm going to sneak out real quick. Let Carl slip back.
Carl sliding back in.
Take a seat. He was doing that nice thing on the starting line there. And Carl, welcome back and a good job out there, man.
So back at it, Jose Gonzalez, foul ground goal. The home base.
Whoa. Jason Scruggs' Chevrolet Camaro just lost fire. His dad's running towards the car saying, we need help. Let's get somebody out there to help them. Man, I don't know what happened to the number 1 qualifier. This could be a big, big upset to start off in the NAS Racing Pro Extreme category. We've seen the number 15 qualifier take on the number 2 in Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous, but this could be the number 16 qualifier taking on the number 1 in just a freak deal.
Devastating occurrence for the Scruggs Farm Camaro. Not sure what's going on. The engine just quitting, and they're
going right back.
They know they can't refire Jose Gonzalez here in a competition single, and a tremendous disappointment for the Scruggs team.
Wow. I don't know what it was. I mean, the car just literally lost fire as soon as it turned the tire over the water box. So we're trying to find what happened out. But Jose Gonzalez, the number 16 qualifier, who the car ran great. Eric Diller was driving it yesterday. They struggled there in qualifying with the 2 runs they got. That is a 223 mile per hour car on the right hand side. And they're on the run. Watch this. He's going to go 361, 1, 221, 78. Get down for Jose Gonzalez and that 69 Chevrolet. Bubba Stanton, ladies and gentlemen, here comes your current NAS Racing Pro Extreme national record holder. 3.514. That number belongs to the guy on the left-hand side and is running the number 1, your defending world champion. The 69 Camaro and Danny Lowry's Mustang right side. We got any Ford fans out there, Rockingham? Who's a Chevy fan for Bubba Stanton, that Chevrolet Camaro left side? Make some noise, baby. Here we go. Number 2 versus 15. Under the lights here in Rockingham. This is going to be good. Upset City has been happening between Pro Nitrous and now Pro Extreme, and we're about to find out what here is going to take place.
Danny Lowry, the yellow Mustang, approaching the water box. Bubba Stanton, BP lane.
Oh, man, there goes our Jumbotron truck away. I don't know where he... Now, Danny Lowry, 393.5 was his best run, and Bubba Stanton has been 354, which is just 0.03 of a second away from the ET national record. The weather outside is great. The racetrack is phenomenal. And there is no doubt in my mind, Bubba Stanton might lower his PDRA national record in the category. Oh, man.
So Danny Lowry's been fighting the race car all weekend, made a half-decent run, and I'm sure in his definition that will be accurate. A 3.935, number 15 in the field. ATI transmission and Nelson power under the hood for the Beach Island resident, Danny Lowry. 67 Mustang. Bubba Stanton, the Roger Henson Trucking Camaro. The 2014 Pro Extreme champion representing here in the VP lane.
Do not count out that yellow Ford Mustang right side. And I'll tell you, out in the stand, they are dead even for Chevy versus Ford. This is big. I heard just the same amount of cheers for the Chevys and the Fords.
Wow. Bubba Stanton was not taking any prisoners there. Lowry, a valiant 410 at 188. Not enough to handle the big-time power coming from that Roger Henson tune. 1969 Camaro. Bubba Stanton.
Bubba Stanton, 890 and 60 foot. Danny Lowry's car, totally different setup, though. I gotta say that, it's not aggressive at the head, but it was 102. Those blower cars, very, very aggressive, just as Jason Scruggs is with his race car.
You got
it. I really wish we could have seen it running there in first round. That just gets to me.
I'm telling you, that's the luck of the draw right there. Mike Recchia and Brandon Snyder coming to you now.
Brandon Snyder, your number 8 qualifier, 361.3, 209. That was what he went in the best run of the weekend in those 4 rounds of NOS Pro Extreme qualifying. The drag 965, 39-year-old Atmore, Alabama driver right side, and Mike Riccia's 69 Chevrolet out of Illinois. Number 9 in the category, 361.3. Look at that. How they qualified was off of speed, 209.88 to 209.17.
That's a close pair. And I'll tell you what, they're consistent throughout the weekend. Look, they were both running, low 360s all weekend long. So this here is a toss-up.
It's a dead even matchup on paper. And I want to clarify that. It always is on paper because we race them on the racetrack. And we got the great stuff, the CompuLink system that gives us all the data throughout the weekend qualifying. A lot of stuff that going to make our jobs a whole lot easier. For the Binsville Group Products team, Mike Riccio left-hand side. Let's see which Chevrolet is going to be the white one or the black one. Is it going to be Snyder or Riccio? Moving on. Thank you. Goodness. Mike left the starting line second by a tenth, but drove around at the 330-foot mark. I seen the number come up, and I'm like, oh, hold on. Wow.
For the, as my good friend Brian would say, for the sake of accurate reporting, Brandon Snyder, 362, 212 for the loss.
Upset right there.
Todd Tutterow, next up, Yadkinville zone, right here in the Pepsi lane. VP Racing, Wesley Jones in the Willis, coming in from Vicksburg, Mississippi.
Wesley Jones literally showed up with him and one crew member, and everybody has been helping him out because he said, you know what, I wasn't even going to come race this weekend. You know what, he's here, qualified number 5. They've been 359, 359, 358, repeating and printing time slips. And Todd Tutterow moved to this category this year, the North Carolina 69 Chevrolet Camaro on the right-hand side of the number 12 spot. So the quicker car with the smaller team by far. Look at all the garage shirts over there on the right-hand side. But obviously they got more cars in their camp and so forth. But you got one guy over there, per se. And Wesley Jones is ready to roll. He is taking on one of the best drivers in the category, one of the quickest cars out there. And to see Todd Tutterow pull him in at 12 at the bottom of the field, it's kind of interesting. They struggle a little bit.
Yeah, it's not the norm for sure. Like I said earlier in the day, the top half is where you'll normally find the Tutterow camp in the Block Motorsports Group in general. Red Line, Ross Piston, Nate Thomas. Expect that from Todd Tutterow. Wesley Jones has Mitchell Scruggs and the whole family up there. Roger Henson, it seems like, on his side, trying to make things happen.
Center line 366, 211, and Todd Tutterow for Team Collide grabs the dub. Wow.
Wesley takes another stab at the gas and probably regrets doing that as he went right over the center line.
Yeah, clearly over the center line there for Wesley Jones. Very aggressive in 60 foot, just like Jason Scruggs and Bubba Stanton, 897 to the 60 foot, and Todd Tutterow right down the racetrack. He was there in case anything mixed up. He's been a 360 player all weekend long, and he again runs a 360 number.
Well, that just proves the point. You don't got to be the fastest to be the winner.
You just got to be there.
You got to be there. So Adam Flamholk and Randall Reed getting ready to attack 660 feet of Rockingham Dragway as we continue on in the final, actually the first round of eliminations. I'll get it spit out. Imagine that. Hello. My goodness gracious. Miss Mary, hello. Number 10, Randall Reed, has been 362. A valiant effort here coming from Brandon Pez, keeping that car tuned up and running. Of course, Sharico Group, they're here to race. There you go. Currently residing in Florida part of the year. The other part of the year resides in Malmo, Sweden. The 42-year-old self-employed race car driver from Amalie Oil, MMR, Stalling by Garna. That's Swedish. And Performance Plus.
Yeah, number 7 qualifier, Adam Flamholk. Very good pro modified driver. 361 was his best ET of the weekend in qualifying under those 4 sessions that we had. And Randall Reed, right side, that's Chevrolet Corvette. It's old school and new school. The 07 versus the 63 split window. 362. Within 100 of a second of each other again in qualifying. But 3 positions apart. Number 7 and number 10. And they meet here at round number 1. So Randall Reed right, Adam Flamholk left. They're going to clean it out a few times and roll the beams. And we're going to talk about this deal here in this Motor Water Box. That's a cool matchup. Man. Ben, I know it's going to feel good tonight. I didn't stay up till 6 a.m. because of Brian Olson.
I'm not getting into that.
361.1, exactly when he qualified at a 2:11:30. Adam Flamholk takes the Amalie Oil Chevrolet Corvette in round number 2 tomorrow.
Taking both ends, 026 on the tree for Adam, 069 for Randall Reed. He went 458, 126. Out of the gas, having problems. Reedco Enterprises on the way to the house.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see this car on the right-hand side water box. Make sure, if you're going to be here tomorrow, jump on Instagram, take a picture of whatever it is. Tag, hashtag, I should say, NAS Racing Team with your contact info. They will choose a winner tomorrow, and you have to be present, but you can get $500. Alongside, it's going to be Johnny Stanley. Higher qualified is that Cadillac on the left-hand side. Johnny's been in the 350 range here earlier on in the day.
Badir Ali from Dubai, the United Arab Emirates. Nas Racing, 69 Camaro, on board here. One and only Bob Newberry, making the tuning calls for Badir Ali. Excuse me, my voice is about done for the day.
Yeah, it's
Number
okay.
11 in the field, 362, 212 on the board for him. He's got a pretty good hot rod. He's got two 360s under his belt, but guess what? Stanley's got two 350s under his belt.
So don't,
great pair.
don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, sit down in the stands. We will run NAS Pro Extreme to the completion in round one. You'll have a pair of gassers, and then we will have the jet car to end the night out. So stick around, we'll watch our jet car, and then we'll officially secure the facility after that. And we can all jump around and hit the road and stay home, wherever you may be going. No, I'm going to Pinehurst. John Stanley of Adair Ali. A higher qualified car left-hand side. He brought in Brandon Boer to help out, and they've been running well. Big upset right here. 359, 1-2-14 by 100. But here Ali takes the dub. Look at that. Outran Johnny Stanley's 359.7. You couldn't get any more consistent than Stanley's car, but on a whole shot. But Dear Ali, as a driver, did his job at the starting line and stuck it to the finish line.
Going 10. 16 thousandths of a second. So we got
Stanley
coming. We got all kinds of activities. So when you see the last pair of race cars, don't worry. We got one more bit of entertainment for all of you all tonight. Something very special.
No, you're fine. I was going to break down numbers, but Terry Liggett and Neil Wanty. Now, last pass, Neil Wanty had that baby all crossed up in the burnout. He wrecked 5 times without hitting anything. Just doing a burnout. The Louisville, Kentucky Mustangs going to roll the water box.
Leggett not getting the kind of burnout he likes to have. Flying A Motorsports, 71 Mustang. Well, we'll see what he chooses to do. I can tell you Terry Coyle is not going to let him go back in the water because he's standing there and not getting there from here. Leggett, logging and trucking. Neil Wanty, the trucking operations owner from Louisville, and they're hiring. So if you're a truck driver, you're located in the Louisville area,
Truck on.
we got a job for you. So Wanty and Leggett, good battle here. First round. The win goes to Terry Leggett. 355, 215, 068 on the tree. Margin of victory, 17 tenths of a second.
Neil Wanty would not take his foot off the gas. He was trying to get there first. Watch this, baby. All crossed up on the center line right there, alongside of Terry Leggett's Mustang. Wow.
So we can see the cone taking a hit on that.
Oh, he took a hit.
So we're going to have to do a quick repair job there. Of course, those foam blocks. Fire in the hole, fellas. Mustafa Buhamed and David Reese coming to the line now. Al Billis tuning for the city of Dubai. Well, I'll tell you what, a couple of nice, quick burnouts. For David Reese, Mustafa Buhamed, Reese the Pepsi Lane, the white 41 Willis, 500 inches of Brad Anderson Hemi under the hood there. Reese Auto Glass and Terry Priest Racing Engine again in the hands of Kelsey Reese, the car chief here.
Now we done with the fans in the stands.
Yep.
We have made, hey, who do you pick? The Camaro or the Ford or whatever it is, maybe. But let's do it on Motor Radio TV Top end 352.217. Big time run for Mustafa Boumaid. Biggest run of the weekend for your NAS Racing Pro Extreme 69 Camaro. 3.526, which is in 100th of the Pro Extreme world record.
Billet Atomizer is the fastest racing injector and is proudly designed and manufactured with 100% American-made materials and labor in-house. Custom sizes can be targeted to specific base pressures and duties like top pro mods, Outlaw 10.5, and drag radio teams rely on Atomizer injectors. Turbocharged, nitrous injected, procharged, and coming soon, screw and root style supercharged injectors. And as we introduce our new 700-pound injectors. Check us out at www.dragracinginjectors.com or give us a call at 757-250-3773.
Everybody's on point today. So Mia Schultz and Tucker Brown doing battle round number 2 here at the Rock. Want to welcome everybody this morning on MotorManiaTV.com. MMTV1, the channel. Check it out. So Mia was your number 4 car there. You can see her in the Pepsi lane. Second place in the points for the year so far. Alongside Tucker Brown. Tucker comes from Lownville, Tennessee. Carl's Racing and JR Race Cars on board. Of course, Barry, dad there. So the idle goes up, roller cars back. We learned that's what we have to do to get the clutch to disengage and start back in the lower gear ratios. And we now have a technical expert on board on the junior dragsters, one Derek Beach. He knows all about the junior cars. And you're not too bad on them either, huh, Trev?
Oh, yeah.
So, first pair. Red light start for Mia Schultz. Just 16 under the perfect light. So, the one goes to Tucker Brown here in round number 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Dart, cylinder heads, top dragster, second call. We need you guys to the lanes now, please. Top dragster to the lanes. Next up, Caleb Russell in the Pepsi lane. Maximus Butcher coming to you in the VP lane. Dial in 890 for Maximus. 790 on the board for Caleb Russell. So Maximus will get a 1 second head start. And Caleb Russell will give chase. For Maximus, the son of Glenn and Linda Butcher, racing at Top Sports, a beautiful automobile there. We'll see it later. But right now, Mom and Dad watching Maximus try to win. Round number 2. Red light start for Maximus. Going to send him to the trailer. Caleb Russell also wins, but not as led. So, and he also goes under, so he's holding about 6th out. 784 with a 4 on the 790. Maximus goes 9 flat with a 3 on an 890, but that red light kind of ended his day. So next up will be Alexis Tanner and Amber Franklin. Amber in the Pepsi lane. Franklin Electric and SmartCom Home Technologies on board with the Franklin Electric Company. And Amber Franklin. Alexis comes to us from up in Indiana, Rensselaer, Indiana to be exact. 12-year-old student in the Boz car there in the BP lane. 890 the dial there. And a little bit quicker, Amber's going to dial up to a 8.74. So, crew chief's taking care of business. Alexis Tanner's ready. And Amber pulling up to the line.
So it's the battle of the ladies here in round number 2 of a Huddleston Performance Top Junior Dragster. Alexis Tanner on the left-hand side. Like nothing more than to get the event win for Mom this weekend, as Mom celebrated her birthday yesterday. They're over there at the left-hand side at 890. 874 for Franklin, they're in. Green light left side, red light right side. Win light for Alexis Tanner, and she goes around at number 3. Top of the racetrack for the original Boss car, 886, 74.90 miles an hour. And Alexis Tanner is in to round it next. Single run. Coming up now, right-hand side. Going to be Samuel Peterson's Richland, Michigan Junior Dragster. 7 at 90 is the ET prediction, right-hand side. The Power Shield Coatings, the VP Racing Field team. Martin Motorsports US 131. Up there, that is the family. Peterson family, I'm pretty sure that they own or run US 131. They run it. Yeah, Samuel Peterson and that old team out of the state of Michigan. We say back in Ohio, the state up north. But we will be making a stop at the PDRA World Tour US 131 later this season. Your attention, please. We need Magnafuel Top Sportsman. Attention in the pit area. Magnafuel Top Sportsman. We need you to the lanes at this time, please. Top Sportsman, let's hook him up and roll to the staging lanes. Round of 2. Battle. Green light. Samuel Peterson actually a red light, but it automatically turns green when you take the tree on a single run. He was 17.20 top end, 788.9 under by 200s at 83.77 miles an hour. Samuel Peterson's in the round at number 3 here today, and we will have Dart Head's Top Dragster coming up next, which you are not. If you are not in the lanes, you need to be. And we have made the call out for Magnafuel Top Sportsman. Would like to wish a happy birthday to Roger Richards, the director of photography, Competition Plus. He's 21 or something today.
Yeah, 21 plus 45.
Seen that on Twitter today. So here we go. Kyle Dvorak rolling in that left-hand side water box. The American race car, Chromeworks chassis dragster out of McHenry, Illinois. 410 is going to be the dial-in for Kyle Dvorak. Your number 3 qualifier in Russ Whitlock at 4:53, the Mocksville, North Carolina. Sunrise Tire, sponsored Gibbons Chassis Dragster. The number 13 qualifier, right side at 4:53. That is exactly what he's dialed at. Kyle dials up 300ths of a second here. Left-hand side, the 46-year-old Whitlock taking on the 20-year-old Kyle Dvorak.
So for Dvorak, a 410 on the board. That's the dial-in. He's been at 11, a 26, and an 07. So he's picking a happy number right there. Russ Whitlock's going to put a 453 on the board. He's been a 453, so he knows what it's like to get there. So this will be a great run, I'm sure. Both cars very, very quick and very competitive. Kyle Dvorak, very experienced in going down the racetrack, although not a ton of laps in the top car. He's made, I don't know how many millions of laps in a junior car. Been in there for years.
Kyle left, Russ right. Russ running that 632 Chevrolet all-on motor, that 762 cubic inch Leonard power plant. Kyle Dvorak has sprayed a little bit of nitrous to it. These two are set. First pair, round 2 of Darden's top direction of the line. Green light right side, green light left side. Kyle Dvorak's going to break out by more. 407, that is exactly what he ran in qualifying. He was 007 green, taking 300s down there. Russ Whitlock's going to be 452.1, under by 9 thou, a $1.53. So Whitlock goes to the next round. And that brings up 2 more.
Completing his burnout, Justin Kirk. And alongside Craig Sullivan from Avon, Indiana, the Pepsi side. BS Racing Engines, the 50-year-old salesman. He sells specialty equipment for body shops. Big frame equipment, you know, for straightening and pulling and yanking on your car when you have interference with a brick wall or a tree. He's your man to buy the tool to fix it.
Yeah, very successful business owner for Craig Sullivan. Justin Kirk, 406 is going to be the dial-in left side. And 394 for your number 2 qualifier. He dials exactly what he best run in qualifying was. They went 397, 394, 394. And Craig going to be up there with the American Race Car Chassis Dragster right side. Top end, 394, dead 4, 183. As Justin Kirk missed the tree by 27 numbers and runs 4.007. So it would not have mattered as if Justin would have turned it green anyways. He was under by 0.06 of a second overall.
Probably a personal best for Justin Kirk to run a 4 flat in the car. So if there's anything positive about the run, that would probably be it. So again, Barry Brown, senior from Blauville, Tennessee, in the Pepsi lane. Dial in at 407. Jimmy Sakovich from Kansas City, we'll call it Raymore just to be specific, coming to you in the VP lane. He's 17 years of age, has had a lot of success in his junior dragster career, moving up to the big car.
Yeah, Jimmy Sakovich made his debut in at Darden's top dragster 3 weeks ago down there in Texas at the Texas Motorplex. Made the field, had a decent weekend. Missouri-based, straight line medium. Flying A Motorsports, nitrous outlet, Mullet chassis dragster at 414, left side, 407 for downtown. Barry Brown. Call him downtown, his son's downtown cars, so we'll go with that. Top end, it's going to be Barry Brown off the gas, 4.107 on the 407 dial. He was 15 green, Jimmy was 040 and 416 2 above for the L by 100. Your attention please, we need MagnaFuel Top Sportsman. It is round at number 2 and we're here to race.
So, for the competition by round number 2, the one and only Bo Upton from Taylors, South Carolina is going to make a run here in the VP lane. He'll be unopposed and he'll move on to the semi-round.
We're going to make the call out now. Attention to the pit area. We need Huddleston Performance Pro Junior Dragster. Pro Junior Dragster and Top Sportsman to the lane. Bo Upton, a very accomplished bracket racer. A very accomplished guy who runs a lot of the NHRA stuff. That's won a lot of class. Super gas, Supercom, of those kinds of things. So a multi-time Wally winner, multi-time Big Buck bracket winner. And now he brings that 2012 undercover chassis dragster here in the top dragster category left side. Once again, Huddleston Performance Pro, Junior Dragster, and Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Yep, it left on motor, then it came on with that first stage of 4.323, 158 on the 433 dial-in. He's 0-11 green, so that was a good run overall for Bo Upton. Your attention again, we need MagnaFuel Top Sportsman. Let's back him out of the trailers, roll him to the lanes, please.
We've got John Lasseter and Ronnie Proctor.
Your attention, please, Drag 965, Pro Extreme Motorcycle. Pro Extreme Motorcycle. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Ronnie Proctor, the 2009 Ford Mustang, left-hand side, will back up from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. The 57-year-old, your number 18 qualifier as an alternate in the category, is dialed here at 4.20 seconds. Left-hand side, and John Lasseter's Pontiac GTO, running right up the road from here from Graham, North Carolina. This is a hometown event for the Race Tech built GTO and Brett Nesbitt Racing Engines 632 Chevrolet. John, the engine is an engine builder at Brett Nesbitt, so very good horsepower. They got on the right-hand side and dialed at 408.
So Proctor, the winner as an alternate, is one guy you don't want to let back in the gate. Everybody got lucky they weren't going to have to deal with this fella. But I'll tell you what, he made it in as an alternate, and now he's in the semi.
Yeah, obviously, like you said, he made it as an alternate and is using that to do the best thing. I mean, won first round. He's up here in second round to do battle. So it's the GTO right. It's the Ford Mustang left-hand side. Round two, first pair, starting line. Ronnie Proctor. 4.209, and he held it out the starting line, and he's dead on at the finish line. 167 miles an hour. John Lasseter is going to go 4.114. 176.81 for the loss. Ronnie Davis and Bruce Thrift. The 1963 split windows Chevrolet Corvette for the Davis Custom Karts team. Right hand side, the John Kazi 822 cubic inch monster is going to dial it at 396. Your number 2 qualifier. And Bruce Thrift's Pontiac on the left hand side. At Georgia based roofing contractor. Number 14 in the field. He qualified in 416. He dialed down 600ths overall down to a 410. So either Bruce Thrift changed the setup on that Pontiac on the left-hand side with 784 cubic inches strong, or that, you know what, the weather conditions are that much better here this morning. It is cooler outside, to say the least. It's very nice out. But 600ths is a big number, I would think. Ronnie is keeping it tight at 396. Very quick Chevrolet Corvette right side. You know, Ronnie Davis, the king, 2015 has been very, very strong for that Chevrolet on the right-hand side. And Bruce Thrift, he has seen a winner's circle many, many times in his career. So a big matchup. Second pair of round at number 2 on the starting line.
Bruce Thrift for the win. Ronnie's car out of the game this morning. So that was a little bit unexpected, somewhat. I'm sure it was unexpected for Ronnie, as he had him a handful right at the hit.
Ronnie Davis is going to be shaking his head on that one. He's 005 at the starting line, and then Chevrolet Corvette made a hard turn to the wall. He took his foot off the gas and mixed all kinds of cylinders up, and Then Bruce Thrift is going to go 0.53 on the reaction timer. Take his foot off the gas wisely down there because he didn't see that Chevrolet Corvette alongside. So, it's going to be Timmy Lawrence and Dan Ferguson. The helicopter flying over above there. It could be Mr. Wells. Went in to watch a little drag racing today.
Why not? You fly down, fly home.
Oh, I really think it is too.
It could be.
That's what I think.
Could be.
So Timmy Lawrence, that Chevrolet Camaro, left-hand side of the West Virginia at 413, and Dan Ferguson, ladies and gentlemen, right-hand side, that is your reigning Magnafuel Top Sportsman PDRA World Champion. 406 to the 413, head start to the left side by just 0.07 of a second.
Lawrence, the beautiful 2013 Camaro. Billy Albert Racing Engines under the hood. Ferguson from over in Harrisburg, North Carolina, our past top sportsman, world champion.
Yeah, Dan Ferguson goes to all 10 races. He'll be on the tour again this year. Hometown race right side. A little bit of a drive for Timmy Lawrence out of West Virginia. Oh, red light start for your champion. Blows the tires off of the Camaro. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
410, 175, and Dan Ferguson, that's no good because he missed it by 7 thousandths here at the starting line. And Tim Lawrence coasts to a 794 run. They had the wick turned up on that Chevrolet Camaro, and it just made a hard right turn here at the starting line, but a win light is a win light, and he goes to the next round. So big upset between Ronnie Davis's Chevrolet Corvette and Dan Ferguson, that Pontiac Firebird. Next up,
got a little drama going on right here with Lester Johnson's Pro Charged car. Trying to get it started, it backfired here a moment ago. So now, a little shot of primer and off she goes.
A little shot of the fire extinguisher.
Well, that first, then the fuel. He actually did throw some fuel into the Pro Charger inlet. So for whatever reason, it lost prime and wouldn't fire. Alongside Glenn Butcher, Glenn and Linda, coming to you from Doylestown, Ohio, the 43-year-old demolition contractor. So the 55 Pro Charge power, dialing a 416. He's been on a string this weekend. He's gone a 417, a 416, a 416, and then he's dialing a 416. Dialing tight.
Yeah, Lester Johnson, they have a very consistent race car. Your attention, please. We need Precision Turbo, Pro Boost to the staging lanes, please. Glenn Butcher, the demolition contractor. What a good job that is. You own your own business, first of all. That's always a good thing. I mean, it can be. And you get to destroy things for a living. Yeah, I do a good job of destroying things, and that's not even my job.
But here's the deal, though. But you have to haul it away. That's where the problem comes.
Away, or you subcontract that out.
Yeah, but you got to be able to knock stuff down. That's pretty cool. I don't know if he
got the equipment.
Blows stuff up, knocks stuff down. I guess you can do it any way you want.
I mean, Glenn Butcher is the man. That 69 Chevrolet Camaro. When you take the hood off of that Camaro on the left-hand side, it is a chrome show underneath it. You go over there and look at that in the pit area. There's all kinds of chrome over Glenn Butcher's Chevrolet. Lester Johnson has an ultra quick 55 Bel Air right-hand side.
So 200's head start, 400's head start, going to Lester Johnson. You won't even be able to see it.
Top end.
Lester Johnson for the win. He goes 002 on the tree, 436 on a 16. He gets there first. Glenn Butcher gives up. He goes 542 at just 87 miles an hour. Lester Johnson for the win.
Wow. Lester Johnson, Chevrolet, all over the racetrack. Butcher goes towards the center line, brings it back. Top junior dragster, or pro junior dragster, I'm sorry. The Huddleston Performance Pro Junior Dragster, round at number 2. Connor Golder, right-hand side, and Noah Johnson. The Fayetteville, North Carolina half scale for True Cut Landscaping. The number 4 qualifying driver of the category at 7.908. He went dead on the index by 0.08 of a second, and he's all the way qualified number 4. You would think that would be a number 1 qualified spot almost. So a very tight field here at Huddleston Performance Pro Junior. And Connor Colders, St. Paul, North Carolina. And you're over there, the right-hand side. You think I could steal a Ricola off of you, probably, possibly? I'm going to see if that's going to help the throw out. But I know it is fading away. By the end of the day, I will go nowhere.
So, Noah Johnson and Connor Calder.
Thank you. Pro Nitrous. Please, and Pro Boost. I'm sorry. Pro Boost. Pro Boost. The staging lanes, please.
So, for the win, Noah Johnson goes 0-14 on the tree, runs a 92. That's a 16 package. And that's going to win a whole lot of races. So, on to the next round, the VP lane.
Now, Kristen Bird and Preston Tanner. Tanner, right-hand side. Him and his sister. Campaign 2 juniors in 2 different categories. One's in pro, one's in top. It's Albert Manufacturing, Rensselaer, Indiana base team, right-hand side for Preston Tanner. And Kristen Bird has that Benson, North Carolina. 2013 Mike Boss built chassis dragster left-hand lane. Speaking of Benson, North Carolina, we will be going there to Galat Motorsports Park. That is one of the stops of the 2015 PDRA World Tour. Cannot wait to see that phenomenal racetrack that Team Galat has put together. Earl Wells and the whole team, they do things right, to say the least. Precision Turbo, Pro Boost to the lanes, please. Your attention, please. Precision Turbo, Pro Boost. The staging lanes, please.
So, Kristen and Preston on the line now. To Preston Tanner. He's 0-49 on the tree, goes 93 on a 90. A little too quick for Kirsten and a little bit late on the tree. So the win in the Pepsi lane. Coming up next, Ridge Barber, Pepsi lane. Nicholas Raven, the VP lane.
Oh, man. Ryan was giving me a little back massage, and then he went to my ears. It's like, no, I don't want that. Nicholas Raven and Ridge Barber. And wait till he touches your ears, you're going to get goosebumps, too. Man, oh, man. Nicholas Raven, left-hand side. You're on the leg shaking deal. Oh, my goodness. Florence, South Carolina comes the Stingray Boats team. And Ridge Barber over there out of Georgia for CNR Farms. Wow. Yeah, that Ricola really woke me up. And thing had gelling, I didn't know it. And I took a bite down and woo,
Bam.
Oh, it was a strong deal. Now they are almost identical on the tree. 64 to a 65 top end wind light dual breakout. And it's going to be Ridge Barber 7.882, 83.87, under by 200ths of a second. To Nicholas Raven, 784 under by 600ths, taking the stripe first by 400ths. Wow. All kind of hundredths and numbers, and that brings up the next pair.
So, Kimberly Messer doing battle with Haley Hawkins. Haley's been up here with us off and on through the weekend, getting to know a young lady at 16 years of age. Very, very cool. The pink car right there in the Pepsi lane. So mom and dad helping out there. She gets a nice burnout, squeaks the tires. That was kind of cool. You don't hear that very often. Out of a junior, it went whoop. I like that. We got sensitive ears. Anyway, coming out of the number 7 qualified position is Haley Hawkins.
The Rock Hill, South Carolina. Haley right side. So it is the battle of the Carolinas, north and the left, south and the right. Haley and Kimberly, battle of the ladies, head to head. Big matchup in round 2 of Huddleston Performance Pro Junior Dragster.
tree. This is going to be a battle at the stripe. Who's going to take it first? The win goes to Kimberly Messer, but she has a breakout, and so does Haley. Haley goes a little bit too quick.
Another dual breakout affair there as Haley Hawkins was a little bit behind at the starting line. 48 to a 31 at Kimberly Messer. Haley went down there, looked over. She wanted to take the stripe and stick the nose out in front, not knowing that she was going to run under there by over a tenth of a second. Took 300ths of the stripe. The margin of victory is 500ths overall. 784.6 to the 779. And Kimberly Messer goes to round next. Now it is time for Drag 965 Pro Extreme Motorcycle. The two-wheel tears are going to take the racetrack here in Rockingham with matching up in second round. We need Precision Turbo Pro Boost. To the staging lanes, please.
A couple of epic pairs here coming up. We got Eric McKinney and Travis Davis. That'll be a good one. Of course, Bebe and Casey Stemper on the line now. Bebe Yarborough from Eatonton, Georgia, representing Huntsville Dragway. And his 2014 Suzuki owned by TT and Andy Jones. Casey Stemper from Upper Marlboro, Maryland, the 25-year-old. Really quite an innovator at his age. William Caballo up in Smithtown, New York on the keyboard. Hope everything's going good this morning. I hope you're listening in. Of course, we have to thank Drag 965 for the sponsorship of this category, and of course Vance and Hines for their support of the Low ET Award.
Yeah, some very, very good marketing partners we've had backing us here at the Drag 965 Pro Extreme Motorcycle. The team, as you were talking about, with Vance and Hines. They're out on the West Coast also. They're based out of Indiana, over there in Brownsburg with a shop. They run their Pro Stock motorcycles out of. But both lights are already lit there for Casey, right-hand side.
He's ready to go. He's in the zone.
But Bebe can take all the time he really would like to.
Sure.
He can sit there. That's the deal saying, I mean, usually it's a courtesy stage process. Both pre-stage bulbs turn on, and then you complete it. So there, they're just setting. You see Casey down there in the position, ready to go, and he's been sitting there for a while like that. Wow, look at the advantage on the starting line.
4:15 with a 3, 1:49 the speed. Not real strong on that side of things. Casey Stemper takes the win. A very aggressive move on the starting line. He may not make any friends, but he got himself a win.
Yeah, he went right in there, and I thought being down, you know, in the riding position, ready to go for so long, and maybe would have threw him off his game. But 0-2-8 here at the starting line. He was just sitting there ready all day long. He was not going to, you know, differ his conscience any. So now Chuck Wilburn and David Norris will square off here as they're going to bring those two motorcycles to life.
Like a sausage and potato kind of a thing. So next up is going to be Chuck Wilburn and David Norris. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Rick Fleck. Rick Fleck, would you make your way to the staging lanes, please, with your hot rod? We are needing you to line up. So, Precision Turbo Pro Boost. Rick Fleck, to the lanes, please. So, David Norris, Chuck Wilburn. A little touch-up on the starting line, a little inspection always, safety first. Walt Timlin out there with Billy Vos. Billy, a multiple-time champion, both in the United States and overseas. So trying to help David Norris find a great place to line up. The best in the business, Walt Timlin up there.
Pro Extreme Motorcycles give the guys a break and a chance to eat some of that good, hot food. From my man, Big D. Chuck Welborn, Tupelo, Mississippi. Walt Tillman Chassis. And David Norris up alongside, he and Tracy. Out of beautiful downtown. I love the name of this city. Bryan's Road, Maryland. Hoo-ah. How about you out there, fans? Good to see you guys in the house today. Pro Extreme Motorcycle, looking at the paper and the numbers. Dave Norris right side with an advantage here. Good drag race there. So 410, I apologize there, 172, 410 alongside, and I'll tell you what, Chuck Welborn threw down a really, really, really good number there. In fact, his best run of the weekend by 1200s. And Eric McKinney and Travis Davis come to the line here. McKinney, along with Ashley Owens, two of the winningest riders in the history of Pro Extreme Motorcycle, whatever sanctity you want to say it's in. All right, your attention, please. I need Precision Turbo Pro Boost. Guys, gals, we need you. When we make these calls, call into the lanes, please. Standby call, Pro Nitrous. Schweitzer Dynamics, Pro Nitrous, standby call. Schweitzer Dynamics, Pro Nitrous to the lanes, please. Schweitzer Dynamics, Pro Nitrous to the lanes, please. Here comes McKinney and Davis. Wow. Hang on, Travis. Boy, was he headed to that center island. 406, 174 for Eric McKinney on the win light. Davis had to lift out of the throttle. He was getting dangerously close to what Carl likes to call the center island. Or the center stripe. Hit that stripe, you will be disqualified. Either way it goes, McKinney heads to the next round. 4.064, 174.68 for Eric and the gang. Scott, Ashley Owens, and all the rest. Miss PDRA out there checking things out. And it is just really good to see the Davis family back, as well as this family right here. Ricardo Knights and, of course, Ron Procopio. Always nice to have those two in the house. Procopio and Ricardo Knights get ready to do it here. Ricardo will take the win. 426, 165. Ron has to let out early. Someone arrived with that motorcycle. He slows to a 449. He was a quicker of the two in qualifying by a truckload, but unfortunately cannot run the number on the back half. At the 330 mark, he had 6 in the bank. And they were dead even off the start line with reaction time. Pro Nitrous, Schweitzer Dynamics, Pro Nitrous. Come on, guys, gals. You're going to get this thing in. It's been a long, long, long 4 days here. Long 4 days. Small Buddy would say, help me, help me, help me. Here comes our first pair here in the Pro Boost category. Precision Turbo Pro Boost. Yep, right straight from my man, David Cook. If you want to race, Rick Fleck has had a really great weekend. One of the guys I had an opportunity to kind of growing up with out there, Doug Price, and always nice to see him in the house. Now that as I hang out in this area, I understand why he lives down here. Brian Hicks alongside from Illinois. He and Dave Clapputt put together this Hemi-powered machine with a turbo. Your attention, please. I need NAS Racing Pro Extreme. NAS Racing Pro Extreme to the lanes, please. NAS Racing Pro Extreme to the lanes, please. Now, Rick Fleck, he must have a lot of valve springs, but only he does that burnout. Pro Extreme lanes 5 and 6. Am I right, Gary? Pro Extreme 5 and 6. NAS Racing Pro Extreme 5 and 6. Final call. Listen, we are in a time management deficit situation. Yeah, that's right. Everybody's ready to head to the house. Brian Hicks, All Pro Truck Repair. And cameras, torque reversers for Devin Barrick, who tunes the machine for Rick Fleck. This machine has made 3 career best runs here this weekend for Rick. It was a brand new car late last fall, as he had a horrendous accident with his previous car. They tested it and Rick Fleck is going to win it. 388, 190.62 to a 430. Cut it off early for Brian Hicks, 131. So Rick Fleck and the gang from Lexington, South Carolina are headed to the semis. They have found their mojo. 388, 190.62 miles per hour. Congratulations to that team. I got goosebumps because my man Doug Price, always been a great friend of mine, and just good to see that happen for a great team. Brian Hicks, well, they give it their all, and it comes up just a little bit short at 430. Final call. Pro Nitrous, Schweitzer Dynamics, Pro Nitrous, final call. NAS Racing Pro Extreme. NAS Racing Pro Extreme. To the lanes, please. NAS Racing Pro Extreme. To the lanes, please. Yeah. I want to put my Sunday voice out now. You're watching PDRA TV on Motor Mania. From the Spring Nationals. 2 Team Glock cars by way of the ladder come up side by side here. Kevin Rydermark, John Strickland, Glock Motorsports, side by side. Triple T, Redline, Todd Tutterow, Strickland, Mr. Earl Wells, the owner of the whole organization. Satch Gregg been in the house all weekend, the guy who is building that beautiful drag strip down by Dunn, North Carolina. Shot. John Strickland steals one from Kevin Rydenbark A 386 beats a 385. He's 5 mile an hour slower in speed. But listen to this, guys. John Strickland is 0.22 on a tree. You can see it from a mile away. Does that make everybody happy? How about that? Brand new race car, just 2 races old. How about that, Todd? 0.22 on the tree. I think it was 0.85, and it was 86 to an 85 on the ETs. So Strickland goes to the semis. And another brand new race car comes to the line here. Our most recent champion in the category of Pro Boost, Kevin Fiskus. And one of the other brand spanking new race cars, here comes Jeremy Ray.
No, the burnout's completed, Brian Olson.
How was that, Lex?
That was awesome.
Wasn't it good?
Yeah, man. I mean, anytime you don't got to go, you know, you go try to find something, and which we never have time to do that.
No.
Neil brought to you is just an honor. I'm thrilled. Lugoff, South Carolina, for Jeremy Ray. Jacksonville, Florida, the home for Kevin Fiskus.
Your attention, please. Travis Harvey, John Camp, I need you both now. Travis Harvey, John Camp, I need you both now, please. Check 1, 2.
So, Fiskus and Ray, round 2 here in
You may have to change this a little bit, are you? How's that looking? Not looking too good. Get her up there. Check it out right there. No, a little bit more, a little more. A little bit more. How's that? I hope. Might have to have Bob or someone check it out. There's Jimmy Biggs. Jimmy! Jimmy! And it is Kevin in the JB Speed Center 384. 204.98 whopping miles per hour. For our most recent champion inside the category for Jim Bell at JB's Power Center. And the Pro Line machine, and Eric Dillard, by the way, I'd like to say a special hello to Eric, who is a couple doors down here with this young child. And Jeremy Ray puts up a game effort at 386 at 190.
Yeah, I was going to actually compliment that team. They probably had their best 60-foot out of the car so far, well into the 9,400 range. And so they're getting a handle on it. It's a brand new piece and a show car at that.
It most certainly is. It is a beauty.
Coming up next, Tyler Miller from Hartsville, South Carolina, the PD Fleet Chevelle, the Andy McCoy race car. I'm telling you, this thing's a rolling piece of art.
It really is. And Anthony DeSoma, who has won literally from, what month did we race our last race last year? So was it November or October?
Yeah, it's October. He's unbeaten.
October, he's unbeaten.
Yeah.
Won the last 2 events of the year.
Yep.
Which include the Richmond Rain Out and the Richmond event. And then he won in Texas. He did not win in Texas.
He runnered up or something like that.
That's right. That's right.
Runner-up?
No.
Strickland runner-up.
Strickland. Oh, well, we'll get it right.
Someday.
How about that?
Just not right away.
You just got to have Bob Harrison. You just got to have him.
He's got that racer memory thing going. He remembers everything. So DeSoma with the Desert Demons Racing Sod. Al Zabin out in front, the car owner. DeSoma Racing engines under the hood. We've got all kinds of great sponsors on there, including Davis Technical, Total Seal, Diamond Racing, and Atomizer Injectors.
This car right here, I'm telling you, was on kill, man. Really, you can actually see Mr. Davis out there right now. He's checking out. It's kind of turning into another one of his own babies here. Davis tracks up there now.
The Desert Dogs. Anthony DeSoma takes the win. Tyler knocks the tires off at about, 80 feet out. And that's the end of the day for the PD Fleet. Andy McCoy Race Cars Built Chevelle. Continuing on, having to defend the 2014 Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous Championship. It's been a tough go. He has not had a quality weekend. These guys have been busting their stones, putting pistons in every run, and still not running the numbers they're familiar with.
You betcha. You know, it took till the last qualifier to get that thing in the show. I also want to say to you folks out there and you folks out there on Motor Mania listening in, it ain't because I have been screaming and hollering all weekend. The pollen, I'm one of those guys
man.
that can't deal with the pollen. I just can't.
And the pollen has been off the chain this weekend, as it is this time of the year in the Sand Hills.
Yeah, it is. Sure is. Here comes the Speed Tech nitrous machine. Around the corner.
Got to shake Shannon's hand last night. I haven't seen him in a long time.
I hadn't either. And I did the same thing out in the start line when we did that live thing on Q4 yesterday.
What a gentleman, I can tell you that. So Mike Castellana comes to you from Muttontown, New York. Not too many people know where that is, but I happen to be one of the few. I'll tell you, the 51-year-old supermarket entrepreneur, the owner of Western Beef, collaborator with the Speed Tech Bunch, number 4 in the field. You know, again, struggling, but pick it up. When you have Shannon on the keyboard and taking care of business in your nitrous setup, you're in pretty tall cotton.
Pretty good shape. All right, here we go. Taking a look at the numbers from last night and through round number 1, I'm trying to remember. I do believe that Jason went to 77.
With a 9.
And Mike went
377 with a 4.
That's what I thought. Pretty even matchup.
Castellana did have a little bit of advantage on the mile-an-hour side, so things just not quite as stout for the Harris camp last night. But today's a whole new day, and these guys don't go to bed until things are happy.
And I will tell you right now, it does not bother them whatsoever. You can pull the cylinder heads off that thing every time if they need to or want to or even think they have to.
They don't even have one worry.
No.
And they have wrenches set up, air wrenches with every single socket they need, and they throw things around there. They got it handled.
Man, I'm not kidding.
Oh, yeah. They all have a job, and they know how to do it.
All right, so this one's going to be who leads that starting line first in my mind. Thank you. Trevor.
Nowhere. 383, 198. The speed for the halfway run in Jason Harris. So, I'll tell you what. That was kind of anticlimactic if you want to take a look at it from the big picture.
Pretty wild, man. I mean, Mike's car didn't want to move. Jason's car was moving, but I mean, a 383, 198, and ain't nothing to sneeze about. It puts you in the next round. That's all that matters.
At this level, we take the W and we go on. Of course, those guys got to get back into the pits as quick as possible and do some service to that hot rod. And they'll be doing that, getting ready for the semis here. So Stevie Fast alongside Ricky Smith. Ricky went a 77 last night. And guess what? Jackson went nowhere. He went a 430. So a little bit on the weak side. Very unusual for the Jackson camp. But I think they probably got him pumped up this morning. They probably slapped him around a little bit.
Do anything to pump that guy. You ever seen him in an interview?
I have seen him.
You say it one more, just say, here you go.
Stevie, how'd you do? And I gave him the spot, gave him the hit.
I said that one time, I said, well, you guys taking your time, stay with me. No, we'll just get ready.
He's a piece of work, no doubt.
You take the two of these guys and you put their personalities together, shake them up, throw them in a glass.
Oh, man.
Put a Kerr lid on it, you know, like so that clear liquid like this.
You'd have one mean comedian.
That's right. With a bunch of cash in their safes.
I got applesauce. I'm good.
SEI Oil Field. Jeff Sitton, the owner of Kilotime Racing, Schweitzer Dynamics, and Holly EFI. Guy behind the car, well, Billy Stockland. Chad Hester back behind the car there for Tricky Ricky Smith. He's been with Ricky forever. It's just the two of them at pretty much every event. Now, Ricky's beautiful wife is in the house. She's over at the bleachers right now, if she is here.
She'll have a hat on.
She'll watch this race, go right back over the coach and sit in there with the dogs, make some tea. Stevie Jackson, Greer Morrison, 203 mile an hour 4 times this weekend and 204 twice. And roll in and put both beams on.
That might be. That's why they call him the Piranha. He ain't a scared of no one. Wow! What a race!
What a race!
Almost dead even at the start. 70-71. Wow. Unbelievable margin of victory. Tell them.
0-1-5, but it's a 380 with a 7. 382. Look at the numbers. Ricky goes 200.32 miles an hour. Stevie goes 2:03.34. Wow.
And if I was Stevie, I'd be really grateful that I can run faster than Ricky. I mean, like, physically run. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Ricky did. Ricky. They call him Tricky.
It was a valiant effort on both sides. I'm going to tell you, there's still the big speed for Stevie, 203, the rear Morrison power.
Rear Morrison power.
I'm telling you. That was good entertainment. I don't care who you are.
Wow. He put him on quick, too, boy. You know, he thought, well, you know what? Stevie's like, oh, I'm an old run dragster, so he puts both of them on. He goes, boom, boom. Oh, boy. I tell you what, this class is unbelievable. Me and Spring Break Jimmy been on this thing like a dog. I'm not kidding.
You got good stuff going on here. I was talking about that. The Carolina Kid.
What a nice young man he is, too, man.
Travis Harvey, coming to you from Boone Racing right here in the Pepsi Lane.
You ever really had a chance to really sit down and talk with this young man before?
You know, I have not, and it's kind of sad.
No, it's not sad. You've been around him long enough.
That's right.
But seriously, and Bob's been around him a long time. Bob's watching him grow. He got him his first ride.
Yeah.
He is just a gentleman from the word go, and he's not very old, of course.
No, he's a young fella. He's 33 years old.
He doesn't come back home to daddy.
That's funny.
They are going to do good together. With Mr. James T. Boone, Robert Hayes tuning both cars, Jason, which already moved on. And Hoosier Tires and Robert Hayes again. Spinning the wrenches. And Sunny Horsepower taking on Johnny Camp. That means your power plant there. Joe Martin and the Tappan Electric crew. Man, it's really, I tell you, you want to see these pairs just like you see it right coming up next to the final. You do. All right, wheelie bars have been measured, so we're good to go there. Travis Harvey, the Carolina Kid. Johnny Camp, contractor for Pennsylvania. Here we go. Oh, man. Can you believe that?
Wow.
Can you believe that, folks? Make some noise for that driving job out there.
Tell people.
Wow.
Eli, North Carolina, he's okay? Did you see that? Make some noise out there, Rockingham. What a driving job. That is a driver.
Just hanging on. He's driving.
Man.
Oh, man.
Really, it was two of them because Johnny had to get on the brakes
Oh, yeah.
his own self.
That was unbelievable.
Oh. Yeah. Man, oh, man, oh, man.
So for those of you at home,
You're listening to us.
wow.
David Cook says you might want to check the blood pressure of the guy in the orange car.
They need to run that.
Yeah. Mr. Boone, you okay down there? Are you?
I'm not worried about it.
Wow.
That was something else. I'll tell you the driving talent it takes. Of course, we're going to get a replay here on the live feed. Get to see it a little bit different perspective than from looking out the window here.
You know, I got to tell you something. I didn't see anything wrong with that thing. Then all of a sudden it just took that sharp turn, huh? It was.
You can see the tracks right here.
It
It's
was like
kind
straight
of
as a string. It was almost like something, a malfunction. It really did.
Those two.
It was close. That's what I can tell you for sure.
That's why Jimmy blew tired.
Oh, here we go again. Another look. Another look.
Replay. Oh, yeah, you're right, man. Camp was lucky that he wiggled right there.
Yep. So that's going to bring up Chris Rainey and Jay Cox. Continuing on here, we're having so much fun we can't even stand it.
RJ Race Cars machine there on the left side of the racetrack. It's a Buck power plant on board in both machines. Chris Rainey, the kid from New York, has got 3 different companies. He's got a towing company, automotive repair company, and an auto body shop, all rolled into one. The corner of the beautiful city of Carmel, New York. And again, the only guy on the property that had the honor of living through the flight that went into the Hudson River.
With Sully.
Sully Sullenberger.
That's an awesome story. We went over it last week. I don't want to wear everybody out on it, but
Also, Performance Top Junior, and I need Top Dragster, please.
Dart showing ahead. Top Dragster, we need you to the staging lanes now, please.
So Jay Cox, Brian Industrial Crane. Cox Repair, they got a real, his dad and he got a real cool little towing business, auto repair business down there in Smithfield, North Carolina. And Chris Rennie, whose car stays in the Carolinas, at the Charlie Buck Power Plant. 377, Jay Cox keeps mowing him down. 200.95 miles per hour for Cox. 377, the ET, and Jay Cox goes to the semis. Switch gears here to Nash Racing Pro Extreme.
And that's going to bring up Mike Riccia. Alongside Jose Gonzalez, coming to us from through Miami, I'll say.
Yep.
To the Rockingham event here. El General Racing and Proline on board there. Number 16 qualifier. This car was actually qualified by Eric Diller just because he was making runs with it. And then, of course, the car owner, Jose, flew in. They switched out drivers, and then Jose only had 2 shots, so he didn't get real tuned into the car and was only your number 16 qualifier. Well, guess what? He's got Steve Petty on the keyboard, tuning that hot rod. This car's been 223 miles an hour this weekend here at The Rock.
He did it.
Twice.
No, he did it and tested twice also.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, the official runs.
23, I think, 4 times, and 224 twice.
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing hot rod with huge power. But Recchi is no stand down. He's going to get up there.
Oh,
The Abate Screw Products car is going to try to throw it down. That's a beautiful clone 69 pace car with the vinyl roof simulated on there and everything.
And really, really, really good guys, too, man.
You've been there, right?
Stand down, nice, yeah.
Agri-Fresh Produce on board for
Huge.
Mike Riccia.
Got it.
So the belt's laying on the floor there. 227.84 miles an hour. 361 with a 6 for Jose Gonzalez. What a great run for that team. What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
227.84.
Man, he just needed a couple runs to get used to it, and there he is, 227 miles an hour.
Fastest run in the history of this sport in Pro Extreme.
Wow.
227.84. 361 is the elapsed time. which almost seems immaterial right now.
So could it be just because, I'll tell you what, he didn't have a run earlier? Of course, if you had one of Dillard's runs, it might even be too quick to back it up.
Where's Eric at down there? I saw Steve Petty. I don't see Steve just walking by, and he got that little, you know what they call it, on his face.
Well, that's the way he rolls.
That stuff-eating grin.
So, Ferreccia, when the car is on the two-step, there's a tremendous amount of pressure on that belt.
Stayed there too long. He got on it, and the weak link is that wide little rubber band at the front.
Yeah, unfortunately for that. I mean, that blower takes a lot of torque to turn. And when you're shaking up the RPM, the belt doesn't know which way to go.
The other part about that is that the blower pulley on the top is only about 3 inches from across.
Top to bottom, yeah.
Yeah, and they just don't like doing that. Interrupt the cylinders like that.
Tell you what,
Knock the timing out on every other cylinder. He just stayed on too long, and that is the weak link. Okay, 2 more coming up. Bubba Stanton, Adam Flamel.
so burnout's completed. Bubba Stanton, your 2014 NOS Racing Pro Extreme Champion on the VP lane. Who we got over on the Pepsi side, Brian?
Adam Flamel up there, man, and I'll tell you what, this is a great race car and a great racing team who come here by way of Sweden with a home down in Florida. 5-day plantation shutters machine was originally built by Joey Martin.
Well, I haven't seen this weekend, have you?
This car, no, I have not seen Joey here this weekend. I will say one thing I would like to say, and I doubt he's still here, but Wesley Jones had a fabulous weekend.
He was actually here, and I got to congratulate him on the weekend. He was very proud of his accomplishments.
59 and a 58. Come on, man.
Yeah, he was pretty pumped up.
The heaviest cars in the class category as well.
Yep.
Right now, it's Bubba Stanton, Adam Flamel. Fellowship Performance top junior, and I need top dragster to the lanes. Oh man, 364 on and off the gas. He'll take the win. Bubba Stanton, 364, 212.36 miles per hour. Oh, man, a tough break for Adam. Not only does he red light by 0.15, 0.15 red, the car breaks right on the starting line. Tough break there for the Emily Oil team. 5-day plantation shutters machine. Tough break right there. Good break, though, for Bubba Stanton, Roger Henson Trucking. We have not got any top dragsters, and we're still missing 2 Huddleston Performance top juniors. I need you. Come on now. Let's go.
So that's going to bring up Terry Leggett from Pinetown, the logger, the 71 Mustang, tuned by Terry Coyle. And alongside 200-mile-an-hour Todd Tutterow from Yadkinville, North Carolina. Galat Motorsports on board. Get a load of this. That's what Galat stands for. Red line. Ross Pistons, Hank Thomas, everybody on board, of course, a crew of 900 on the starting line. Denise, Ty, and all the guys from Galat up there in support of their teammate, Todd Tutterow.
Carl, if you jump in there and once again, please and ask, and I'm not going to say please anymore, I'm just going to say, Huddleston Performance Top Junior. Huddleston Performance Top Junior, final call on this 2. I got zero top dragsters. Standby call. Magna Fuel, top sportsman. Magna Fuel, top sportsman, you're on standby call, gang. Now, Terry Leggett and Terry Coyle have had a great weekend this weekend. Great weekend. They have. For the first time since they built this brand new car. Todd Tutterow comes up alongside. He's had a good weekend as well, but the numbers are backed up by about 400 or 500 here versus Todd Tutterow. There's some driving right there. Man, he went to the center strike. 371, the win goes to Todd Tutterow. Galot Motorsports, Ross Pistons and Redline Oil, 210.41 miles per hour. Terry Leggett, whose car has literally been on a rail this weekend, gets it radically toward the center stripe. I mean, that thing's been in the 50s and only made one run in the 60s all weekend. And for whatever reason, headed right toward the center stripe. He has to lift and gives that baby away. 371. Doesn't give it away. Tutterow's run 371. 210.41 and Galot. Motorsports goes into the next round. And here's another one of them tough deals.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. The city of Dubai, everybody's standing up now because both of their cars from Nash Racing having to do battle here. So it's Mustafa Bouhamid and Badir Ali, both gentlemen from Dubai, the United Arab Emirates.
And Sal Bill is taking on Bob Newberry. It's Gary Henry out there on the left-hand side. This is going to be good. Oh, he just killed it. He just killed it.
Same thing happened last night.
I know what happened to both of them yesterday.
So Bob Newberry calmly pushing the car back. So a real quick burnout going to be necessary for Badir Ali to keep from holding up his teammate. And he's got his guys rushing him up there. That was a pretty short one for him. That's all I'm going to say about that.
And I'm just going to tell you something else. That right there, they went right straight over to the crew chief, and the crew chief made the call. You know what? I'll just leave it at that. The city of Dubai, United
Arab Emirates.
All of our great fans and for Nash Racing, we appreciate you listening in over Dubai. We certainly appreciate Nash Racing and their support here at the PDRA as well. This is indeed the Nash Racing Series in this category. Mustafa Bouhamid, who did indeed win the race in Dallas. And Bader Ali coming up alongside from Dubai. Bader Ali had his two handfuls of steering wheel right there. The second he let off the button in that thing, man, it was headed to the left. 358. Mustafa continues to romp his way to potentially a second race win in a row. 2:16.45. That baby was good right there. I'm telling you, a 9.0, 60-foot time. Oh, man, Gary Henry, you rock, man. You guys rock. What a cool guy.
One of the best in the business, no doubt about it.
Good guy, man.
Straight up.
I met his mother yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Well, we're also blessed to have great family members that understand what we do for a living.
Yeah.
And every once in a while, I had my wife in Texas. You know, every once in a while, we get blessed to share what we love to do with our spouses and moms. And, of course, my parents long gone. But, you know, they know. They're looking down and knowing how much fun we're having.
Well, Mustafa headed to the next round, the round of 4.
Wow.
And, wow, that's pretty cool. All right, here's what we need. Top dragster, Magnafield Top Sportsman, I need you now as well. In a standby call.
Outlet Atomizer is the fastest racing injector and is proudly designed and manufactured with 100% American-made materials and labor in-house. Custom sizes can be targeted to specific base pressures and duty cycle. Top Pro mods, Outlaw 10.5, and drag radial teams rely on Atomizer injectors. Turbocharged, nitrous injected, procharged, and coming soon, screw and root style supercharged injectors. And as we introduce our new 700-pound injectors. Check us out at www.dragracinginjectors.com or give us a call at 757-250-3773.
MagnaFuel, top sportsman. MagnaFuel, top sportsman. We need you to the staging lanes now, please. MagnaFuel, top sportsman. So how about some top junior dragster action, Brian?
Absolutely.
You know what? The Huddleston folks, we've been saying it all weekend. An incredible investment in paying it forward for the juniors.
Yes, they have.
They are taking both categories on, sponsorship and special awards. So we got to give them a big shout out.
And the Huddleston Performance Tech Tip of the Week as well.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That is. So Tucker Brown and his dad both still in the program today. Alongside Caleb Russell. 790 the dial into the VP lane, 890 for Tucker Brown. So there'll be a little bit of a handicap start. 1 second, or probably, two blinks of the bulb, right? Somewhere on that. 2 full bulbs going to Tucker Brown. So, red light start for Tucker Brown. Caleb Russell come back in here in just a moment. So your next pair coming up, Samuel Peterson from US 131 Motorsports Park. We'll be there later this year in Richland, Michigan for a great event at that facility. Alongside Alexis Tanner from Rensselaer, Indiana. The 12-year-old student has had a nice long weekend of drag racing. Dad out there making stuff happen. What a great deal. 890 the dial there, the VP lane for Alexis Tanner, 790 for Sam Peterson, his dad Jason. So Jason and Samuel enjoyed a bye run in the first round. Now they're going to have to earn it. Red light start for Alexis Tanner by 0.06 of a second. Samuel Peterson goes on to the final round. So congratulations, Jason. He's excited. I don't believe I've ever seen him run that fast. No, I don't think so. So Bo Upton, right here in the VP lane, going up against Russ Whitlock. Upton dialing in, 433. How about Russ Whitlock in at a 4.52, Derek Beach?
Well, you know, Bo Upton and Russ Whitlock were the, I'd say now in the category top dragster, the non-traditional top dragster with, you know, they don't have the wings. They aren't the huge power plants. They're more the traditional 632 Chevrolet, little nitrous, one of the small tire cars with the Mickey Thompson bub on the left. The big tire Hoosier on the right. 452, Russ Whitlock. He's in bracket mode, let's say. Number 13 qualifier right side. Bo, he is turning the horsepower up to that 632 cubic inch. Southern Rods, undercover race car chassis out of Taylor, South Carolina. Over there on the left-hand lane. So Bo left, Russ right. Round at number 3 of Dart Heads, top dragster on the starting line. Bo goes in first. Green light right, green light left, and Russ Whitlock is the Bo Upton went down there, about gave the stripe up, taking a foul. 444 on the 433, killed a tenth of a second at a buck 49, so he killed over 12 mile an hour. Russ is going to go 57 to 52, 5 above, and a 153 on deck. Timmy Lawrence, we need you to the lanes, please. Top sportsman Tim Lawrence, we need you to the lanes, please. Yeah, I want to...
Never mind.
So the real Italian Ice down there behind the tower. I want to say thank you to that fine gentleman. Has brought us up, oh my gosh, I don't know how many cups of Italian Ice, but thank you, thank you, thank you. And if you were looking for some Italian Ice here today, we have that for you. The real Italian Ice. But Craig Sullivan, right side. And wow, Craig Sullivan, number 2 qualifier, is broke on the starting line. Barry Brown gets the top single. Barry, 009-407, dead 3 to 172. And I'm not for sure what happened to the team out of Avon, Indiana. So the way I look at it is that it can be either 2 nitrous cars in the final round, or is it going to be a Pro Charger versus a nitrous car? Lester Johnson, Cynthiana, Kentucky, the 1955 Chevrolet Bel Air on the right-hand side, 540 cubic inches at 417. Qualified number 13 in the category. And Ronnie Proctor's 2009 Blue Oval Ford Mustang at 632 cubic inch. F-O-R-D. (13 versus 18). Bottom half qualifiers have made it to the semifinal, and now they go head-to-head here. 0.03 of a second head starts go to Ronnie Proctor's Warriors on the Water Ford Mustang, left-hand side. It's going to be Ronnie Proctor's Ford Mustang going to the final round. I know they are way excited about that for a team that did not originally qualify. They became an alternate. They are now in the final round. Get down. So the one of the competitors are set. Now we're about to find out if it's going to be Bruce Thrift or Timmy Lawrence taking him on. That Pontiac GTO taking on that Chevrolet Camaro. Very, very cool to see Ronnie Proctor's team so excited about that. We're to a final round here today. Tim Lawrence, Princeton, West Virginia. Now here's the question. Is it going to be a GTO or the Camaro taking on that Ford Mustang in the final? We could possibly have a Ford, Chevy, all West Virginia final round in Top Sportsman. But Bruce Thrift, sitting over the left-hand side, has that 784 cubic inch monster in a Billy Albert Racing Engine stable. Him and Mickey Miller. That Pontiac for Team FTI and the Waycross, Georgia-based roofing contractor by trade at 56 years old. Bruce is dialed a 414. Tim in at 415. Within a hundredth of a second, the dial's virtually a heads-up race. You're not going to be able to see it in the Christmas tree. You're going to leave side by side. If they both turn it green, it's going to be a very good drag race to battle it to the final round. I know Ronnie's down there at the top of the racetrack listening in because he's going to find out who's his opponent's going to be at final round of Magna Fuel Top Sportsman. Camaro right, GTO left, pre-stage bulbs are lit. Thrift, 4:16, 160.52 is the winning elapsed time. And Tim Lawrence was holding 30 at the starting line. 10 to a 40 on the tree, and that Chevrolet Camaro goes silent at the 60-foot mark. So the final round in Magna Fuel Top Sportsman is set between Bruce Thrift's Pontiac GTO and Ronnie Proctor's Ford Mustang.
So Zach Hauser and Tim Weiss doing battle here at Top Sportsman. Magna Fuel.
This is the consolation.
Right.
Every day.
Right.
Threw me off there for a second because I'm thinking I messed the whole deal up.
So let's go ahead and explain to everybody what we got going on here. Just to back it up, we had a great field of Top Sportsman cars here this weekend. And on behalf of all those racers that did come in here, we wanted to give everybody a chance to race. So this is a second chance, consolation, whatever you want to call it, an opportunity to take home a paycheck on Sunday, and all of that funding being done by the PDRA.
It's 1 through 16 made the regular Magna Fuel Top Sportsman field. Then the 8 that did not qualify, the top 8, and that Zach Hauser, the 17-year-old, is going to take the dub. 4.281 and 025 green. Get this, he left the starting line second and got to the finish line first by 200. Mom and Dad is going to be way happy with their young kid on that one. That Pontiac Firebird takes the win there, so he will move into a final round of the consolation and take on this car right here, Chad Morrison, that gets the bye run.
There you go. So that brings us up to speed. Everybody knows what's going on now, and, job done.
How about that, Mom and Dad, going to a final round in Top Sportsman.
So Chad Morrison, the 32-year-old, driving the Bel Air, 632. Attention in the pits, drag 965. Pro Extreme Motorcycle, we need you to the staging lane, please. Drag 965. We also need Tufco, Pro Open Outlaw. Tufco, Pro Open Outlaw to the lane. So we need bikes and dragsters. So what happens here? Chad Morrison goes up to the starting line, breaks the beam. The computer recognizes the win, and he backs away, saving parts for the next round, which is the money round for him.
Yeah, so the final round in the Top Sportsman consolation race is set. The final round in regular Magna Fuel Top Sportsman is set. The final one, Top Dragster, is set.
And Tufco, Pro Open Outlaw, to the lanes, please. Oh, Artie's already here. He ain't messing around. Ready to go. The PowerShieldCoating.com dragster. And Mark McElwee. But next up is Noah Johnson and Ridge Barber.
Yeah, Ridge Barber and Noah Johnson. This is a 790 index for the Huddleston Performance Pro Junior Dragster drivers. Semi-final. Semi-final. Find out. Yeah, I won't. Ridge right, Noah left. Who is going to a final round here in Huddleston Performance Pro Junior Dragster? Now they're out of the gate, close it in, top end of the racetrack. Ridge Barber's way behind. It's going to be a win light there for Noah Johnson. 7.958 and 038 green, and that team is going to the final round here in Huddleston Performance Pro Junior Dragster. Now, is it going to be the Rensselaer, Indiana-based Preston Tanner or Kimberly Messer? Kimberly Messer, left-hand side, the 4 Oaks, North Carolina. Mike Boss-built chassis. And Preston Tanner's Calvert Manufacturing ride. A pair. Closing in, finish line stripe. It's going to be a win light. Right hand aside. Look at that. 7th margin of victory. Preston Tanner is going to go dead 2 at 0:20 here at the starting line. He is going to the final round on Mom's birthday weekend.
Mark McElwee. Buzz taking care of the tune-ups, the crew chief, brother, Mark. Power Shield Coating based up in Michigan. Mark McElwee from Port St. Lucie, Florida, the brother of Buzz. Very conservative burnout for the McElwee hot rod. It's a 2015 Buzzman chassis. Not sure if that's an internal piece or an external piece. You know, Buzz, the nickname of Artie, I don't know. What do you think? You think Buzzman made his own car?
I would. Oh, I said that would be a good
good guess, though, huh?
Yeah.
Because I'm guessing, I don't know. Bob Janverin, Auto Sales, and VP Racing Fuels, of course, our official fuel of the PDRA, on board with Mark Elwee, right there in the Pepsi lane, the Power Shields Coating.com dragster. Eddie Likens, quiet, unassuming, doesn't have a whole lot to say about his sponsors. It's probably in his right-hand pocket, though.
We need Precision Turbo Pro Boost. Pro Boost. To the staging lanes, please.
Well, Mark taking his time, finding the top bulb. He's in. Bottom bulb. The gas. Eddie Likens takes the win. 384 with a 4.191 the speed. So right in the middle of his runs. Not a bad run, not a great run, but a winning run nonetheless for Eddie Likens. So he'll be back coming around. And, of course, we got to give a big, big thank you to Artie, Buzz McElwee, his brother, Mark, for putting together this program. It's not over till it's over, though. We got 2 more cars. Bringing up Jody Stroud and Phil Ez. Phil Ez's wife came up here yesterday with a handful of wires and a box that looked like a truck ran over and said, "We need one of these."
Exactly.
I said, "Well, what is it?" So she had to go and find out what it was and then come back and tell us, and then we could apparently find one. So
is it going to be an all-Ohio final round with Phil Ez, the Amelia, Ohio Spitzer car? Or is it going to be Ohio versus South Carolina for Jody Stroud, left-hand side?
I'll tell you what, I'm not going to take any money on that one. It's a hand-up deal. Stroud, number 4 in the qualified field. Phil Ez on paper, the advantage, 364. And the Zombie, not a great burnout, but if you were to ask me, it's probably good enough. Mike Kopchak taking care of the tune-up and crew chief duties for Jody Stroud. Phil Ez has been doing this type of racing for quite some time. They used to run this type of program down at Bradenton at the Snowbirds and at the Winter Series, so I've been there. Then guess what? There's my old pal. Buzz, how you doing?
I'm out of breath. I'm sort of emotional. We just wanted to come here qualify, and I'll tell you what, we did it. Came here with a new car. Running was just fantastic. Families, and Phil Ez, I gave a big shout out to him. He pulled my head out of my tail, and he put me back on the right track, and it came around. We're making just a little bit too much power right there, but it's just, we're right there on the edge.
Yeah, you are, but I'll tell you what, it's great to see Mark came up earlier, and I haven't seen him in a long time personally. Great to see you as well. When we get done with this pair, let's continue our chat, okay?
The Phil Ez, Jody Stroud, who is going to the final. Spin to the tree and red lit it away. Phil Ez will go to the final. It's going to be all Ohio. 3.625. Lowly T of the week into the category. 204.32 miles an hour. Phil Ez has one bad hot rod with that Amelia, Ohio Spitzer race car.
So, Art, you know, we've been talking about you guys coming into the PDRA all week, really, and a lot going on up here. And I know that you're a very motivated gentleman. I've known you for quite a few years. I know that you don't take anything halfway, you take it all the way. And so this new car is a Buzzman. What does that mean? Is that a chassis designed by you?
Combination by me, chassis by Ironman chassis, Aaron Sipple. He builds one bad hot rod. Last year he built me the only titanium front-ended dragster. We won 3 races out of 4, the championship in Florida with it in Bradenton. And we had some issues with it. It went to where, it's one of those deals where people said, I wouldn't do it, you can't do it. Well, I'm one of those guys, I'm an engineer, and I said I can make it work. I did it in high gear, too. I raced that car for 2 years in high gear. All weekend I've been in high gear. Well, last night, qualifier 4, we had that big gear in there, and we went back to shifting it after I just needed to quit and go back to shifting. Well, we left that gear in there because we didn't have time. You saw what happened.
Right.
We came back, my team, in 27 minutes, got the gear out, transmission change, running on jack stands, having dinner ready for first round, ran out 79, 192 miles an hour. It's my team, it's my family, my brother, my best friends. That's why we do it. It just amps us up, as you can tell.
Yeah, you get amped up, all right. On the line now, Ricardo Knights and Casey Stemper. Casey plays straight forward this time. He's going to drive it down, and unfortunately for him, takes the loss. Ricardo Knights, 418, 166.89. The speed is your winner. Stemper, 421, 143 off the gas, 045 on the tree. He was behind from the start. So Mr. Stemper goes back to Maryland, and I get to talk to my good friend Buzz again. So, okay, let's talk about why you're here. The package you put together to bring the Pro Open Outlaws right here to this event.
It's like strapping a Pro Boost blown motor into frame rails 295 inches long. Blown alcohol is where we've always been. We bracket race. We love bracket racing, love top dragster, but you know, we love just going heads up, you know, and we started at the Rock with the Earwood family, 1994, and to come here and do what we did with this new car, we overachieved where I wanted to do for the day.
Well, I think that ends this conversation on a happy note, my friend. I hope to see you real soon.
Well, thanks. I want to thank the PDRA Nation, Jason Scruggs, all the owners, the staff. You guys are the bomb. Thanks for letting us be a part of it.
Thank you. Thanks for coming up here and seeing me, bud. Yeah, I'll be there at Michigan. You got it. What a guy. You want to talk about a passionate drag racer. I mean, that's what we're all about here, is family and passion for the sport. Talking about passion, how about the McKinney family? Alongside David Norris here. McKinney, your current world champion, record holder in the Pepsi lane. And when he overcomes, he goes 4:06 with an 0:49 light. David Norris wasn't leaving him any room for error. 0:31 on the tree there, 4:11, 172 the speed, margin of victory, 39 1,000. So, it was a good run for both.
Yeah, a good run, and Eric McKinney's going to go to the final round to take on Ricardo Knights. That is the final in Dragon 965 Pro Extreme Motorcycle here at the Spring Nationals. Yeah, it's going to be a great semifinal matchups between, Anthony DeSoma, Rick Fleck, Ronnie Strickland, Kevin Fiskus. That's the semifinals for Precision Turbo Pro Boost. Yeah, Kevin Fiskus, that Ford Mustang, that baby is flying all weekend long. But Anthony DeSoma, being your number one qualifier, ran 379.213, ran 382.202. Now he's here in the semifinals, and he's going to take on that ultra quick Rick Fleck. Great matchups we have head-to-head with 4 cars remaining in Precision Turbo Pro Boost.
Complete. Strickland and Fiskus doing battle here, semifinals. I'll tell you what, there's a lot on the line. Fiskus currently first place in the points here, and John Strickland is right behind. Just about 100 points separating the two, and every round counts as we move on through this 2015 season with the PDRA. Our next stop will be in Shreveport, Louisiana, just south of a little town called Gilliam. At Thunder Road, our friend Nelson Hoyos, the host for that event, coming up in another few weeks, actually a couple weeks. Get on the website, PDRA660.com. Our schedule's out there, how we run the business is on there, all of our rules, regulations, and so forth and so on. Love to have you join up. Of course, you can get on Facebook and keep up with all the activities we got going on, and there is a bunch.
So John Strickland, left. Kevin Fiskus, right. John, one of his first years behind the wheel, who is going to the final round. We're about to find out.
So we're going to have a little bit of a burn down here, it appears like. I don't see Kevin trying to get any boost, and I don't see John moving into the beam. But there he goes. Now Fiskus will bring up the boost on that Proline power. Fiskus, 3.856 at 205 miles an hour, takes the win. Almost dead even.
Thousandths of a second. Kevin Fiskus got to the finish line first. They were dead even off the starting line. Strickland's car edged out of the 60-foot. He was ahead of the 330, and by 5 thou, Kevin Fiskus takes that Proline JB's Power Center Mustang to the final round. Matter of inches, and Kevin Fiskus grabs the dub.
I'll tell you what, 3 thou off the start advantage. At the end, 2 thou. You add 3 and 2, you get 5.
So now, is it going to be 2 Ford Mustangs in a final round, or is it going to be a Ford and a Willys? Anthony DeSoma, your number one qualifier, the guy who has low ET and top speed of the weekend, and Rick Fleck, the Lexington, South Carolina Cameron's torque converters, 1941 at Willys, sitting on the left-hand side.
So the owner of the car, Saad Al Zabin, from the country of Kuwait. Desert Demons Racing, Diamond Pistons, and Anthony DeSoma Racing Engines. All on board here for the Kuwait-based race car. In the Pepsi lane, Joe Lapone in the house and on board with Desert Demons Racing. And I'll tell you what, number one qualifier, 380 with a 5, 210. This car, tons of power available. Rick Fleck, though, has been running awesome this weekend. Like a bracket car, 92, 90, 86, and ongoing. Devin Barrick, the crew chief there, and Cameron's torque converters keeping things hooked up. Attention in the pits, we need Schweitzer Dynamic, Pro Nitrous, and NAS Racing Pro Extreme to the staging lanes now, please. So, Anthony DeSalma, Rick Fleck, get ready to do battle here.
Anthony DeSalma will back that 1967 red Shelby Ford Mustang. The starting line right-hand side. And Rick Fleck, a guy has been making a lot of horsepower, some very good runs down this racetrack. Taking down some of the best in eliminations to get to the point where he is at. About to find out who is going to take on Kevin Fiskus in the Precision Turbo Pro Boost final round.
So supercharger versus turbocharger. We can end up with two blowers, two turbo cars, one of each. Here's where the answers are going to come.
Either two turbo cars or a turbo and a blower. They're set. In the final round, Rick Fleck's car moved to that center line of the racetrack. He took his foot off the gas. Anthony's going to go 381, 5, 2, 11, 13. Those are final or semifinal round numbers, and two Mustangs going to match up.
So it'll be all turbo in the Precision Turbo Pro Boost category for the final. Kevin Fiskus doing battle with Anthony DeSalma coming up here in about 45 to 50 minutes. So that'll be interesting. All boost all the time here. Pro Boost, Precision Turbo on the starting line.
All right, so it is time for the semifinals in Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous category. Those two 69 Chevrolet Camaros getting ready to come out. So will it be all Camaro final, or will it be Camaro versus that Pontiac Firebird and Jason Harris? The final round. Ricky Smith and Team IDG and Carolina Drilling is going to roll that Chevrolet into the left-hand side water box, and then alongside is Johnny Gams, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Clean and Clear Pool Service, orange 69, 906 cubic inch Camaro.
So the burnout's complete. Ricky Smith, VP Racing Lane, right from here in King, North Carolina. The IDG 69 Camaro, 903 cubic inches on the hood. And he was just complaining to me that he's got the littlest motor here. The littlest motor here, Ricky Smith. Well, I know. I'm just telling you. I done been told. So there you go. Johnny Camp, Ricky Smith. Semi-fighting battle. Nitrous purge going on for John Camp. UC Racing engine right there in the Pepsi lane.
The nitrous wars continue. Ricky Smith 16 qualifier, or excuse me, 6 qualifier. Johnny Camp, the number 15 qualifier. It's going to either be 2 Chevrolet Camaros in the final, or all 69s, 3 of them, or a 69 Camaro and a Pontiac Firebird. Ricky left, Johnny right, semifinal, Schweitzer Dynamics, Pro Nitrous on the starting line. Both drivers taking their time to turn on that pre-stage beam. You see the right side, that orange Chevrolet rolling a little bit. Ricky finally turns his top bulb on first. And here comes Johnny. Let's find out if they go right in or they're going to sit there for a minute.
That's out. Ricky Smith takes the win. 402. 187.91, susceptible for lane choice in the next round, but the win goes to Ricky Smith. Johnny Camp goes 5'10 with a 992.96 miles an hour out of the throttle.
Ricky Smith and Team IDG had to pedal that Chevrolet Camaro to the left-hand side of the racetrack and made him move to the left-hand side wall, took his foot off the gas, brought it back in the center of the racetrack, and gets it down there for the dub. Takes out Johnny Camp, so now that brings up 2 more in this final semifinal matchup. Jason Harris and Jay Cox. Jay Cox, the North Carolina, out of Smithfield, comes that Bryan Industrial Crane team. And for Drag 965, it's going to be Jason Harris just coming up the road from Pittsboro, North Carolina. That's 68. Pontiac Firebird with the Sonny Leonard 959 cubic inch monster. Your number 12 qualifier, the category right side, and he is your defending Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous World Champ, taking on the number 1 qualifier for the category. To Jason Wright, Jay left. Jason's got to bring it the A game to the table here. Jay's been 374, 200 miles an hour to qualify number 1. They've both taken out some very good racers. Who is going to meet Ricky Smith in the final round? Jason Harris for the final round. 382.5, 198.52, and Team Drag 965 is going to take on Team IDG and Carolina Drilling Tricky, Ricky Smith, in the final round for Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous. Man, oh man, oh man. Jason Harris, who struggled in qualifying, has found his way to a final round here in the category.
You know, I got to tell you, the team there, the Harris Racing team, these guys have been busting it all weekend long. They've been up against the wall. 460, 390, 386, finally 382 with a 5, 991 in the early numbers. The cars woke up.
You know, I'm really surprised Jay Cox only went 387.8, 193. The mile an hour was down, the ET was down, so I don't know if that motor started to lay over down there at the end of the racetrack or that he had to maybe pedal it once to get it there. But that is very interesting for the Bryan Industrial Crane Schweitzer Dynamics Camaro to only run an 87.
So coming up next, Todd Tutterow coming to you in the Pepsi lane alongside Jose Gonzalez in the Proline Racing El General Racing Camaro. The Q80 car, the 69 Camaro.
So Jose Gonzalez has been 227 miles an hour.
Yep.
Todd Tutterow is a 210 mile an hour player. Look at the I mean, that is just insane difference. But ET-wise, they're evenly matched.
They are. I'll tell you this much. The power might be greater in one lane or the other, but the way it's delivered is pretty much the control point here. Todd Tutterow, Galant Motorsports, Redline, and Ross Pistons. Hank Thomas Performance, all support of the Galant Racing Team, and Todd Tutterow.
You know, Todd Tutterow's Galant Motorsports Camaro right side is going to be very aggressive early on to get the car up and moving and make a whole lot of noise. And then Jose Gonzalez, that thing's going to leave soft. Once it gets past the 60-foot mark, it's going to be like a rocket ship. You will literally just see it take off down the 660-foot race course.
This car's been the sub 1 second 60 foot, and if it does that again, look out, because all that thing needs is momentum, and it'll run the back half like something you've never seen before. But Tutterow is no slouch either. 209 mile an hour and a blower car is right at the top of the game. So we got Tutterow and Gonzalez.
Moves to one of the finals. Todd Tutterow grabs the dub. 3-7-2-0-209-07. And Todd Tutterow, what he did is he counted the clock down. He let Jose sit there on the chip for a while. And then that Chevrolet Camaro on the left-hand side took his foot off the gas early on. Man, oh man, oh man.
So I think we're seeing a lane swap here. I'm not sure, but it's very, I think it's pretty obvious that's what's going to happen.
Swap lanes.
So Bubba Stan's going to move over to the left side.
You can do that if you have lane choice.
Yeah.
When you're rolling the burnout, you can switch lanes.
I think, I don't know who has. Really? So the burnout complete for the Roger Henson Trucking 69 Camaro with Bubba Stan behind the wheel. Alongside Mustafa Buhamed from Dubai, United Arab Emirates. The 69 Camaro from NAS Racing, Al Billis, the crew chief there. Roger Henson giving directions right up there, keeping his car right in the groove. Your former, or current, we could say, the 2014 Pro Extreme Champion, Bubba Stanton. So, a check of the wheelie bars for both cars. So, double checking the wheelie bars for Mustafa Buhamed, the crew chief. Checking out and setting the direction. Al Billis behind the car. Got to get them straight. They go whatever way you point them. So, Roger Henson backs away. Al Billis says send them. Bubba Stanton and Mustafa Buhamed. Problems for Bubba Stanton. Mustafa Buhamed 358 with a 215.72 miles an hour. Really stout run. Margin of victory 1.93 seconds for Mustafa Buhamed, representing City of Dubai. Great job there. So that is going to make two finals in a row for Mustafa Buhamed, coming back here for the final in about 45 minutes. So we'll be getting back on track here in a little bit. We got to give, as we said earlier, some time for these cars to get turned around. In the meantime, you have the opportunity to meet
Test.
Miss PDRA. Get a sandwich.
Guys, if you are walking out of the stands, let's turn around. We're going to do a little PDRA trivia.
Sandwiches.
We're going to throw some stuff out to you.
They are good.
And we're going to have a little bit of fun.
Also got
while we have a whole
lemonade
little
there
bit of downtime before all of our final rounds.
Definitely quench your
here
thirst.
At the PDRA Spring Nationals. I don't know if my voice is going to make it through,
And
but
again,
we're
I want to thank
give it a
each and
shot.
every one of you.
Man, oh man, oh man. So
making your way out.
we're going to come up to the
Dragway
VP
this
side
weekend.
stands and have some fun. We're going to make some noise. Yeah. Everybody's up here at the top today. All right. Little section 1, PDRA trivia. Section number 1, we're going to start down here and go down to about the third steps. Who in this section wants to come to this race next year for free? Okay. So you would like to come to the PDRA Spring Nationals for free. I get it. We're going to do a little PDRA trivia to win those tickets, though. Who is your...
Alrighty, guys. Well, we have got about 30 minutes of, at least 30 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, before we'll have cars back in the lane. So we're going to run some highlights from Saturday, and it's about 12 minutes long, and just kind of hang out. Again, big shout out to RJ Race Cars, Quartermax, Andy McCoy, and Huddleston Performance for their support of the live feed, not just this weekend, but every weekend. Guys, again, do me a favor. Go by their Facebook page, their website, pick the phone up, send them an email, write them a letter, whatever it is, and let them know how much you appreciate everything that they do for the PDRA as well as for us here at MotorMania TV. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to run this highlight reel. Some of it's got some slow-mo stuff in it, and some of it doesn't. So enjoy, and we'll see you back here in a little bit.
Okay. I'm gonna warm this up for you. Want cheese on the tune?
Jimmy Sakovic struck faster. I mean, he's quick. He's been 409 here.
But remember what I told you on those 632s, they're pretty happy.
Got a hot mic.
You can touch it.
One kid for John Lasseter.
Wheels in the air, top end. It's going to be 4:08.2. 176 for John Lasseter. Ryan's going to go 4:07. How about that, baby? 180 miles an hour.
You want it warmed up, Kyle?
To the staging lane to this time, please.
I have a hot mic. I'm trying to get it straight now.
Well, let's see what Patricia Music can do. Left-hand side to end out. Russ Whitlock, right side. Jimmy Sakovic, left side. And him and his dad, Jim, and mom, Lisa, that is a family operation in Flying A Motorsports. Let's see if they have the combination figured out. Got to get this race car down that track. Oh, nice wheels up, please. Sakovic going to go after it here. How about Ford? 14. 170 miles an hour. Jimmy Sakovic struck faster. I mean, that's how quick he's been. He's been 409 here.
But remember what I told you on those 632s, they're pretty happy.
They love nitrous.
They do.
Very good nitrous fun.
One kid for John Lasseter.
Wheels in the air, top end. It's going to be 4:08.2. 176 for John Lasseter. Ryan's going to go 4:07. How about that, baby? 180 miles an hour. Who was the number one qualifier this weekend in Precision Turbo Pro to the staging lane to this time, please. But let's see what Patricia Music can do. Left-hand side to end out. Oh, straight down the racetrack for Lizzie Music. Look at that, your new number one qualifier. 3.909, 193 on speed.
Here they go. Both bikes straight down the racetrack. McKinney goes 405, 176, 469 with a 9 for the slowing Casey Stemper. At just 170 miles an hour, he will retain his number 2 qualified position. Eric solidifies his number 1 position by picking up 2 more numbers here this morning. So David, HRA online for all of your PDRA race recaps.
And he's going to go right down the racetrack again. Watch this one. Wesley Jones, 3:58.9. Actually improves from yesterday's qualifying run of the 3:59, so only by 100th or actually 4,000ths of a.
Bob Newberry giving guidance there.
Terry left, Adair right. Q3. Oh, wow. Adair Ali's car was moving hard, and then he takes his foot off the gas. 3:57.8, 2:13 on speed. Terry Liggett's going to make it right. Nice run down the left lane. Stop a boom 8. Nice racing. Chevrolet Camaro, number 3 qualified entry. Left-hand lane. Let's see what these two drivers can do and if they can master the racetrack at 660 feet. Todd's car moves his through and he brings it in, but look at this. 370 to the 357. 260.
So, Shannon and Donovan doing battle here in their final qualifying session for the Southeast Gassers. Rev up! Driving the clutch! Donovan heads for the center line. He crosses the stripe. So he is done on this qualifying run. The win goes to Shannon Smith. We are ready to go. So Tommy Gunn takes the win here in Southeast Gassers action. And thank
So Mustafa Buhamane, right-hand side. And Jose Gonzalez.
Jose comes to you from Miami, Florida. L General Racing Pro Line and Jerry Pickle on board. That throttle. Brad McCoy right there with him. Up on a two-step. Both sides. Swallows the engine at 422.
Yes.
164.99 the speed. Maybe not. Might have just been some extra fuel accumulated when he let off the throttle.
That was
but it
a
looked,
big
looked like a boomer to me.
fireball out of the exhaust of that bike.
Yeah.
power plant, and that is a Sonny's competition engine. There on the right-hand side.
Now the Chevrolet Camaro on the left. Chevrolet Camaro on the right. It's old school, new school. 7 and 10 in the qualifying order. Let's see what the young lady can do. Goes towards the center line in 377. 201.91. Oh, man. Big time speed.
Ricky Smith goes in first. That's kind of unusual.
Yes, 377, 199, and Ricky Smith drove the wheels off the IDG Chevrolet.
Especially right now, because I'm telling you, as I mentioned a moment ago, it has gotten cooler out there. I didn't think it would get this cool, and it's really fast.
Misses a tree.
Best run of the weekend. 377, 199.29. And the old man sitting here, kicking and grinning.
I don't know what to do.
He's good. We also have a great car that's involved with the top sports category, Mike Castellana. Western Beef, Speed Tech, and the Iceman.
We're going to make a whole lot of horse run on the left-hand side. Let's see who's going to go to the round number 2 tomorrow. Look at that, 377, 201.
That is 377s. This
You did a great job in Dallas, and that was a big party down there. And everybody together?
good time.
So right now, Tommy Franklin, Johnny Camp, let's watch these scoreboards at the top of the racetrack. If they're going to appear at a 370 and 369, that's going to be a huge run for one of these drivers.
Wow, way Jose in an upset. Wow.
Johnny Camp. So Jay Cox at Buck Racing Engines, Cox Repair, One Alliance. Team left-hand side. Number 1 versus number 16. Are we going to have 2 upsets in a row? We're about to find out. Wow. 202.55. Best one of the weekend. Try to find what happened out. But Jose Gonzalez, the number 16 qualifier, who the car ran great. Eric Diller was driving it yesterday. They struggled there in qualifying with the 2 runs they got. That is a 223 mile per hour car on the right hand side. And they're on a run here. Watch this. He's going to go 361, 1, 221, 78. Get down for Jose Gonzalez, and that's 69 Chevrolet. For Chevy versus Ford. This is big. I heard just the same amount of cheers for the Chevys and the Fords. $355, $215, and the Chevrolet takes it. Wow.
Bubba Stanton was not.
2:17. Big time run for Mustafa Boumaid. Russ Whitlock right side, Jimmy Stakovich left side. Him and his dad, Jim, and mom, Lisa, that is a family operation in Flying A Motorsports. Let's see if they have the combination figured out. Got to get this race car down there. They're meant to throw. I'm still trying to figure that out. Thank you guys for coming. We really appreciate it. By next year, I promise we're going to send Miss PDRA to Frisbee throwing classes. They have those down in Alabama. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not hating that much. The brightness is so strong. I didn't know the sun was out right there. That was our man with the PDRA koozie. All right. So the final rounds are getting set, ladies and gentlemen. We thank everybody for coming out. We killed a little bit of time, had a little bit of fun, threw some stuff out, gave some stuff away. We actually handed the Frisbees out. And, oh, man. Final round time here at the 2015 PDRA Spring Nationals. Roll Tide, all right? Oh, she's not a Bama fan, but listen, Bama. Okay. Oh.
I want to give a shout out to Week.
All right, thanks for that shout out there. How are you guys doing today? You look like you're ready for the final rounds here. You've been here at 1 day, 3 days, 4 days. I mean, hey, nobody stopped for 4 days down there with them guys.
I just got here today.
You just got here today.
You see,
okay,
Casey
cool.
down
So
there in
real
line
nice,
position,
great
ready to
weather.
go, and he's
Final
been sitting there for a
rounds.
while like that.
Wow, look at the advantage off the starting line.
4:15 with a 3, 1:49 the speed. Not real strong on that side of things. Casey Stemper takes the win. A very aggressive move on the starting line. He may not make any friends, but he got himself a win.
Yeah, he went right in there, and I thought being down, you know, in the riding position, ready to go for some.
Wells, the owner of the whole organization. Satch Gregg been in the house all weekend. The guy who is building that beautiful drag strip down in by Dunn, North Carolina. And he does on a hole shot. John Strickland steals one from Kevin Rivenbark. A 386 beats a 385. He's 5 mile an hour slow. Oh, wow.
What a race.
What a race.
Almost dead even at the start. 70-71.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Margin of victory. Tell them.
0-1-5, but it's a 380 with a 7. 382. Look at the numbers. Ricky goes 200.32 miles an hour. Stevie goes 2:03.34. Oh, man. Can you believe that?
Wow.
Hell of a
Can you
driving ball.
believe that, folks? Make some noise for that driving job.
So the belt's laying on the floor there. 227.84 miles an hour. 361 with a 6 for Jose Gonzalez. What a great run for that team. What did I tell you?
The Velez, Jody Stroud, who is going to the final. Just spin to the tree and Red let it away. Phil Ezra going to the final. It's going to be all Ohio. 3.625. Lowly G of the week into the category. 204.32 miles an hour. Phil Ez has one bad hot rod with that Amelia Ohio Spitzer race car.
So, Art,
that orange Chevrolet rolling a little bit. Ricky finally turns his top bulb on first. And here comes Johnny. Let's find out if they go right in or they're going to sit there for a minute.
Ricky Smith takes the win. 402, 187.91. Susceptible for lane choice in the next round, but the win goes. Tuttaro's no slouch either. 209 mile an hour and a blower car is right at the top of the game. So we got Tuttaro and Gonzalez.
Who's going to the finals? Tuttaro grabs the dub. 3-7-2-0-209-07. And Todd Tuttaro, what he did is he counted the clock down
In the car. Got to get them straight. They go whatever way you point them. So, Roger Henson backs away. Al Billis says, send him. Bubba Stanton and Mustafa Buhamed. Problems for Bubba Stanton. Mustafa Buhamed. 358 with a 9. 250.
Maryland.
Yep, come to Maryland, come to Virginia. So you are you're a diehard PDRA fan now.
Yeah.
We definitely thank you guys for coming. We hope to see you at some more events this year. And you got a baby on the way, it looks like.
Yeah, she'll be here May 27th.
May 27th. So then 5 years from now, you'll have a junior dragster to start them in.
Yeah, we got a little boy at the house. He's 4. We'll get them both in it.
2 juniors, and you'll be racing here at Rockingham. Thank you guys for coming.
Attention in the pits, want to make sure everybody knows your payouts will be executed right here on the second floor of the tower. Just walk up to the second floor and come on in and we'll take care of the payouts for those racers getting ready to depart the premises. We are doing payouts now.
So make sure you check out our official PDRA page on Facebook. You can look that up, PDRA. And also, if you would like to follow Miss PDRA, Miss PDRA, she's also on Facebook, and it's simple as looking up Miss PDRA. Follow her on Facebook, get the latest updates, pictures, event stats, and all the great stuff that we have to here offer in the Professional Drag Racing Association. There with the pizza delivery man on a quad from Domino's. That's pretty cool. I haven't seen a pizza delivery guy before on a quad. You know what, I think we need to go to the merchandising trailer and have some fun with those people. I see some people are looking at some t-shirts, having some fun. Well, final rounds are coming up, man. There's a seat for you up in the stands. Ready to go. How we doing? All right. Thank you guys for coming. So guys, hanging out down here at the PDRA merchandising trailer while we are waiting on the final round up. Don't forget to grab your official PDRA t-shirt, but we have Flex Fit hats, easy for me to say. All kinds of different colors, all kinds of different designs. Normally $22, on sale, show special for $15. Flex Fit hats, all kinds of different colors and designs, on sale. Stop down, grab yours before the final rounds today. We got all kinds of t-shirts setting out. So we got some specials going on. Miss PDRA is down here at the merchandising trailer. If you want to stop down and get a picture with her, get her autograph, or anything that you would like her to sign, you can stop down and see Miss PDRA, grab a Flex Fit hat for $15. Right here at the Classic Graphics official PDRA provider. Your attention, please. Tommy Jones to the PDRA merchandising trailer. If you were here, you left something that you very well need. Tommy Jones to the PDRA merchandising trailer. So, guys and gals, make sure you stop down. Like I said, we got some show specials on Flex Fit hats. They're on the back row of the PDRA merchandising trailer. Stop down and see Miss PDRA also. And just a quick reminder, we usually always do the quartermax top end zone with the winners down at the end of the racetrack. We're moving it here to the starting line area. So as we are crowning champions at the end of the day at the 2015 Spring Nationals here at Rockingham, we invite everybody in the stands down here to the winner's circle, have some fun, hang out with us, and crown our champions here very shortly. So once again, just a reminder, down at the PDRA merchandising trailer, we have the Flex Fit hats on sale, show special with that. Miss PDRA is going to be hanging out for a little bit, and make sure you grab your 2015 Spring Nationals event t-shirt. Running out of those quickly. Make sure you grab them. So, Brian, also we went out there and seen some of our PDRA fans out in the grandstands there, and a lot of those guys are having guys and gals, I should say, are having a lot of fun. Some people have been here for all 4 days, even through the testing.
Right.
And you can tell on the guys up there, their shirts are off and they are burnt up, and they've had a good time. And some that just came today and they said, you know what, we're coming back next year and we're going to come all 3 days. We're going to come 2 days. So they definitely love the PDRA. We're getting ready there for those final rounds.
Your attention, please. Mike, Condon, and Bobby, get your radios, please. Mike and Bobby, pick up your radios. Call Bob.
All the final rounds are set. All the teams are getting those cars ready to go. And
our new 45-minute rule, just so you know, the final car across the scales in Pro Extreme at 220, right? Or 205?
205.
205.
So we are about 10 more minutes away from getting finals round.
Mike Condon and Bobby McCann, or Corey rather, pick up your radios, please. Call Bob. I do want to remind everybody, I don't know that Eric, I'm sure that Eric and Derek and Carl already have, that we will run the jet. We will run the jet, the Tulsa Heat Wave, as the very last car. Yep.
We got Ricky Smith out there looking at the racing service right before his final round matchup.
Oh, you got that car service
with Jason Harris. And Billy Vos out there. He's going to take the right side of the racetrack. Look at that starting line service area. A 9-time world champion and a guy that has been down this racetrack here at Rockingham probably more than just about anybody. Him and Roy Hill combined, I guarantee you, hold the record here at Rockingham on most passes.
No question about that.
Yeah.
Do want to remind everybody that after we do get done today, after we get done racing, and after we run the jet, We'll set up some really nice backstops here right in front of the tower, and we will have a post-race celebration and honor all of our champions with Miss PDRA and give away those the 660 man trophies. And so we need you folks to all come down and enjoy it. Have some fun with us. You will be live. We'll be live on Motor Mania TV while we're doing that. So come on down and we'll have some fun.
But yeah, if real quick, I mean, just Roy Hill is here. You stop up and see us in the tower. I'd love to chat with you for a minute right before the finals. You said he was here somewhere, and I haven't seen him. So if Roy Hill is still here, I'd love to talk to him for a little bit right before our final rounds are getting assembled and ready to go. Miss PDRA still down at the merchandising trailer. Stop down to get a picture or send an autograph to whoever you got to do, and grab your Flex Fit hat. Show special on that.
Carl, your second event here so far this season, man, and I mean, both of them brought a little bit of weather situation, but the last couple of days here have been fabulous.
It has been fabulous, and it's still, it's still like not quite summertime here in Rockingham, so it was a little bit cool this morning, but the blue skies are out. You take care. Safe drive home. So, what's cool is we got people coming in for pay, and we get to say goodbye to everybody.
It's
and
nice, man.
I'm just, back on the weather deal. Yeah, it was, once we got through that line of storms, which we had to deal with, through testing Thursday and a little bit of taste of it Friday, but nothing much.
Man.
We've been able to put a lot of race cars down the racetrack, and I kind of get sentimental at the end of the track. I hate to drive away from a racetrack.
Yeah.
And know that I'm not coming back the next morning.
Yeah.
It's always a problem for me. So, very, very grateful to be here this week at Rockingham with the PDRA, and our next stop will be in Shreveport, Louisiana, just south of a little town called Gilliam. How about Ian Tucker in the house? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing all right. This pollen's getting to me a little bit, but I'm okay.
Fun. Man.
Yeah, you two have this allergy issue. I tried to get a sore throat yesterday, but took me over to Walmart last night and went down that cold and allergy sinus rack and pulled a little bit of everything and went back and took it all.
Yeah.
And I don't feel too bad today.
That Walmart's an interesting place late at night, isn't it?
Well, I wasn't gonna get into that, but I will say it was extremely interesting. So,
To the lanes, Sergeant, jump in. All finalists to the lanes, please. All finalists to the lanes, please. Ian Tucker with Drag Illustrated, and Ian, I gotta tell you, I gotta tell you about the Steve Petty story and the crew chief stories and your most recent articles, man. Your writing ability is second to none.
Well, thanks, Brian. I really appreciate that. It's easy when you got great subjects like these guys out here. They really all do have tremendous stories behind them, and I invite anyone to go get to know these guys. They're very accommodating. Respect their workspace, but other than that, they're always happy to talk to the fans.
And I will tell you what, it not only gee whiz, Steve, Petty, but I'm trying to think.
Eric Diller.
Eric, yeah.
But we also had little things in there from Matt Hagan talking about crew chiefing, and Jason Lane and Phil Schuler with crew chief for Spencer Massey. It's all about the guys, turning the wrenches and hitting the laptops and taking care of these cars out here. I mean, they're every much as part of this racing as the guy behind the wheel.
Phil Schuler is a very interesting guy. He takes care of that top fuel dragster, but he's really into small tire racing big time.
Bill is a pretty interesting guy. Him and Stevie Fast Jackson, Pro Nitrous star we saw out here a little while ago. They've got the Shadow, a screw-blowing Mustang that they go grudge racing with. And, Stevie had that down at South Georgia Motorsport Park earlier this year and hurt a few feelings and came away with the big win at Donald Long's big drag radio race. And Stevie promises he's going to hurt some more feelings with that car later this year.
Yeah, that car there, but this orange car this weekend, the rear Morrison power car, did you ever think you'd see 203 and 204 out of that thing?
Well, I mean, I don't know that I thought it, but I'm sure that Stevie and, their tuner, Billy Stockland, yes. Brain fade there, sorry. But, yeah, and Billy, I love Billy. Great guy and always very accommodating and just a very, very smart guy. Like all these crew chiefs are, I mean, they really have to be on top of their game to excel in this game.
That's absolutely right. Yeah.
You know, that's funny that Bob's telling us. We could potentially have seen a true master's degree being delivered today on the starting line.
Well, I mean, let's face something. You know, there's nobody out there like that guy that's walking that storyline right now, and that's Ricky Smith. And there's nobody out there, and he didn't get that name Fricky for no reason at all.
No.
And the other thing about him is, if you notice this, now listen, Pro Boost and Pro Junior Dragsters and all the other categories, this car is serviced and ready to go. It's him and one other guy, one guy.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And that's the way he's run his operation for years. And multi-time nerve champion. The other part about he said, I'm going to let Ian talk about that. What do you think about the way things went between Stevie and Ricky earlier?
I was watching that out there, and I saw Stevie go in. He lit both bulbs, got right into the staging lanes, and Ricky just let him sit there for a little while. I think he took him to school a little bit, and you know, Stevie's, I'm sure he's a quick learner, though. He's a good student, so, you know, you never know when the master might fall to the student someday, right, Ricky?
Ricky just don't give a darn. That's all there is to it.
He's into the zone.
What's up, brother?
He's into the Ricky Smith zone. So we're in there now for 6 or 7 days, because I asked him down there on day 2, and I'll tell you, the Pro Nitrous thing is crazy. I mean, between the motor builder thing and the $5,000 bounty that's out there right now, and
the Brian Crane money. Yep. Yeah. I mean, it's an incredible thing. You know, Stevie Fast been around a long time, and I'll tell you what. You can take a couple of different perspectives on that. For one thing, they do call him the Piranha. Well, what is a Piranha? It's aggressive, very aggressive. So Stevie, being the aggressive guy he was, he thought he'd throw a ball out there. I don't think he was expecting what came back at him. That's all I'm going to say about that. And Stevie, you know I love you. You're my buddy.
Yeah, me too.
But you know what? You just graduated high school.
I'm with you. Ian Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate you, man.
Thank you, sir.
Great guy. Once again, we need all finalists to the lanes, please. All finalists to the lanes. All finalists to the lanes, please. Need you now. Come on. We are ready to rock and roll and put this baby into the books, and we're ready to have a post-race celebration live on Motormania TV. And I do want to say this to all you great folks that are watching on Motormania TV throughout the course of the weekend. Rick Jones and Ricky Jones, I know you guys are in Las Vegas. By the way, congratulations to you guys, because they won the Pro Stock Shootout yesterday over there.
Yeah, that's really cool.
They went after Crustum yesterday.
I want to give a shout out to Bonnie. That's Mom.
Yeah,
I've done a lot of work with her over the years, you know, selling her wheels and, you know, working with the RJ folks, and a great car builder, Galesburg, Illinois. You certainly are dealing with top shelf folks there. They've got the Quartermax lineup. They've got their race car sales that are just outstanding. And I'll tell you what, a great family in motorsports.
Good bunch of people, you know, another one that we were fortunate enough to go out and have the shop tours with, you know, and it's a great place, great people, great cars. But I want to say to them, and I know they're probably not listening, but they'll archive this. We had more than our fair share of lightning and storms here on Thursday and Friday.
Oh, boy.
One of those lightning bolts, unfortunately, we're pretty sure was involved with taking out some of our own Motormania equipment. And the most important thing being a very, very, very expensive, I'm going to call it a brain box.
Yeah.
We're not positive, but either way it went, that's exactly why I want to make sure the folks at home know. That's why you're not seeing me and Jimmy Biggs at the far end of the racetrack here yesterday or today. But we will be down here at the starting line for a post-race celebration. So hang around. We'll talk to all the drivers. If I got anything left, I'll talk to every one of them again.
You will.
Yeah, I will.
I know you will.
I'll figure something out. I'll go downstairs to get eliminate from the Munchie Wagon. I'll get it done.
That'll sort it out for you.
But we want the crowd to come down here and join us. We want you all to come down and enjoy and have a good time. Come down and join us, and we will, like I said, we will entertain. We have some free stuff. He don't like to talk too much. Yeah.
So you know what?
Oh, yeah.
One of my favorite guys here, and he don't even know it, but it don't matter. And Pat Stoken here from our Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous category. Man, I think that your deal is very, very special. You guys live all the way up in Montana, and your lifestyle up there has got to be so unique. And I just wanted to touch on that for a minute. You're in the logging business, and we've seen these goofy shows that they put on the TV, and I'm quite sure that your operation is nothing like that. Maybe using some of the same tools, but talk to us about how you guys make a living back in Montana.
Yeah, we're in the logging business. Been in there, been doing that with my sons and my brother since we were out of high school. So it's not quite what you see on TV. Don't believe everything you see on TV, because it's not quite like that. But our mechanized equipment today is, I've been doing it all my life for 40 years now since I got out of school. So it's has really changed over the years. We used to do it all by hand, and now of course it's all mechanical, so it's different. But what they do on TV is definitely way different than the way we do it, so it's definitely a different deal. But that's what we do up there. And it is a long commute for us usually to get to the races. We leave our equipment back here, and then we travel back and forth by plane. But it's harder. It's a pleasure deal for us, I guess. It's a hobby more than it is a business for us, because we do it as a family. So it's just kind of a family deal that we do.
Well, that's the thing that kind of touches me the most, is that you have the pleasure of working with both of your sons. And I don't know if you have any other children at home or if the family's expanded from there, but just the thought of having a family operation performing at the level that you guys do with the big time power and all the work that it takes, it's just got to be the best. That's all I'm thinking.
It is, and how many people have, my son's, one's 40 and one's 38, and I turned 60 this year. So, how many people have that available in their life to be able to be that close with your family, and I have a daughter at home that would love to go more than she does. But and Brandon too, from Schweitzer. He's like my son, I've known Brandon for years, and he travels with us, and he's I've been in this racing business since I was in high school, so I've seen a lot of different people, and Brandon's probably one of the sharpest people that I've been around as far as knowing the whole business, from the car to the motor to the nitrous. Brandon's just a very sharp person. And, and we got good equipment. We got rear Morrison motor. Brad at rear is great. And Rick Jones built the car for us. There's another great guy. You see what he does in NHRA with Eric Anders. He's a great guy. He knows cars. We just got the best stuff. We're just struggling this year so far. We got all new, new motor, and when you drive a clutch car for 40 years and then you go to an automatic all of a sudden, believe me, it's different.
I'm sure it's different. That left foot doesn't know what to do.
Exactly. It doesn't know what to do, believe me.
Let me jump in real quick and ask you a question. Out of all those shows, first of all, do you watch some of those shows on TV? Do you know any of the Rygards or any of those guys involved with that stuff, or no?
No, I've known one guy that was there, Siderius, when they used to be there, and he said he would never go back and do it again because they wanted him to do so much stuff that was off the wall.
Totally stripped.
Oh, yeah. It's not real, you got to have accidents and that kind of stuff to keep the people's interest.
Yeah. So. Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah, no, it's really, and it's a shame because obviously they're portraying an industry that you're very involved with and sincerely, making a real living doing things the right way, and they're portraying it as it's kind of a mishmash kind of situation.
Yeah, my brother and I have a twin brother, and we're identical twins, and we started this business when we were 23 years old by ourselves. and we had about 50 guys working for us then. And it was all done by hand. So, I mean, it wasn't a handed-down business. We worked through this ourselves. And then my two boys, of course, they've grown up and they've been into the business now. But, I mean, it was a tough go for a lot of years doing what we do.
Well, let me ask you a question, and this would be, kind of related not to the show, but to kind of the output. How many loads of logs, or how much do you move in a day?
Well, we run 3 different sides of logging, and we probably move around 20 truckloads a day, and that's an 80,000-pound legal load to go down the road.
Wow, that's a lot of trees, buddy. That's all I can tell you, a lot of trees.
When we're not racing, that's what we're doing. 7 days a week, that's what I do. I don't sit at home. I run one piece of equipment every day myself with my sons, and that's the way it is.
Well, once again, I know I kind of pulled you over here and you weren't really scheduled to be up here, and you said you couldn't talk on the microphone. I think you're full of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you do a great job. And you know what? It's a pleasure to get to know you a little bit better and to understand, because this is our family, and you're a big part of it. And we thank you.
Well, and I thank PDRA. I mean, you guys give us a great place to race, and I mean, I think this is going to be, I've been around a while, so I think this is going to be the best place there is to race. There's no two ways around it. And the people here, the PDRA people, you guys, you just do a great job. The Traction Twins doing the track, you can't find any better. We got the best there is.
Well, from the best race cars to the best racers to the best track operators, we've got it all. And we thank you for being here. Awesome.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Thanks again, man.
How about that? I just had to know.
You know, quite a bit out of you, man. I've never been able to get that much out of him before.
Well, you gotta.
He's a cool guy, man. I'm telling you. And like you said, they'll get on a plane tonight, or they'll get on a plane tomorrow morning. They'll be at work tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
And way in the great Northwest.
Yeah, Montana's not just around the block.
Yeah. So. If you are in a final round, I need you to the lanes. If you're in a final round, I need you to the lanes now. We're missing one of about 4 or 5 classes here. We need to get going.
So anyway, I have all these questions. I get in trouble. Billy Glidden yells at me all the time for asking so many questions. But you know what? It's just there's a lot going on up there, and it doesn't make sense most of the time. But I just got to know what is happening, And these guys just fascinate me. Where they, their lives, how they get to this point in motorsports, and then you add in the family aspect of it.
I'm going to do one more thing right here that I've never really got a chance to do. Everybody talks about Bobby, or everybody talks about Bob, but really, the real Bob is Bobby. And Bobby, now I must tell you this. No, I know it won't, but Bobby, first of all, I'm going to tell you something. I know that Bob has mentioned many a time he's nowhere without you. You do a great job, and you are truly the person behind the scenes here at the PDRA.
You think?
Well, I think so.
I think so too. But I love drag racing, and I love Bob. He's like a family member to me.
You came onto this thing last year, and it's slowly starting to turn into a regular process, and you got a whole new family established now.
Yes, I do. I love each and every one of them out there, from the juniors all the way to the pro classes. I feel like we're one big happy family.
I do too. And you're fortunate enough to be able to come to the races with your husband as well.
I do get to come, and that makes it even more worth it.
Very cool. Hey, you got less words than Pat Stoken did.
That's right. I'm trying to get rid of a hug. There you go. We once again need all the finalists. If you're in a final, we do need you down to the staging lanes, please. So Billy Vos in the house. Talking about motorcycles and about the bikes, this weekend we saw a great bunch of bikes come down here for the Drag 965 Pro Extreme motorcycle. So from your observations, what do you see this week that, kind of came to the forefront out of the motorcycle group?
We had a lot of the bikes were first time out for some guys, and they haven't had an opportunity to test. And You know, so a lot of guys are just working at getting it together, but, you know, it was a good field, great bunch of guys. I mean, everybody's working hard. You know, they're wishing they had more time to test and do things, but, you know, it don't always pan out. I think, you know, as the season rolls on, you'll see guys, you know, have it a little, you know, together a little bit more, and we appreciate them coming out. You know, Drag 965 is very happy to sponsor the class and see everybody do well. You know, they're looking for to move motorsports forward, and that's why they help the sport to help, you know, push it, you know, to the next level.
Well, the bikes are a big part of this program. We truly enjoy having them there. I'll tell you that the performances were pretty reasonable. I didn't think we saw anything outstanding. You know, no 3-second runs this weekend really that we saw right off the trailer in Texas, but the conditions were totally different. There was a lot of moisture in the air early in the weekend, and then yesterday all of a sudden it kind of flipped around on us. It got sunny and the air got drier. So we've had really two different racetracks to deal with this weekend. How has that been reflected in the performance of the motorcycles?
Well, you have to remember, you know, the tracks are prepped more for the cars, not for the bikes. You know, at the bike races, they're prepped more for, but, you know, with the sun in and out, you know, the moist, the dry, everything, you know, the track, you know, for the bikes is a little tricky, you know, especially with a lot of guys coming out first. But, and you have to remember, the beginning of the year versus the end of the year, a lot of guys are looking at the barometer, but they're not reading everything, you know. I mean, there's different oxygen content in the air. You know, less oxygen in the air this time of year than later in the year when the trees and everything else is in full force. And so at tune-up, you say, okay, well, I look at the weather conditions, and really the weather conditions aren't the same because you're not reading everything and knowing. So if you notice, a lot of guys were like really rich going down the track because they're used to the more oxygen-rich air, which you don't have this time of year. So for them, you know, it kind of threw their tuning off because they need notes for like the beginning of the year, end of the year, everything else. It's just hard to collect data. You know, you have a lot smaller pool with the bikes to draw from than with the cars.
Right, and I'll tell you this, the air usually here is helped by all the pine trees, all the vegetation here, but when it's early in the spring, it's going through that pollination stage, which does not have that positive effect on the oxygen content in the air here. And then you add grains of water, and it turns kind of sour on you.
Yeah, well, some guys run their water injection, and they look at the air, and they run X amount of water, and what they don't realize is that, you know, really they probably should have backed it down a little. You know, and the guys that don't run it, when they get in the good air, you know, you know, with the, you know, where the rains are high, they go out there and run good, and they don't hurt as many parts. And it's just, you know, it's kind of, you know, there's a lot of things that come into play, and but like I said, it's just over the next couple of races, I think you'll see more teams come. You know, there's more guys working, you know, at being out here. Some guys.
Let's start off the final round and make some noise, baby! Here we go!
So coming to you now, Huddleston Performance, top junior dragster, Caleb Russell and Samuel Peterson.
Samuel's granddad owns this joint.
Bob's having so much fun, Bob took his back out.
Yeah, the abdomen attack. The abdomen. So, Shreveport. Jason out there with the hat, the US 131 logo, taking on Caleb Russell. 790 heads up racing. If you're from Richland, Michigan, down here racing Rockingham, guess what?
You ain't from around here.
Ain't from around here.
So you know what? Caleb Russell, he's from Ardmore, Alabama. He ain't from around here either, but he's closer. 12 health scale, 13-year-old at the wheel. 790 the index for performance. Got to cut the tree, make it to the stripe before your opponent, not go quicker than 790. One more huge shout out to the Huddleston Performance Group for taking care of sponsorship of this and our other junior pro categories here at the PDRA.
Good matchup here in reaction time. Who's going to win a top end? Samuel Peterson wins. Oh, Jason, I didn't think he could jump that high. How about that? Steve Earwood's grandson, the guy that runs and owns this joint, is his grandson Samuel takes the win.
And Grandpa's right down there.
Grandpa's headed down there?
He's right there now. Got the big hug. He's going to ride on the golf cart.
How about that? Stephanie and Samuel's 3 siblings, and all together they got 4 kidlets, and now he's going to get on the golf cart and take a ride with him. How about that?
So for the sake of reporting, 023 on the tree with Samuel. 790 index goes 791 with a 5 at 83. Margin of victory?
3 on.
There you go.
Hit him with 793 at 80 miles an hour. Really good reaction time there as well. 036 on approach tree high. Final round.
Downtown, Barry Brown, been on it all weekend long. Him and his son racing through the finals here. Great job for that group. Blountville, Tennessee, the home for the M&M Race Car Dragster. We're going to put a 407 on the VP lane and try to run that alongside Bo Upton from Taylor, South Carolina.
I will tell you, there's 2 big players on the line right here.
It's a tough run. 433 on the board, the Pepsi lane for Bo Upton, and this guy's won a few races in his day.
You betcha he has. $5 races, too. 433 and a 407, the numbers here. Appalachia handicap. Going to the right-hand side of the racetrack there, that is the Pepsi lane. This is, once again, we'll split the tree back to full tree. You'll see all the ambers go off individually. Pit side will lead first. Nothing is in, ready to go. And it is Upton. 1 over 434 to a dead 2. 37 on top. Barry Brown runs the number, but is second to lead. Bo is 13 and 1 over to go. 13, 14 pack, 155 on the speed chart. Barry was going 173 and still missed the line by 100th of a second there.
Next up, your top sportsman coming to you from Magna Fuel, Ronnie Proctor. How about Bruce Thrift from Waycross, Georgia? Speed Tech, Billy Albert, and Thrift Roofing taking care of business for Bruce Thrift. They're there in the VP lane on the board. A 414 dial, Brian.
414 for the guy who throws roofs on during the week and loves to go drag racer on the weekend. That Billy Albert power plant on board. We wish our best to Billy. Hope things are doing well for him. Ronnie Proctor up alongside. And reminding you, of course, of the Warriors on the Water. The 10th anniversary of the Military Appreciation Bass Fishing Tournament.
A great program, and Ronnie Proctor, one of the best in this top sportsman business. We'll have to see what's going on. He struggled a little bit with tune-up earlier this week, getting in on a provisional, basically, a run-only deal. You know what?
It don't matter. We saw number 16. We've seen number 17 win this year already. We actually have, that makes the 4th one.
Right.
They come for an all-in spot this weekend.
I told him he made a big mistake by letting him back in. Because he's going to go out there. Here he is in the final. Ronnie Proctor.
But it was June then.
And Bruce Thrift. Oh, my.
414 and 422. Bruce Smith, the only guy I know that's got a cigarette pack and a lighter right on his door side panel. As soon as he turns a corner, it used to be like one of those K.A.
The win goes.
How about that?
To Ronnie Proctor. He goes 422, 3 over, 168 to speed. Margin of victory, 0.06 of a second. As an alternate, he takes the win. 416, 168 for Bruce Thrift with a very hardy 023 light. Actually, Proctor closer to the dial. There you go. Your champion, Ronnie Proctor.
He's dead on 3 and 39 on top. 2 over for Bruce. 23 better on the tree and 006 true win margin. Now, had you come in here this weekend and said to yourself, now, is Chad Morrison going to match up with Zach Hauser? Final 17-year-old who knows drag race cars?
So, your point.
You might not have said that's what I was getting at. For he and Dad Teddy, another graduate of the Junior Drag Racing League. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where am I going with it? nowhere. But either way it goes, it is cool information to know that he made his way through the junior dragster ranks. Chad Morrison comes up alongside. Now listen, pretty close on numbers here. Number 1 and 2 in qualifying. 430 and 433, the numbers there. That's in material now. Because we're not running heads up, we're running dial-in bracket racing.
So the 17-year-old Zach Hauser, dad's out front. That will be the one and only Teddy Hauser. Craig Morrison helping out with Chad. Everybody lined up, straight and ready to go.
Kool-Aid. All right, so Morrison out of Statesville. Zach comes from Lincolnton. Holding competition, power plant on board there. That's 800 incher. Morrison runs that 632 and that 57 Chevrolet. Cool looking, low riding Chevrolet Bel Air. And a 17-year-old kid. Zach treed. Zach got himself treed, but he wins his first ever PDRA event that he has entered. How about that? A 17-year-old young man and a graduate from the Junior Drag Racing League. 426.3. He breaks out 7th thou. 428.4. And Morrison was way better on the tree, but took entirely too much windstripe car and had almost a nickel to play with.
Yeah, he could have pedaled it a little bit or drug the brake, and he'd have had something going on there. 018 on the treat was Chad Morrison.
How many guys win a national event the first time out? Can you?
That is an amazing accomplishment, one that he will not soon forget. So, coming up now, Pro Junior Dragster by Huddleston Performance, Noah Johnson and Preston Tanner.
16-year-old Noah Johnson. Redline Speed Shop and Lucas Oil helping out. Got Larry and Preston Tanner. The Tanners have followed this tour for a couple years now, and they are great people from the southwest corner of the state of Indiana in Rensselaer. And this is no joke. They'll have to be out of here to work in the morning, too.
So for Noah Johnson, Redline Speed and Lucas Oil on board. Of course, Larry out in front taking care of Noah. And I love that name, Noah.
So do I.
I think it's a cool name. Fayetteville, North Carolina home. True Cut Landscaping helping out right there in the VP lane. Fathers taking a look over each other's shoulder. They'll nod. And the kids have to do battle all by themselves. Parents will pull back and just watch.
Ain't nothing they do now except exactly that. Here's the cool part about this. Win or lose, the bigger share of those parents will be able to shake a handful of them.
Oh, no question.
Win or lose. Heads up, 790 Pro Tree. Timeout. Ooh, close. And close in reaction time as this couple gets off the starting line. Noah, Preston, top head. It is going to be Preston Tanner. Look at that number.
Dead on with an egg.
900. Perfect ET run, or as Derek would say, or the late great Leo Tower, 7,900 at 81 miles an hour, 42 at the top one, the relaxing time. Noah was really right there too at 791. 49 to react to the green. A good drag race right there, but a perfect ET run for my fellow Hoosier buddies, Preston Tanner. Mom, Dad, how about that? Cool.
Pretty excited, I'm sure, the Tanner family.
Cool.
Great deal there.
What I said, her down there high-fiving, carried on with the Johnson family as well.
Here, up next, Eric McKinney and Ricardo Knights here in Drag 965 Pro Extreme Motorcycle.
I want to throw a shout-out to as well to McKinney Motorsports because they've also helped this program come along a long ways.
They sure have. Scott McKinney, Eric, Ashley Owens all on board there.
Boy, look at that thing smoke. I bet they weren't ready for that. I'm going to tell you what, that just started after that burnout. I didn't see it happening when they first fired it up.
Might have broke a ring or something like along those lines.
Jagged edge just saying shut it off. I know he is.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see it from here. Ashley Owens is really concerned. Ricardo Knight's alongside. Great rider. He's been doing it a long time, but he came in for the number 11 spot. I'm going to tell you, this might not be good. This is terrible, matter of fact. Oh. Please don't.
It's cleaned up a little bit.
Clean the heck out of it.
And off he goes. For the win. 409 with a 4:177.16 the speed. Margin of victory, 24 tenths away out front. 4:36, 1:56 for Ricardo Knight.
Ashley, you and Scott need to loosen the rings up like that more often, I guess.
She managed to squeeze enough compression in there to take the win.
409, 177.16 for Ashley Owens, Scott McKinney, and Eric McKinney, are defending world champion, defending champion for our previous event. And Ricardo Knight's, in the interest of numbers, goes 4:36, was better off the starting line, and 1:56 on the speed chart.
So next up,
oh boy,
a couple of serious competitors here. Phil Ez and Eddie Likens. Likens from New Carlisle, Ohio. This is all Ohio right here.
This is a true story. When I raced the then Spitzer Race Car Super Quick Championship Quick 32 Series,
right,
in 1989, both these guys were in the same series in North Central Division.
Yeah, they've been racing for a long. I remember Eddie Likens from back, when I lived in Richmond, Indiana, around the late 80s. He was already hammering it.
That is cool.
So there you go. Number 1 and number 2 set to do battle here in Pro Top Outlaw.
I'm looking around to see where Buzz is down there from Tefco and all his crew. The Tefco
right there in the middle.
Oh, there they are. There's a Buzz man in the Power Shield Tefco group.
We did have
guys.
Had the pleasure of talking with him here.
Oh, I know, I heard.
And it was awesome. I'll tell you what, the emotion and the passion off the hook.
He's got it everywhere. I mean, hey, listen, the relationship he's got with his brother and his family, it's true. It's true. I think you might have seen it earlier.
Yeah, I did see it.
I got it on video yesterday. He gets emotional just talking about his brother.
He does. It's an awesome thing to watch.
Cool deal.
So number 1 and number 2, Phil Ez, Pepsi Lane. Has had his sets of challenges this weekend. I'll tell you, his wife came up here with this box that was all crushed up and a bunch of wire hanging off and said, "Can you see if you could help us get one of these?" I'm like, "What is it?" So she had to go back down and find out what it was, because we couldn't tell by looking at it. It was destroyed.
I got you.
So it was an 8-channel timer. So whoever had one of those has helped out Phil Ez this weekend. He's in the final.
Good deal. If that's his bad, this car is pretty fast. It always has been. But 360s, man, whew, that's really quick. Phil Ez, the guy that has a really, really unique company. Ultrasonic that, well, Eddie Likens. Oh, those Ironman chassis machines, the same type that Buzz McElwee and Mark McElwee run. They're the left-hand side.
Eddie Likens leads before and he knows what he did, and he's a little bit unhappy about that.
365, 203.80 whopping miles per hour, and Phil is on speed.
I'm thinking that would have been a tough deal for Eddie on a good day.
Oh, he knew that. I mean,
he had to get for that tree.
He had to shoot for the tree. So congratulations to the Ez family out there. Great job for Ultrasonic. And a good job for Eddie Likens. Unfortunately, the final just not meant to be here. All right, Pro Boost final turns into an all-turbo final. Guess what it turns into? Turns into our most recent recent champion from Dallas, and the guy who won the last 2 events at the end of last season.
This is a showdown here.
This is a hoedown.
Well, hold on a minute. Let me tell him who's going to be racing. How about Anthony DeSoma and Kevin Fiskus? Fiskus from Jacksonville, Florida. The 2012 JB's Power Center Mustang. Pro Line power under the hood there. In the Pepsi Lane. Anthony DeSoma with Saud Al-Zabin taking care of the ownership of the Desert Demons Racing 67 Shelby. DeSoma the driver, DeSoma the engine builder.
Yep, Saud Al-Zabin, who tends to the ownership of this car, and I will tell you, there's been a couple times or two where he almost pulled the plug on this thing. You know, he's like, oh, it's pretty expensive, and we do a lot of traveling, this, that, and the other. But DeSoma has kicked in his part by building the motors and doing a great job behind the wheel. But hey, take nothing away from Kevin Fiskus. This team right here, since they've gotten together with Jim Bell, have shown some big-time improvement. Like I said, the last 3 races that we've run, 1 this year and 2 last year, were won by these 2 cars on the line. Woo! A lot of good smoke there. Wow! Driving the wheels off that thing, and DeSoma takes the win. Look at that part. Heads up, down there, whatever it is. Never seen anything fly that.
Wow!
You need to make sure we check on that. 385, they both run 385, 211 for DeSoma, 205 for Fiskus, 100th of a second, and whatever that part was for the team from Kuwait, the Desert Demons gang, and Saud Al-Zabin, I'll tell you right now, 44 green, 385, 6, 211 for the win. Fiskus goes 65 green, he's better in 60, he's better to the split. But at the finish line, he's actually better right there. You know what? I'm very sorry, Carl. I just now realized he won it on a whole shot.
He won it on a whole shot. I was trying to tell you, but you were rolling. I wasn't going to let you.
Second difference right there.
So anyway, your number 1 qualifier takes home the gold. And he might need a little bit of that gold because his hood's all over the racetrack.
I'll tell you what, and I think everybody up here agreed, including Bob Harris and everybody, and even the twins said, I've never seen a part fly that high in the air. It was higher than
the light stands.
Higher than the light.
Yeah,
I know that for sure.
It was way up there.
It almost looked like it looked like it was a burst panel, but I know it on the
flat part of those hoods are flat, so there's a lot of flat panel there, and he just blew it up.
Wow.
I wonder what that was though, because honestly, there's no reason for that to happen in a normal case.
Not really. Not really. Wow. All right. Well, we've talked about this class category a lot here this weekend, and there's been a lot of drama, a lot of stuff talking, and
stuff talking.
A lot of stuff talking.
Boy, I never heard that term before.
A lot of engine builders with some stuff talking. A lot of drivers with some stuff talking. But it's going to come right down to this. Our defending world champion and a guy who's won more championships than probably anybody on the property right now, Ricky Smith and Jason Harris. A couple of guys right here from not too far away. One from King, North Carolina. The other one's right nearby Pittsburgh. Jason Harris. Sonny's competition power plant. And they struggled early on, but this baby came around about, 4 rounds ago in Q4. Finally showed its true potential, and here they come to the final here.
Ricky Smith and Jason Harris. Just watch the smooth burnout executed by Ricky Smith. I mean, the guy is he's just smooth like butter.
I call it fluid.
Yeah, fluid. You can go that way. Not going to argue with you. He just has him and the car become one, I guess.
Let me tell you something else. I'm not going to tell you anything away from being the driver, but listen. You know, you just heard Pat Stoken come up here a while ago who said he'd been letting off a clutch all of his life up till this year.
Right. Same thing with Ricky.
He struggled with it. Ricky's only been in there for 6 or 7 days.
Yeah.
And
that's amazing.
Pretty easy, pretty quick to adapt.
So, the purge of the nitrous, bringing the pressures right down. Dialing in, wheelie bar check for Chad behind the car for Ricky. Jason Harris is ready to go.
Jason, over the course of the winter in fact, Thanksgiving Day, had a brand new baby, Jace.
Yep.
Jace. And Chad actually got married over the winter months as well. That guy has been working for Ricky for a long time, and I'll tell you what, probably not the easiest job in town to have.
Just saying.
Yeah, just saying. All right, well, I don't think there'll be a gauge plate here unless Ricky puts both bulbs on. I don't think that's going to happen. We'll see. You ain't going to rattle Jason right now because he's feeling pretty good. Oh, wow!
The win goes to Ricky Smith. 037 on the tree. 382, 199 the speed. That's the whole shot deal. Jason Harris, 062, runs quicker. The 381.2 at 199. Gottfried Ricky Smith is your champion.
382 more for Ricky. He's 37 on top at RT. 199.61 is the speed. Both of them are 199, but Jason Harris was second to lead that starting line. He goes 381 with a 2 at 199.05. Man, oh man, what a great side-by-side drag race right there. That was decided at the starting line. Tricky Ricky Smith. 382.4, 199.61 to a 381.2, 199.05. And I must say, for the weekend that the defending champion has had, I wouldn't think that would hold my head down too hard on that one.
No, they've had some big-time challenges this weekend, starting off, coming off the trailer with a 460. 390, kept beating on it, kept working on it, relentless, and I'll tell you what, they gave a hell of a challenge to Ricky Smith, but
certainly did.
It is what it is. Ricky goes home with the trophy.
Yep. And let me tell you something, man. Just kind of like we thought, only just a little bit different on the starting line. They got in, you both got the top ones on, and boom, Ricky put the second one on. Jason followed suit. All right, another most recent chip from the Texas Nationals, Mustafa Boumé. And Todd Tutterow come up next.
Got to remind everybody, don't leave after this run, because guess what? The Tulsa County Sheriff Department and the Heat Wave coming to you next.
And then, if you can see all of our cars getting lined up on the return lane, our post-race celebration right down here in the area of the front of the tower. We will honor all of our champions. We'll take some pictures. We'll give away some free stuff, some T-shirts, some Frisbees, whatever we can get our hands on. Okay.
So Todd Tutterow from Yadkinville, North Carolina, in the Pepsi Lane, Galad Motorsports, alongside the Dubai-based team of Mustafa Boumé from the United Arab Emirates. The city of Dubai, of course, very proud, very beautiful city, very unique. The tallest tower in all the world resides in the city of Dubai.
Yep.
It is the largest community in that area of the world. And very, very modern and cool.
You ain't kidding. Final pair of race cars to hit the track and then the jet. Red goes 358, those are the Wavenshire champion. Is Todd Tutterow for Galad. Team Galad. Mr. Earl Wells, who's, I think, in the suite right next door, and his beautiful wife, and the folks from Galad Motorsports Park, and the fine folks who put forth all the effort here. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a great big round of applause up there. That was some great drag racing right there. Tell me about that. Make some noise.
Billet Atomizer is the fastest racing injector and is proudly designed and manufactured with 100% American-made materials and labor in-house. Custom sizes can be targeted to specific base pressures and duty cycles. Top Pro mods, Outlaw 10.5, and drag radio teams rely on Atomizer injectors. Turbocharged, nitrous injected, Procharged, and coming soon, screw and root style supercharged injectors. And as we introduce our new 700-pound injectors. Check us out at www.dragracinginjectors.com or give us a call at 757-250-3773.